bitch. Oh, excuse you. Baloney wash. I'm annoyed. I'm just here to give my opinion and carry in. Oh, it's Chris Avalon Unfiltered, bitch. Yeah. How y'all doing? I almost forgot how to work my own damn show. Anyway, what's going on, everybody? It's your boy Chris Avalon, and welcome to a brand new episode of Chris Avalon Unfiltered. A show we basically talk about all things going on in celebrity news, hot topics, pop culture. You know all the deal. Well, I should always act like y'all, some of y'all are brand new too. So, if this is your first time checking out this show, it's basically a show we talk about all things going on in celebrity news, pop culture, gossip. We even get political every now and again. So that's a show for you. Definitely stick around because we have a lot of tea to spill today. I don't know. I've been missing the action for the last couple of days between me working, and then I needed a moment of getting my mental health back together. Because sometimes it's like between working the regular job and then coming on and doing entertainment news and this other stuff. It's like, oh no, I need a break, physically and mentally. Going to the gym, doing this other stuff, and it's crazy in New York. So, especially with our mayoral candidacy coming up soon, we already and the big voting turnout and everything, how they all started out. So it's a little bunkers in New York right now, but we here. We're gonna have us a little fun. We're gonna get messy as we normally do with the show. But yeah, we got some tea to spill. We gotta talk about this big Miami Vice news coming out, talking about with who they're casting as Crockett and Tubbs. So we're getting into that. We got to get deeper into this whole Paramount Skydance situation over them, with them trying to buy up Warner Brothers and that whole thing behind that. Speaking of Paramount, Taylor Sheridan, big news came out today that he basically is leaving Paramount to go over there with NBCUniversal. And what may have transpired in that? Probably based off what I said in the previous post about the Trump administration, everybody all of a sudden getting caught up in this whole wanting to monopolize media. So we have that. Plus Osgood Perkins is finally speaking out about the whole monster situation, how his father was treated in the show, and it's slamming uh Ryan Murphy. So we got to get into that. Stephen A. Smith, per usual, the man who knows nothing about sports as well as politics, is now speaking out and apologizing, I should say backpedaling, over what he, criticizing Jasmine Crockett. So we got to get into that. The OnlyFans CEO was speaking out and saying that how much money they've been shelling out to content creators since 2016. We got some Britney Spears news. First of all, she was caught out in the street recently driving her car erratically, and they were going in and letting have on her, and she came up with some cockamamie excuse on social media. We'll get into that. Plus, Jamie Lynn Spears, shockingly, she's surprised she was betrayed by Kevin Federline's grifting ass, and now she want to come out to, oh, I'm unfollowing him. Yeah, we got to get into that because that was a story that came out from last week. But since I took like 4 days off, can't do that too long because the algorithms be algorithming if you take off a little too long from social media. So we had that story. She unfollowing him and stuff. Plus, we got to get into that Braxton's episode where Tamar and all them was fighting, and Tawanda accused her of sleeping with Toni Man and a whole bunch. Yeah, it was a mess. So we got to get into that. Plus, we have news on Kevin McCall talking about some of y'all faves can't sing. Meanwhile, his EBT about to get cut off at the end of the week, and he over here worrying about Patti LaBelle and them can't sing. We're gonna get into that because we got the clips. Plus, we got to talk about this big news that came out today. Apparently, Diddy's release date has been revealed, so we'll be knowing. I got the date on when he'll be getting released from the clink. We got to talk about that show Boots because Pentagon came out and was calling the show woke garbage. Well, the creator of the show says that thank you because thank you India, thank you Tara, thank you disillusionment. They ain't said all that. That was Alanis 20 some odd years ago when she came out with that supposed form infatuation junkie album. But nevertheless, what had happened was he said that all y'all did, your criticism just got more people interested in watching the show. Hopefully, it'll be enough that Netflix gives the show a season 2 because we know how Netflix does when it comes to these good shows. They be so damn good, and it's like, oh no, we can't make a second season. I'm like, for why? So Netflix be getting on my nerves how they handle shows, but that's a whole nother conversation we get around to that. Plus, we got to talk about Roisin Murphy grifting behind basically used the gay community for clout and notoriety and success. And now she out here talking stuff about the trans community. And after being dragged, she got dropped from some festivals. The Blessed Madonna came out and read her down to the floor. So we got to get into the aftermath of Roisin basically just killing her career in less than a year. So we'll get into that. Plus, we got some Drag Race Canada news. We got to get into the queens who are on the show, and they also they making history by casting the first drag king on the show. Plus, we got some bad news regarding Sasha Colby and her upcoming tour. So we got that and a whole lot more. I know that was a long ass intro, but with my banter, and it's been a minute since we were on the show, it's gonna be a long one today. So before we get into the topics, hold on, let me hit my comments because I forgot to do that earlier. Um yeah, so and of course, if I got some off the cuff commentary, y'all already know, drop it in the comments. Also, be sure to like, subscribe, hit that notification bell. We are almost at 3K. I know that may not mean a lot to a lot of people, but when this is a little show that could, where I didn't go and buy bots and stuff to build this channel that is literally people who genuinely like the mess that's over here and decided to like and subscribe, it definitely means a whole lot. And I appreciate a lot of y'all that continuously come into the live to be just as messy as I am when I'm spilling whatever comes out of my mouth, because who knows what's going to come out? I don't even know what's going to come out of this mouth. It's just whatever the universe, you know, comes down into the top of the head, and it's just that's how it usually works. So I'll get to y'all comments after the first time. I just want to get directly into the show. So let me hit the banner. And of course, I had to open up the thing so people could see it on the side if you're watching on the big screen TV and things. So without further ado, let's get into our first topic. And that's this tea regarding this upcoming Miami Vice reboot. I don't know if I've talked about it on here. I feel like I have, but sometimes, I talk about so much stuff on this show, I can't remember half the things I say. So I think back in September, Nexus, what was I can't remember the name of the actor. I think I have it in here. Nexus Point News. I know I had it somewhere. They reported back in September. I think at the end of September, they said Michael B. Jordan and Glenn Powell were in talks to play Crockett and Tubbs in this Joseph Kosinski Miami Vice reboot. Which I was like, that's cute. That's a good idea. I like Michael B. Jordan being in the show because he's very powerful in Hollywood. Like his cachet goes a long way with the success of all the Creed films, and especially with Sinners doing as big as it did. Like he's definitely like one of the most powerful young black men running around Hollywood right now. So he can go around and get things made, and I'm sure it's not going to be an issue. He's currently, I don't know if he's done with it, but I know he's directing a remake of the Thomas Crown Affair. I think the last time we seen a remake of the Thomas Crown Affair on the big screen, wasn't that with Pierce Brosnan and Rene Russo? That was like 20 some odd years ago. But anyway, nevertheless, he is directing his own version. I believe Adria Arjona is playing his love interest is playing the Rene Russo part. After there was rumors circulating that the reason why he lost that other female actress in the show because he was sticking his peen in her. That's the rumor. And things got a little messy. Oh, he ain't stupid to mess with Adria because Adria is banging Jason Momoa. And I don't want to just scorch her into just being that because she is a good actress. I like Adriana Arjona. She, of course, as y'all know, is my main pick for her to portray Wonder Woman in the reboot for the DCU. But he ain't stupid to mess with Jason Momoa girl because if he go and try to hunt her, oh, he gonna definitely that fist will be coming out the back of his head. And I love you, MBJ, but Bakari, as I like to call him in my little group chat with EJ and BJ, because that's what we refer to him as. That's his middle name, in case y'all didn't know that. But anyway, so I like the idea of Michael B. Jordan being in this thing, and I also entertain the idea of Glenn Powell. But then this story started coming out from the major trades over the weekend that Austin Butler is now the top pick, and according to Jeff Snyder, shout out to him. I like to cite my sources. He said that Austin Butler wasn't even the pick, but because I think they ran into each other in an event or party, something or another. Can't remember exactly what he said, but he said that Austin Butler had heard about the film and pitched himself to Michael B. Jordan. And Michael looked at him like, you know what, that actually is a good idea. So that's how he got bumped to the top of the list of actors. And now looking at it, I actually think Austin Butler would be a perfect choice. And that's because Austin kind of has like that chill, laid back vibe to him. And I think also you can see like he's not well he's somebody who I feel like can get gritty when he needs to. He's got a little swag to him. He's got a sense of cool and he's a good looking guy. So I definitely feel like he would be perfect for the part. I did think it was Glenn Powell, but Glenn Powell, child, we've seen enough of you. I don't want you getting overexposed. I mean, But as an A-list actor, they're always going to be using the same five damn people over and over. But I definitely think that Austin Butler would be a great choice. So now they said that sources said it's still in the early days and no deals are done. I think scheduling was worked out for this film to shoot later in 2026. Jordan is engaging and very interested in starring in the project. Kosinski is directing with Eric Warren Singer and Dan Gilroy penning the script. Dylan Clark and Kosinski are co-producing. And I like Joseph Kosinski. Quiet as it's kept, I would have liked it for him to have directed this last Tron movie. And if they would have went with the idea that he had post Tron Legacy, I think he would have came back. But his idea was debunked like 15 years ago. So I'm glad he moved on because I like Joseph Kosinski. I love his overall visual aesthetic. I love Tron Legacy. I think he also did Top Gun Maverick, so love that movie. That visually stunning. He also did F1, which I absolutely love that movie. It's not, you know, in reinventing the wheel on those legacy type of films or whatever, but I like the car and I'm not a big car racing guy, but I just love the way he did that movie. So I'm looking forward to seeing that. Now, in regards of and I always find it funny that the major trades always try to be slick and try to act like, oh, we came up with this. No, I've been seeing like Nexus Point News came up with that tea way before all of a sudden Variety and Deadline and the Hollywood Reporter started running up on it. So I hate when these major trades don't really give the credit to the smaller conglomerates that have the tea first. So I will say this, y'all were half right. Nexus Point News. You were half right. You had or maybe what it was you were right in the beginning, where it was initially Glenn Powell and Michael B. Jordan on part of it. But then, as I told you, the tea regarding how Austin Butler just kind of went around, around the back end and was like, let me run up on Michael B. Jordan and kind of pitch myself to him, be like, I think we make a great team in this movie, and here's why. And I actually, when I was like, I didn't even think about that. And quiet as it's kept, as much as I like Austin Butler, he could use a hit right now. Because that court stealing movie, I haven't gone to see it, but I've heard it's already available on digital release. Like you can watch it, you can order it for like $20 on Prime Video and watch it at home. But I've heard that he was good in the movie. The movie was just like I've heard mixed reviews in regarding the movie. Now, um, what else does the article? Oh, so yeah, it's being done for Universal. So they said we already know when the film is supposed to come out. Well, maybe we don't. Maybe I don't. If I didn't say it earlier, it's dated for August 6th, 2027. It's supposed to start filming later in 2026, and it's supposed to come out in August 6th, 2027. And they said this incarnation will explore the glamour and corruption of mid-1980s Miami. So yes, it's not even going to be like the other movie that came out with Colin Farrell and Jamie Foxx. They're actually going to make it an 80s. They're taking it back to the 80s, which if you kind of look at it, Austin Butler could definitely pull off like big shoulder pads and like a t-shirt underneath with a jacket, a blazer thrown on top. Like he could definitely give 80s glamour because it kind of has that look. And one thing we've always noticed about Austin Butler is that from him playing Elvis, he definitely has the ability to kind of give vintage with how he comes across as an actor and his aesthetic. So I think he would be a good choice for the part over Glenn Powell. Glenn Powell to me he gives me a little too all-American. There's like I don't really get edge from him. He's pretty to look at, but I just don't get edge. Now, I kind of wish that this show, Miami Vice, was available on one of the streaming services to watch. Because if it was, I would definitely go back. And then I was read some article, but you already know the one thing with queer tea, y'all always try to give a queer census, whatever, to that show. But they were trying to, I mean, or to anything. Y'all try to just throw gay on every damn thing. I don't want to be sounding like these conservatives, but yeah, you do be giving that because they did a whole article where they were talking about there was some gay undertones to the Crockett and Tubbs character. Even there was one episode where um Don Johnson was, I guess, having relations with a girl, and then he wakes up the next morning, and then he's left in the apartment by himself, and you see all these gay people running around doing some type of fixing or designing, and he's like half naked, and they giving him compliments, and he didn't get all, you know, oh, why you looking at me like that? Like he didn't get all like that. He was very much comfortable in his skin. So they're trying to insinuate that maybe he's just bisexual. But I'm like, there's just some men who are just comfortable being around people regardless, or just think they look good physically and and all that other stuff that somebody checking them out, getting compliments from a guy or a girl, that doesn't automatically mean Oh yeah. So there's episodes. I mean, he's had sex with men, or like, where do y'all the the Mr. Fantastic type reach that some of you gay bloggers like to do on y'all social media services just is a cackle to me. But I mean, if there is those kind of undertones, who knows? Maybe we'll explore that in the show. But I would say this. Now, if y'all gonna be doing a show or the movie is gonna be based on what they said? The glamour and corruption of mid 1980s Miami. So if there's any kind of corruption, be it like corrupt businessmen, like a big time drug, because you already know it's going to be Latinos and cocaine. We already know that that's probably the direction I'm probably going to go with that. Or maybe I could be wrong. But if we talking about the 80s, the cocaine business was the bee's knees back then, from what I've heard. I don't know. But to think about that, I was just thinking, like, you know what? Who would be a good person to play the villain? I was thinking as either Javier Bardem. I would like to see him in that show. I mean, we've seen him play a villain before, but I would like to see him in that part. Or it's about time we start to see Pedro Pascal in his villain era. Like, and I'm not talking about the character he played in that horrible ass Wonder Woman movie. No, not that horrible ass Wonder Woman 1984. That shit don't count. I would like to see him in his villain era in something like a Miami Vice movie. And I already know he's pretty busy. He's got like 800 damn movies. Either he's filmed already or in the process of filming. And I know everybody keeps talking about how he's overexposed, blah, 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 whatever. But I would like to see him in his villain era. Well, who knows? Maybe Giancarlo Esposito, which somebody in the comments said they would like to see him play Professor Xavier in the X-Men movie, which I wholeheartedly agree with that one. So that's the latest on this. But I want to hear from y'all. What do you guys think of this story? The word on the curb is that Austin Butler and Michael B. Jordan could be joining forces to be in the Miami Vice reboot, which I'm definitely here for. And if Joseph Kosinski is behind it and it's got a bit of grit and it's got that 80s glamour, but of course the action sequences are pretty gritty. And it'll be interesting to see how they play up the parts. But I hope that what they're not going to do is, because Michael B. Jordan is the bigger actor than Austin Butler, even though they are pretty hot careers, but Michael B. Jordan is the bigger star. That they're not going to play it up where Michael B. Jordan gets to have all the fun and gets to say all the great stuff, and then Austin Butler is kind of like sidelined because of the status of the careers. I just hope it's equal footing in regards to them with the opposites attract, but also that there's equal footing in regards of the action and all that other stuff. So let me know what you guys and the story. So let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. On point. So hold on, let me close out all of my windows that I am no longer using. And now let's see what the people are saying, which is a lot. Maybe he is. I mean, I haven't heard the new Lily Allen record yet, but I'm hearing already people saying it's album of the year. We'll see when I actually get around to listen to it. I was in my Demi Lovato era this weekend. That and I was listening to a lot of DJ mixes because when I'm working out at the gym and all other stuff, that's kind of like the headspace I'm in. I'm a house head, to the ends through and through. So and that and on top of that, I was listening to a lot of the new Demi album, which I love, even though the album is a flop. And she just released the dates for her upcoming tour. She is doing one night at Madison Square Garden, which I'm hoping I get put on for that shift. So I would love to see that concert. But yeah, David Harbour apparently, what everybody what the rumors is and stuff, because she has a new album out, Lily Allen. And they're talking about how like they had set up rules or whatever, and we go, okay, you like sex, you're acting, you're traveling, whatever. I don't want to know about it. If you're gonna go off and do your dirt, do it somewhere else. Just keep it out of my presence. Don't be getting all too clingy and connected with women, and then all of a sudden I'm finding out who these women are and all this other stuff, and finding butt plugs and all kinds of stuff, lubricate. I'm like, let me find out David Harbour like, but you'd be surprised with a lot of these men that look like a David Harbour are into, like how freaky they get, and they into butt play. But look, if he like his prostate stimulated, who am I to judge? It's like guy and villain when it's time. Mhm. Sailor Mermaids in the building. I saw a video that said Fiona Apple was ahead of. So I was thinking about Fiona Apple the other day. There was some girl that I was I don't know where I was thinking. Oh, I was in the I was working on the gym. The TV was on, and I was just like when I'm riding the bike and I'm listening to the music, I'm looking at the screen, and then I'm sitting there like. Why that girl look like Fiona Apple? It wasn't her. I don't remember who the girl was. Like a lot of you new girls, it takes a minute for me to even remember who the hell y'all are if your music is that good. But it was this girl that I was looking at. I was like, she kind of looked like Fiona Apple. Then come to find out it wasn't her. I'm like, let me find out Fiona coming out with new music. She not. Missed you too, Onyx. I know. I was. It was just like I was, and it was, and I would get to this space where I'm like, oh, I should do a show, and then just mentally, I couldn't get myself to put a show together. So I was like, okay, I need. This is literally my the universe telling me, bitch, you just need to relax. And that's what I did. I just on the times that I didn't when I wasn't working, which was yesterday, I was like, I think I'm gonna just take this day to not do anything. I'm gonna just watch movies, eat some pizza. Yeah, I'm going off my diet. I've been eating a lot of salads. First of all, why is salad so damn expensive? I've been going to when I had this Mediterranean salad the other day. That shit was good. Shit was $20. And that was at where did I go? I think I went what is it called? Kava Group or something or another. Yeah, I went to there. Their food be hidden. But um chill. That's when I was done with ordering that food, I was like, why is this shit so expensive? Everything in New York is expensive for no reason. And then I will go to other places and get like salad and things of that nature. And depends on like what you get. It's crazy expensive. And then the worst part is people got nerve to sit up in there asking you to give a tip. I'm like, for why? Especially if you're putting in the order yourself or using the machines. So, oh, you said please share for those who need a what is that Aldi has a Thanksgiving kit for 10 for $40. Funny enough, I shop at Aldi. I might use that. So, yeah, I might do that. Hello, magical mermaid. Mm-hmm. 3,000 real folk. I'd rather those than a damn bot. Glenn would be better, but I was. Hmm. No, just based over his aesthetic, and I was looking at, I was like, I could definitely see Austin Butler in that part more so than Glenn Powell. Colin Farrell and Jamie Foxx did the movie. Never saw it. Felix. Not a big fan of them. Yeah, that movie came out like a while ago. It wasn't that good though. It's watchable, but it's not memorable. Did Miami Vice inspire Lethal Weapon, or did 48 Hours inspire Miami Vice? I don't know because I think Miami Vice came out. So now I gotta look it up. When did wait Lethal Weapon? I feel like came out in the late '80s. I think that came out like didn't that come out like '87? So I'm thinking that Miami Vice clearly had to inspire the other show. I was like, when did let me just see when did Miami Vice come out? 1984, September 16th. Now, when did Lethal Weapon come out? Not Lethal Company. Who that? Yeah, that's what I said. 87. I knew it. And what did it say? What was the other movie? When did 48 Hours come out? I think 48 Hours came out. I feel like 48 Hours came out in 85. I could be wrong. 88. So yeah, Miami Vice clearly inspired all those movies because 48 Hours, Lethal Weapon, all that stuff that came out years later, and Miami Vice came out in '84. So um, and it was on from '84 to '89. So I know like that show had to be inspiring a lot of a lot of those movies at that time. So there's the answer to your question. The first 5 minutes of season 5 of Stranger Things will drop on Stranger Things Day, November 6th, as well. I ain't watching it. I'm gonna just wait until the full episode. I don't want to see the first 5 minutes. I don't like this. I don't like sneak peeks when people do that because I always want to go in with an element of surprise. Speaking of which, did y'all see Welcome to Derry last night, bitch? When I tell you I gagged over that ending, I was like, nobody is safe on this show. Fuck the plot armor. Y'all can learn a lot from spot. What is it? With Spyglass, y'all can learn a whole lot from Welcome to Derry. The only issues I have with the episode, and I think that's usually an issue with all of Andy Muschietti when he deals with movies, and I'm even throwing a Flash in that. His CGI is horrible. Who do you hire to do the CGI for your product? Because the CGI in the Flash was a mess. That's what takes me out from enjoying that film fully, especially in the opening sequence. You could just literally see how fake and ridiculous a lot of the CGI looks in that. And then yesterday with the deformed baby with the one wing, I'm like, what the hell is that? That looks terrible. And then watching after the credits, like how they put that whole scene together, it was kind of cool. And I'm like, yeah, this is why when people think like, oh my God, acting is so stupid. Because it's like you're reacting to this big thing on a stick. And then you see like a man with a giant baby head on, and he's like chasing the kids around, and it looks so silly. But then when they put it all together, it's worth it. But yeah, I was like, nobody is safe on this show. I'm looking forward to the rest. And now the next episode is supposed to come out on Halloween, which I'm mad about because I'm not going to be here. I'm not gonna be able to see it because I'll be working Sabrina Carpenter's concert, which she was at the Garden last night. And shout out to Anne Hathaway who was there. Um, so I'm gonna be working Sabrina's show. She's on it's dark today. Tomorrow is another Sabrina show. Then Wednesday is another Sabrina show. Thursday it's Brian Adams. Friday and Saturday is another Sabrina show. So she's doing 5 nights at the Garden. It's kind of crazy. It's like, oh, I'm pretty much there the whole week, but I have to take up. We got to do load out because another concert has got to be in that place, and then we got to do a load in right after the Brian Adams people is done. It's crazy how all that works. So in the meantime, Sabrina gonna be spending the whole week in New York City. Shout out to her. But yeah, I'm gonna just wait until the full episode airs. You said time to take a big old risk, Austin, do an independent film with a great. He did do an independent film, but none of y'all cared to go. That's the thing with Austin. He trying to. We get it. You're a serious actor. You definitely have shown that. But I really feel like do something fun. If he ends up doing Miami Vice, I think that would be good for him because he kind of needs to kind of play into his heartthrob status. You can kind of take the Colin Farrell route with your career. Colin Farrell started out doing the little independent stuff, then he started diving into the mainstream stuff. And yeah, the mainstream things wasn't really hitting. And then he had to go take a step back, and then he got more into the independent stuff. And then he ended up doing Penguin and all the other stuff. And you know, his career is that from my understanding with Miami Vice, the movie copyrights issue is preventing like New York Undercover. That's what so that's what but New York Undercover, you can watch that on Hulu. I was is it yes, it's Hulu, I think, right? Yeah. Cause I was watching on there. So people could watch the show. Child, did I tell you I was at on New York Undercover? The episode where they killed off Eddie. Same story that kind of has to do with my high school teacher, Copper Cunningham, who was an actress, how we got to hang out and go meet and have lunch with Lawrence Fishburne. I don't remember if I actually put that whole story in, but I was like, we had lunch with Lawrence Fishburne. You know, sometimes I say stuff, I don't remember if I've told the whole story or if I left any details out. But yeah, so my teacher knew people in the makeup department over on New Undercover. We got to go behind the scenes. Child, I seen Lauren Velez in her bra. And Jonathan LaPaglia kept staring at me. I'm like, why is this grown ass man looking at me like that? I was like, he either want to fuck me or he trying to figure out what's going on over here. I was like, you do know I'm not of age. But yeah, but that was I was there. Michael Imperioli actually recognized my teacher and was like, oh my God, I love you, and Taxi Driver, that sort of thing. I'm like, she only had like a blinking you missed it part. She was the hooker in the back seat of the cab in the beginning of the movie. And I'm sitting there like, he said that he loved her, but she's been in other things. But yeah, that's my I tell you, I got a story for everything. Mother has lived. Yes, I do love Nia Undercover. I would have loved to have met Michael D. Lorenzo, though. His cute self. They said it's possible they came out around the same time. Rest in peace, June. Like, oh, yeah. I would love to live to be 100 years old. She lived longer than Lassie. It said, and was an early advocate for the homosexual community. I don't remember Fiona's last album. I said her last album was supposed to be released on October of 2020, but got released 6 months later because of the pandemic. Not the pandemic. Not a. Here you go with the certified Kaya. Funny enough, look, I already said she doing what's that thing? Oh, she's doing an arena tour. Robert thinks that they set her up for failure, and I'm like, the album's gonna flop, but she's doing 23 dates in the cities. That's playing it safe, be- playing it way better than Charlie. And y'all accusing her trying to beat Charlie XCX, but at least she was smarter than Charlie XCX and wasn't doing areas that she knows she can't sell out. And her and that other boy, what's his name, Troy, and going to sit up there trying to pull whatever they can just so they can recoup some of that money because they're not popping everywhere. They should just stuck play the safe and play the certain cities and call it that. Oh, so the album. Wait, you saying who last album was supposed to be released in October 2020? Are you talking about Oh, you said I don't know why people say pandemic. It's I think the first Lethal Weapon came out in '86. No, oh yeah, I already said all the dates. There was a Lethal Weapon TV show. Yeah, the TV show was all right. I think there was a lot of things that was happening behind the scenes. That's why they canceled. I forgot what. But yeah, Damon Wayans was on it, and then this other actor. I thought the show was pretty decent for it being on Fox. But yeah, it didn't last. I mean, it was pretty much popular setting in the '80s, like the Golden Girls, and even that Mid City Modern show. First 48 Hours came out in '82. No, it didn't. You saying '82? Child, it was. Wait. Why does it say 39 seasons? It's like no show. Oh wait, it did come out in '82. But I'm reading 40. Child, I'm about to just find the nearest cliff and jump. When I said 48 hours and it said 32 seasons, I was thinking 48 hours a damn TV show. That's the like Dateline and all this stuff. I wasn't even paying attention. But yeah, 48 hours came out in '82. So who knows? Maybe it wasn't but it coming out around that time. Maybe it inspired it. The only difference is that Miami Vice wasn't like a comedic. It was more or less it's more dramatic. It was more like a darker, edgier type show with a lot of fashion moments. I knew like 48 hours. He said that baby in the car had me cracking. Oh yeah. First of all, that scene in the beginning was just God. This is fucking. I'm like, really? Y'all really showing this lady that whole scene? If you know, you know. I don't want to. I don't want to spoil nothing if y'all have not seen the first episode yet. But that opening sequence, I'm like, what the fuck? I'm like, oh, we're actually going there. Okay, but I forgot it's HBO. Welcome to Derry. That was like in the first 10 minutes. The third night, oh yeah, I definitely want to see that. Shout out to Daniel Craig's sexy behind. I definitely want to see that movie. And you said, do you remember the show Alien Nation? I do. Wasn't it a movie too, or was it just a TV show? Yeah, Alien Nation, I do believe was inspired by the X Files, or maybe I'm thinking of something else. Because I could have sworn Alien Nation was a movie, wasn't it? Cleveland's in the building. Oh, you said in 19. Oh, well, thank you for correcting me because I was looking at the wrong 48 hours. I was looking at the TV show that used to come on. I think it still does come on NBC. Anyway, yeah, I had to drink that Red Bull because I need energy. But anyway, let's get back into the show. I'm sure more commentary will be coming as we continue. And now let's get into this mess. So y'all already know the whole tea regarding about Paramount Skydance is trying to buy Warner Brothers Discovery, according to reports. And I remember, shout out to John Campea because he did say this. There's been mixed reviews. Some people believe that it's all, fake, that it's not going to necessarily happen. And then John Campea mentioned on his show the other day that somebody who works at Warner Brothers pretty much hit him up and said that the Ellisons are hell bent on getting a satanic hooves. That ain't his words. The satanic hooves part is mine. Um, they trying to get their satanic hooves on HBO and Warner Brothers Discovery to be specific. And he went on this whole spiel on his show about how, oh, they're just doing it because AT&T once upon a time had access. Well, they pretty much put in their bid and they bought Warner Brothers Discovery, and they pretty much damn near bankrupted the damn studio. Like, they didn't know what the hell they were doing. I guess they had certain intentions to go in and do whatever, and it didn't work out the way they wanted it to. So now Warner Brothers, if they go and have to be bought by this company who, the Ellisons have billions, hundreds of billions, not tens of billions, hundreds of billions. They're worth a lot of money. If they get their hands on it, that basically they'll help fix up whatever. That's cute at all that you want to get all business like and think of that it's all like trying to help the company, whatever. I see through that bullshit. First of all, I'm saying it for what it is. You want to monopolize media. You want to monopolize studios. And it's like, why is one person going to be owning multiple studios? Isn't there rules against that? And maybe you need to focus on trying to get Paramount where you need it to be, which is probably why Taylor Sheridan's leaving. And I got that story after this one. Um, Maybe you need to focus on trying to get Paramount to be where it is or where you want it to be before you start to move on immediately, because you just got Paramount in August. We're 2 months in from you having Paramount. Why are you trying to buy Warner Brothers? So it just feels suspicious to me. Excuse me. It just feels suspicious to me that, oh, the ink ain't even finna drying over there at Paramount, and here you now trying to put in a bid for Warner Brothers. It just feels a little suspicious, and it feels like political ties is to it. And everything with this administration, and I know people hate it, why you always got to bring up politics? Why you got to bring? Because the Trump administration has spent the past decade politicizing everything. Everything that comes out of their mouth has political stains all over it. You can just talk about, I just went to the bathroom to wipe my ass with some Scott tissue. They will find a way to make that shit political. We cannot sit up here and deny that every single they have found a way to use politics as a marketing tool to try to do whatever the things that they need to do behind the scenes so that way they can monopolize and control how we get everything. And if they get their hands on Warner Brothers, how they got their hands on Paramount, which Paramount owns CBS, which is considered, for the most part, a liberal news station where they deliver liberal news. Because there was a story that came out that Trump pardoned, what was it, the Bitcoin CEO or something or another, and everybody talked about it except CBS. So CBS is under Skydance. Bari Weiss, who I've already windmilled on many a times on this show when I bring her up, uh, she's running things over there. So when it comes to certain narratives regarding the Trump administration, they're not going to cover it because of who they have in place. So that way they could control the narrative of how you receive your news, media, and information. But that ain't what I'm worried about, because I don't get my news from legacy corporate media. I don't get my information from the major networks. Quiet as it's kept, most people are not. Maybe the old dinosaurs, no shade to the boomers, because my parents are boomers. But, in the old guard of ways, my parents are the ones who get their information from The View and um Channel 7 Eyewitness, even though they ain't got nothing to do, Disney, whatever, is not in the pocket of trying to get their hands on Paramount. I mean, not Paramount, on Warner Brothers Discovery. They're trying to crawl themselves out of their own debt over there at Disney and all the other mess they got over there. And especially with what is it, 20th Century? They're busy trying to work out whatever they trying to, gain some cointata or whatever with that. So they're not even trying to put their hat in the ring, as far as we know, because we haven't heard anything regarding of that. But let me put this picture up because there's a method to my madness in regard to this whole Lex Luthor, because that's what Trump trying to act like, except he ain't as smart as Lex Luthor is. Anyway, so hopefully that's all I wanted to kind of put all that stuff out there. So yes, it just reeks of a lot of, oh, so now you're trying to monopolize studios so that way you get to control the narrative of what comes out. Because who owns Warner Brothers Discovery? We don't even know because they keep saying, oh, they're going to split it and all this other stuff. So will they get there? Are they trying to sell off the movie catalog? Y'all can have Harry Potter and that turf bitches, stuff. JK, whatever. But all the other IPs and then my other grievances is that, okay, if they buy Warner Brothers, like, are we still going to be able to get movies like Sinners and those other stuff that comes out over there? Because they, Ryan Coogler did go to other studios to try to get Sinners made. A lot of studios passed. Warner Brothers, Pam Abdi and Mike DeLuca smart enough and nice enough to be like, you know what? Let's take a chance on this movie. They took a chance, and the movie was a big hit. It's about to be released I think, on Friday, if not already. I don't know. I have to check. But yeah, Sin is about to be released in the theaters again. It'll go, of course, just in time for Halloween, but also I think because Oscar season is about to start. So to get the conversation back up and running, and people start to remember, oh yeah, Sinners came out. Let's kind of consider it for Oscar, whatever, whatever, whatever. Smart enough to re-release it in theaters again, even though you can pretty much turn on HBO Max and watch it there. But let's get into the story. So shout out to Comic Book Movie, because I remember it's funny how I was talking about this quite a few times last week, and now articles being done on it. So I'm glad I'm not the only one that's been thinking outside of the whole business aspect that a lot of people want to play it safe and talk about. Oh, let's just talk about it from a business standpoint. Fuck that. And it's got way more. There's way more layers to this than just, oh, AT&T went and purchased it and damn near destroyed the studio, and now they're trying to get themselves out of whatever debts that they may have with. Even though Warner Brothers, to be fair, has had a great year in regards of a lot of the movies that came out. We went through the list in the past of the multitude of movies that have done, quite successful. So Paramount Skydance appears determined to purchase Warner Brothers Discovery, and a new report reveals that the Trump administration is backing billionaire and Donald Trump ally Larry Ellison's acquisition. Now, Warner Brothers Discovery CEO David Zaslav has begun a bidding process to sell the company in a deal that could cost as much as $80 billion. The controversial executive has already turned down 3 bids from Paramount Skydance's David Ellison, but they remain the most likely buyer. Ellison's father, Larry Ellison, is the co-founder of Oracle and is worth $350 billion. So money isn't an issue. Crucially, he also is a close friend to President Donald Trump, and the Trump administration is backing the billionaire's takeover bid. Now, this is the New York Post talking. They said other potential Warner Brothers Discovery suitors are likely to face stiff hurdles from U.S. regulators, and a senior government official tells the site that who owns Warner Brothers Discovery is very important to the administration. They added, the Warner board needs to think very seriously, not just on the price competition, but each player in the suitor pool has been successful getting a deal done, and that points to the Ellisons. Well, and the funny thing is, the Ellison's making, having so much money. And I hear that David Ellison loves movies, and that's great. And people love working with him in regards of, his Skydance studio. And don't get me wrong, Skydance has given us a lot of great films. Skydance has produced like Mission Impossible and things like that. So I don't mind some of the product that has come out of that out of that studio. However, I'm just signing it over because of who they link themselves to. And anybody connected to Trump, we already know what is about to transpire from that. So that's the overall concern. They said the Trump administration's support is problematic for other potential buyers. Comcast, for example, includes the anti-MAGA coverage of the cable giant's far-left network MSNBC, which owns NBC, the network that airs Saturday Night Live, a show that ridicules Trump every week. Netflix and Amazon raised significant antitrust concerns, given how much they've already dominate the media landscape, while Disney doesn't appear to be in the mix at all. Well, I don't know if you we need to worry about Amazon because quiet as it's kept, the word on the street is Amazon contributed some donations to that East Wing getting repaired, where I don't even understand why he even destroyed that side. The word on the street is that they building a deeper bunker underneath in case we go through a whole nuclear war situation. They could hide his fat ass down there and all them other morons that he working with while the world turns to ash. We'll be able to survive because we've survived worse things, and one of the things about us people who aren't as wealthy, we find ways to be resilient and make it through the situations. You rich people wouldn't know. You wouldn't even know how to wipe your ass if we gave you the damn tissue to do it with. So you need somebody to do the things for y'all. That's the thing. That's the difference between rich folks and or clueless rich people, I should say, who don't know how to do anything. You wouldn't be able to, like, if there was a nuclear war tomorrow, y'all would not know how to cook. You would not know how to clean stuff. You wouldn't know how to survive on your own because you've had people do it for you your entire life. So now the report adds, insiders said Zaslav in particular will be forced to consider regulatory hurdles that not only include antitrust concerns, but the Trump administration's willingness to crack down on what it seems is rampant left-wing bias across the mainstream media, which basically is, I don't want anybody saying anything remotely negative about me. So now I want to buy up the companies that are very much against what his sensitive ass, what y'all got to say about him. So that the person who controls the studio controls the media. And so we get to put out whatever narrative that we want to put out so we can continue to rob the country and do all the things that we ain't supposed to be doing, commit all these federal crimes, which, child, I've had longer receipts from grocery shopping than the amount of federal crimes that they've done in the past 8 months. Because all this other stuff that when y'all, child, let me tell you something. When they flip this damn country to the other side, and if you Democrats don't sit and impeach these motherfuckers for what they doing, they will be held to pay for y'all. Because I don't understand how we ain't doing this Obama mess where it's like, well, we don't look to the past, we look to the future. No, because are they doing the same thing for y'all? They trying everything under the sun to destroy this country and go against y'all. And now y'all want to play patty cake with the other side. No, we need to get as petty as they do, if not pettier. And now they talking about Gavin Newsom is trying to run for president, which I don't know how I feel about that. Because some of his policies, I'm just like, you giving me you are giving me centrist Democrat teas, trying to describe it as being more progressive. So I don't trust that. Although he would be a good one to go up against Trump. Kamala Harris, somebody she want to run again. I'm like, ma'am. Sometimes we got to know when to hold them, know when to fold them, know when to walk away, and the rest of the Kenny Rogers song. No, ma'am, we don't want it because we ain't want you the first term. And if people get mad over, oh well, SMD from the back, I don't care. But no, we don't want her. I would love to have a woman president. I don't want her as the president. And ain't got shit to do with her being a woman of color because she only decides to choose what color she is when it's convenient. Kind of like Stephen A. Smith and Candace Owens. Because she do give me that in a lot of those situations. And plus, on the way she's done black people in the criminal justice system, I still can't get behind nobody that all her past track records and things, and not denouncing uh Palestine, what's happening with them and the genocide of Palestine is what I meant to say. So now to get into the rest of the story, they said there's definitely cause of concern for Skydance's potential acquisition of Warner Brothers Discovery, and Senator Elizabeth Warren of Massachusetts raised one of those on Twitter while discussing a potential merger, saying if Paramount Skydance buys up Warner Brothers, many of the shows you watch will be owned by the same company and they can jack your prices up, which is already happening. Because didn't they just reveal that, if I'm not a chat, let me tell you something, I can't even keep track no more because I think they just announce that they're jacking up the price for HBO Max. Like I'm already told you with the bundle, I'm already paying $32. So I don't know. I'm going to have to check my bill next month to see if it went up again. I'm like, well, goddamn. Can they at least get my wallet like a little? Can they at least? Do I need to get out the asthma pump for my wallet so that way it could breathe a little bit? Because you just like trying to suck all the air out of my situation. Squeeze any more money out of me, I may have to start doing illegal things to watch my shows. And I'm not talking about robbing people, whatever. I'm talking about that I'm gonna have to just start using those VPN situations. Y'all know what I'm talking about. And so she said, we can't let that happen. We have antitrust laws for a reason, and it's on Donald Trump to enforce. Well, you know he's not. That man is a walking white collar crime on two legs. Well, I did say walking white collar crime, same shit. So you think this man is actually going to follow the law? All he does is pull white collar crimes. Enough white collar crimes that'll have him put under the jail for the rest of his days, which I don't even think is long because that the man's health is a mess. So Paramount is, they said, a studio that doesn't have many successful film franchises, which is true. Because if you really think about this, they don't really have that much going on over there on that station. So on that front, an acquisition of Warner Brothers Discovery would be hugely beneficial for them. What it means for DC Studios is a mystery, though we'd expect it to be a business as usual for James Gunn and Peter Safran, at least to begin with. Yeah, because they were some of that. If Paramount Skydance gets their hands on the DCU, they may change up the part with Hawk Girl and what she did to that corrupt president in Superman. If they said they might actually try to change it up to make it seem like, oh, that he comes out as the hero, because they were trying to sit and say in that movie that it wasn't an Israel Palestine types of, and it was like, who was it then? Because that's the vibe we all got when we was watching the movie. But I hate when James Gunn has this habit of trying to tell us what we seen on the screen and exactly what we see. And I'm like, sir, we got eyes. What you're not going to do is piss on my leg and tell me it's raining, because he do a lot of that, talking out of both sides of his mouth when it comes to stuff going on with the DCO, and leaves us even more damn confused. You can't fool me, sir. So, as I said, in the end of the day, I feel like it's all politically motivated. I don't agree with the monopolization of film and media. And I feel like at the end of the day, that's the clear motivation. Now, Skydance owning Paramount, they, like I said, they already control CBS or whatever narrative they want to put out there in regards of legacy corporate media. With the Ellison's help on getting a demonic hooves on Warner Brothers Discovery, they will not only have access to the movie catalog, and to be clear, I have been loving the diverse band of films that the WB have been dropping this year. As you know, for example, Sinners, Minecraft, which they just announced Minecraft is getting a sequel, but we already knew that was coming. The amount of money that movie made, of course, it's getting a sequel. Superman, F1, Weapons, which my mother told me the other day. She was like, "Oh, I saw this movie called Weapons and I loved it." I'm like, "Ma'am, I saw that in the movies." But yeah, so she loved that movie. And Aunt Gladys, that lady was a hoot. I still don't agree with them giving her a prequel, but y'all going to do it? I don't have control over that. It is what it is. I'll just watch the movie and hope and pray it doesn't suck. And so, they'll just have control over another liberal news market, which CNN is a part of Warner Brothers Discovery. And if David Ellison, gets his wish to purchase Warner Brothers Discovery, does that mean? Because there's another concern. Does that mean he'll get all DEI crazy? Because they like to use DEI in the wrong connotation, and we won't get to see more diverse films like Companion or Sinners, or things like that. Because that was the one thing I loved about Warner Brothers, is that Mike DeLuca and Pam Abdy took a chance on giving us a diverse group of diverse type of movies. Even Final Destination Bloodlines, that was a diverse film. They had Filipinos as the lead. When have we seen that? Well, they were half Filipino, but nevertheless, they still got Asian up in them. So we got to see, a diverse group of characters. Companion, even though that movie didn't do all that well, we had a queer couple in the film. A shout out to what's that boy named Lucas Gage, which I forgot he did a queer slasher film a couple of years ago. It's on Hulu with Scott Evans. I don't know. That popped up in my radar the other. I was like, oh, I totally forgot about this movie. I saw it once, like years ago when it came out. I think it came out in like 2016. But anyway, so yeah, I don't. It just gives sinister vibes, and I'm not here for it. So I'm really hoping that this deal doesn't go through. I don't like the idea of one person owning a multitude of studios, because what that means is y'all trying to just control every aspect of the media because y'all have a certain now. Don't y'all have enough channels? Like between all these nutbags that y'all have on YouTube with their little, their conservative media conglomerates, you got Newsmax, you got Fox News, you have all these other channels. Y'all even got the tired ass New York Post. But I'm sick of y'all with y'all bullshit ass narratives regarding Zoran Mamdani. Y'all really pissing me off with y'all corny ass articles. And I ain't wasting no time going over there on the New York Post Facebook page and going in and letting have in the comments. But I'm just y'all have enough conglomerates. Stop trying to buy up every aspect and have because the one thing I love about America is that we are a democracy. We should have different points of view. If you want to go over there and you have a certain narrative about certain things, go over there to whatever conglomerate y'all want to go to and get y'all information. Me, I like to go on both sides because I want to know what the other side is saying about us, and I want to know what my people are saying, and meet somewhere in the middle and make sense of it all, which is what critical thinkers, most of us who use our brain instead of it just being in our head for shits and giggles, because that's what I could have sworn that us having a brain was for, is that use it to think. Use it to actually, and then have objective thoughts when things don't sound right. But nobody wants to question it. Well, I won't say nobody. Most people don't want to question things. Most people don't want to have actual critical things. They want to be told how to think. They want to be told how to feel. They want people to agree with them nonstop. I don't like that. I like being challenged on things. I like learning things. I like always, you know, being pushed out of well, I wouldn't say I like being pushed out of my comfort zone, but if it comes down to me having to be pushed out of my comfort zone, I'm not gonna continue to push back from it. There may be times I could be a little stubborn and push a little bit, but at the end of the day, I'm like, okay, let's just see where this is going, and I'll just go down that alley, that dark alley, without a flashlight. So, I'll say all this to say, because I can go on this tangent forever. What do you guys think of this story in regards of Skydance basically trying to get their hands on another studio? And the fact that they've tried three times already to give a bid, and Warner Brothers so far has said no. I mean, it won't go into effect until next year, and I think with the antitrust laws, it can be um they could go against and be like, okay, we're gonna tie y'all up in court. It may take years for them to get out of that. But why even try to consider why would you want to even do hood rat criminal things when you're trying to buy more than one studio? If you decided to stick with Paramount, stick with Paramount and stop trying to buy up everything. Because one of the things I've always loved about movie studios is that Warner Brothers, what they do is different from what Sony does. And what Sony does is different than what Disney does. And now Disney is a part of 20th century. No, 20th century is at Disney. So whatever they do over there is different than Paramount and so on and so forth. So we like that different studios handle different situations. All studios should not be a mono. We not everybody should be a monolith and just only producing the same type of stuff. So I hope this doesn't go through. I'm still hoping and praying and pushing that it doesn't go through. And maybe this is all a bunch of white noise at the end of the day to get us all talking. But and it's working. So let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. Child, hold on. Let's see what the peoples are saying. Who knows at this point? Um, I know Critical Overlord just did a video the other day. I had to turn on. I'm like, child, you don't even know. He gave like 5 different dates when we could be getting it. All I know is the movie comes out in February. So who knows? Maybe it'll come out. What movies is there any horror movies coming out this year? I mean, this month? I mean, obviously there's horror movies coming out this year. We got Silent Night, Deadly Night. I would think we would get a teaser sometime in November because yeah, it's like February is literally 4 months away. I mean, once we get in November, it'll technically be 3 months. But I do think they need to start the teaser. I'll even go on and say this. Maybe we'll get it. Halloween is this week, Friday. Maybe we'll get it on Friday. I think that'd be a smart thing to do. Give us a teaser on Friday for Halloween. Small little teaser. And then y'all can start your real big campaign in like December and January and that sort of thing because you got to get people excited for this screamo. But I do feel like Scream, the teaser needs to come out soon. It needs to come out this week, especially with Halloween coming down to a close. Oh yeah, I've heard that too. And now I'm hearing also that Bari Weiss might be looking into getting Brett Baer, who was over at Fox News, to come over to CBS News. So, you know, it's getting it gets it's like, okay, we see what you doing, sis. I told you she's like she was a The View co-host reject. She tried to get a job over there after Nutmeg McCain was fired because she tried to say she left. Bitch, they got tired of your shit and got rid of her. And she tried to get the job, and then they ended up giving her to Alyssa, who is like a little light on the conservativeness, but I don't know who's worse. Well, actually, I find Sarah Haynes to be more annoying, and I can't even say this. I'm shocked that bitch is a Virgo, but then again, she's like a mid-September Virgo. She ain't an early September Virgo. She's like September 14th, September 5th. Oh, yeah. I shouldn't throw shade because my goddaughter is September 14th. I think they're around that same age. And my goddaughter got way more sense than her. Wait, what's going on with my notifications? Not John Cameron reminds me of that irritating family member. I love to hate on him. Well, I think a lot of us do. Because a lot of times, the one thing that I think, and I like John Campea, but sometimes, yeah, me watching his show, sometimes I'd be like, he irritates me at times. And I understand like he's big in the game or whatever, but I think what bothers me is that he comes across as a know-it-all. And it's like, sir, just because you know people in the industry and yeah, you've done things, whatever, you don't know everything. And I do feel like a lot of times in the way he comes across, he's an old industry dinosaur, meaning that he continues to be like, well, yeah, we have to go to the movies every week. And, da, 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 and I'm glad you got the coin. I mean, I do too, but I'm glad you got the wherewithal to be up in the movies to see everything and things. And you doing the show that you do, it allows you to have the wherewithal, and probably your wife, because of the big job she has. You have the money and the wherewithal to be able to go to see all these films. Everybody doesn't have that luxury. Not everybody can sit and be in the movies all the time. And I think that the studios the movie industry needs to kind of catch up and figure out ways to get people to come to the movies, which is why I like seeing that uh interview. There was something I saw, I think it was on CBS News in the morning, where they were showing like a lot of the independent studios, like independent movie theaters. Like I know Kevin Smith has one, a couple of other people. We talked about it on the show, and how they said they do nonprofit, it's nonprofit, or they hold certain events to get people um to do like to get people interested in coming to see their movies in theaters, whatever. Speaking of which, I wanted to go to the IFC theater over the weekend to go see Queens of the Dead, and I was not able to go see it. I don't know if it's still there because I know they had Tina Romero came, and then I think Tomas Matos and a couple of other people from the movie was there, and they wanted to see the film. Or they were doing a Q&A after, because they've done that before. Like one of my friends who was a filmmaker had did a movie at the IFC, and I went to support him, and it was a Q&A afterwards. He was there, and of course Guillermo Diaz, who was in the film. I was flirting with Guillermo though. We took a picture together, and that was on my old Instagram. I think I still have those pictures in my phone. I meant to upload them to the new Instagram, but yeah. You said then Disney buys DC. Can you imagine if Disney buys these? Because they were saying that too. Like somebody was like, if Disney actually got their hands on Warner Brothers Discovery and they ended up buying DC, would it be then we could actually see Marvel and DC kind of go head to head with each other in movies? And I don't remember I don't know if it was on the John Campbell show or if it was Christian Harlow, one of those shows that because Christian Harlow do a whole new show every day with new co-hosts, so it's hard to keep up with who said what. But or it might have been him. It might have been who was it? It might have been John Roca, one of his shows. This is one of them. But anyway, to get to the point, they said if that happens, then but then somebody said it wouldn't be a good idea, only because then if Disney and DC are kind of like, yeah, they're under the same umbrella, then you're going to have a situation similar to Freddy versus Jason, which is, remember when we finally got what we wanted, us fans, we wanted a Freddy versus Jason movie, and you have the opposite sides of the studios where they go, well, this character can't totally get beat up, so we can't have Freddy killing Jason. We can't have Jason killing Freddy. We have to come to a draw. So I feel like it's gonna be that. So if you got like Justice League against, versus the X-Men, then it's like, oh no, we can't have Wolverine getting his behind kicked by Superman or whatever the case is. So we gotta make sure that there's an even draw, or this character over on the Disney side gotta have the better one-liner than the one over here. So it's gonna cause a mess. So it would be cool to see that because we could see that happening in the comic book world, but when it comes to comic book movies, there's too many egos involved, so that might not work. He said, "Not Scott Tissue." He said, "The LGBTQIA plus community became political iced because of this administration." Wait, hold on, what happened? I was like, "No, I lost my comments." Oh wait, I got them. Hitting the wrong damn button. Now I gotta find out where the hell okay, you said Paramount does fund RuPaul All Stars. No, and that was another fear that a lot of people were saying too, that they feel that what's gonna happen with RuPaul's Drag Race, because there's been rumors floating around that, and I haven't seen nobody else talk about this, pick it up, whatever the case is, that um RuPaul's Drag Race, I mean, they're talking about that the show could be in danger because of who's behind it. Haven't heard anything. And then I was having that conversation with a friend of mine who, works with a lot of the queens. And I was like, maybe World of Wonder could fund the thing. And they were like, World of Wonder cheap asses ain't going to do that. So I'm like, would they be able to find a new home? Would they be able to, do whatever? It'd be interesting to see like what happens. But I don't think that RuPaul's Drag Race is gonna be affected by the thing, because he also thought, it was like, wait, if this story going around with MTV, shutting down and stuff, what does that mean for RuPaul's Drag Race? I'm like, those are the music channels. MTV ain't played a music video in 20 years, so nobody equates MTV with actually playing music videos. But there's other conglomerates within the MTV situation that they still do play music videos. Those are shutting down. So it'll be interesting to see how that whole thing works out. I mean, unless there's big stories about it, and RuPaul Drag Race ends up at the end of the year, like if they have a contract with Paramount and it runs out, then I think that Fenton and Randy and Rue and all of them need to come up with a deal on, like, okay, so what new home we about to look into? Kind of like Taylor Sheridan, which that's gonna be the next story after this one. So let me get through these comments. Notice how they say Larry Ellison, but not the liberal son that owns Skydance. David was a huge donor to Democrat. No, they mention him in the article, David. But yeah, they talk about mostly that Larry Ellison, when somebody had the unlitigated goal to say, "Oh, Larry looked good for his age." I'm like, have you not looked at pictures of him? Larry Ellison looked like he should have went to go to Chris Jenner and Madonna's surgeon, because whoever did his face, you need a refund, sir. The man looked like, they say he 90 years old or in his late 80s, and he looks youthful. I'm like, really? No, he looks like literally a man who's had plastic surgery. And that's the weird part. It's like, why is it that with some women, they're real good with the facelifts? Like, whoever went to, like, if I ever get to the point where I need a lift, oh, I'm gonna actually, if I ever run to Christian, I'm like, girl, who your surgeon? And let me meet him so he can pull some of this back. So, but that was money well spent, what she did. And Madonna's looking good now. Girl, don't do nothing else. Leave your face where it is. You looking good. So, um, but yeah, but if David Ellison is someone who's more liberal, I get that. But it's like, no, with the way his father, nope. I don't like his father. What about AOC running in 28? Those are the rumors. I know some people, and I do kind of fault her at times, because it's like, yeah, when she was a part of the squad and everything, she kind of did kind of throw them under the bus to say, to continue to enhance her political career. And she has done some things that we ain't necessarily proud of, but I get it. Um, it seemed like to me that she and Bernie, when they were cut to the centrist Democratic Party, that maybe they have learned their lesson and maybe they're coming around and realizing that we need to be a little more progressive and stuff. I kind of wish that Zoran was running as an independent because I definitely feel like, especially with Hakeem Apac Shakur Jeffries, now all of a sudden giving his late ass support to my, oh, I'm going to, we don't want it. And I feel like the way the people have rallied around Zoran, he doesn't need these endorsements. He doesn't need a Hakeem Jeffries endorsement. He doesn't need a Chuck Schumer endorsement. He doesn't need these centrist Democratic endorsements. The people of New York have rallied behind him. And to me, that's way more powerful than you running around trying to play patty cake with these other political figures. You don't need them. And it's coming to show that we, the people, are changing the tide. Those of us who are more progressive and actually got a goddamn brain and using it, we're turning the page, using a Kamala term. We're the ones turning the page on how this shit is being done. And I like that. We're the ones that people have to remind us that we the people are the ones that have changed things in throughout history. It had nothing to do with politicians. Politicians jump on the whole situation because they want to get the votes or whatever the case is. But for the most part, we are the ones who have been the change. That's why I was like with FDR and and him coming up and giving people, with the unions and what is it, unemployment insurance and things of that nature. That's why I like the fact that when they was asking people who were the politicians that they looked up to in the questionnaire regarding, when it was Sliwa and all the other ones, that Zoran said FDR. Because I'm like, good choice. HBO in more ways than one. And they knew to raise that damn price because Welcome to Dairy was coming on. So y'all ain't slick. Also, Kamala arrested parents for having kids being late, failing to realize no school bus situation in California, spouses in war in Iraq, those kids under 12 go to 3 different schools. Well, I hope the public transportation system gets much better in New York. AOC is popular in New York, not the markets needed. She also the anti-men message that hurt Democrats. I don't know if that's necessarily true. There's some men that like AOC. Green Power would make a great Green Lantern. Yeah, way better than Ryan Reynolds' gay ass. Allegedly, they said the rats in the machine have become the machine. Okay, teaser on Friday. Well, look, that's what I'm saying. I hope that they release a damn teaser because we need one. So y'all, we're already going into November. February is literally right around the corner. It's the first week of February, I believe, that Scream is coming out. So y'all need to get that teaser. You need to start getting the train running out of the station around now. Screen Factory is going under. Most of the boutique labels are going under. Yeah, because people aren't really buying physical media and stuff. So yeah, like I said, most economy people are paying bills and stuff to survive. Physical media is seen as an elite thing. But I mean, I like physical media depending on what it is. What I want to do also is I want to get that box set of the Nightmare on Elm Street franchise. Most people are now realizing no sign or reality life will be affordable. It's literally the elite trying to kill us for refusing me. Well, look, first of all, how can anybody be a capitalist or um pull themselves up out of the bootstraps when y'all remove the bootstrap? You remove the bootstrap, you move the ladder, you move everything. I mean, it's, oh, y'all need to work a little harder. If we work any harder, we be dead. But you're making it impossible for people to keep their head above water when you don't want to put things in place where people can actually make a living wage. Y'all raise everything but people's wages. Everything is expensive. Food's going up. I just heard people's insurance is going up. I was like, for why? And then a lot of people about to be kicked off their medical insurance. Well, I do have Roku, so maybe I need to start using that more. Um, well, child, at least the one thing I can say about Barron Trump, because the rumor is that he's hunching a man from Argentina who's in his 30s, and Barron is like what, 19, 20? Well, look, that makes sense. Barron and his daddy getting a beef from Argentina. So I'm not surprised. I mean, he got daddy issues because of Trump. His mother's controlling. The rumor is Barron's on the spectrum. I mean, quiet as it's kept, you would think Trump is on the spectrum, as dumb as he is. But people on the spectrum is very much intelligent, which we already know Trump lacks. So it makes sense that he would get allegedly with a Latino man. Maybe that's why Trump don't like the Hispanics. Because your son getting his back blown out by one, allegedly. I'm not surprised. There got to be some homosexuals in that Trump family. They all can't be straight philanderers. Yeah, we don't need any more establishment. I think by next decade, progressives will finally take over. What happened was kids was too young and not realizing politics are important. One of the things, and I didn't really start getting much into politics until the pandemic. I really feel like the pandemic woke a lot of us up, is because it caused a lot of people to take the time to just stand still because weren't working. I was furloughed from my job, so I was still getting paid while this whole situation was happening until things cleaned up and then we were able to get back to work. So I had a lot of time on my hands between working on projects, entertainment projects, and also uh watching a lot of YouTube videos and things of that nature, which prompted me to get more into doing social media stuff. We had time to sit still and really know what was going on in the world of politics. And I think that woke a lot of people up. And so I think a lot of young people started getting more into politics. There's some that decided to go a little more conservative, but I think that Gen Alpha is, they're going to be the next party to get up in there and start voting. So we'll see. First of all, I just realized something, Robert. Was your website? I mean, was your channel always at Robert Price 4826, or you had to create a whole new profile? Because I do not recall that ever being your full situation. Or am I bugging? It was the fact that I wasn't paying attention because I be focused on so much other stuff. But anyway, let's get back into the show because we got a lot of topics to get to. And let's talk about Taylor Sheridan, because Taylor Sheridan, the big news today has come out that one of the most prolific TV creators over at Paramount is about to leave their channel. They ain't say why, but I got my theories. And we'll get into it. First of all, I did not realize how good looking Taylor Sheridan is. I'm like, oh, he's giving Mr., rodeo tease. Shout out to all the cowboy types that's, out there in the Midwest and the South and things. But anyway, let me stop being a hoe and get into this topic. So now, the prolific Yellowstone and Tulsa King writer and director is expected to jump to NBCUniversal, beginning with a film deal that will go into effect next year. The ink on that one is already dry. Sheridan's TV deal with Paramount is not up until the end of 2028. That's allegedly when the president supposed to be leaving. But now he over here recently, I just saw a story of him talking about that he's considering a run for a third term, even though we have laws in place that say that you cannot run more than two terms. But how has that ever stopped him before? The fact of the matter that you have a president of the United States who has created so many more crimes than we can even count in the past 8 months. You really think he's going to actually abide by the rules by the time we get to the end of this term that he's currently in? But anyway, to get back into the tea, he's supposed to jump ship to NBC Universal at the end of 2028 when his contract is up with Paramount. So now Puck, shout out to them, first reported Sheridan's move. A spokesperson at NBCU declined to comment. Now, Sheridan is one of the industry's biggest talents. He created the Yellowstone franchise. And you already know I don't know, y'all probably know about the big drama that transpired between him and Kevin Costner, which caused them to fire him over there and they killed him off. And he's created a multitude of spinoffs. They have 1923 and 1883. He's on, and also shout out to Daniel Sklenar, who was on the one with oh my god, why do I forget? I think it's 1883, the one with Dame Helen Mirren and Han Solo. Why am I forgetting Harrison Ford? I'm like, why am I forgetting his name? But anyway, and Tulsa King, I love Tulsa King. Tulsa King is in his third season. right now. He also created Special Ops Linus, which I absolutely love. That's with Nicole Kidman and Zoe Saldana. If you're not checked out the first two seasons, that's all there is so far. Definitely check that show out. And Mayor of Kingstown just started its new season yesterday. So that's if I'm not mistaken, because I think it was like yesterday. Yesterday I was watching Miracle from the Dairy, so I didn't even get to watch it yet. But if I'm not mistaken, Mayor of Kingstown just started its new season. So definitely check that show out. I love me some Jeremy Renner. So um that's another reason why I love that show. And as stated, he created Yellowstone. So if you happen to teeter over to Paramount and you look at a lot of the streaming shows that's over there, Taylor Sheridan's name is pretty much on everything. So he pretty much is running Paramount. But it makes you kind of wonder because now that they're under Skydance, Skydance only been has only been in charge of Paramount for since August. Why is all of a sudden Taylor Sheridan deciding to jump ship with over to another studio? So they said that Sheridan's next film, however, is an action thriller called FAST. Now I'm spelling it because it's F.A.S.T. I mean S.T. So I'm saying fast. I'm spelling it out. So yeah, Warner Brothers, that movie is heading out over there. Now they said his NBC Universal deal is expected to be a rich one, which comes as no surprise because if somebody's gonna offer you more money, would I be dumb enough to not take it? Especially when people know my track record and my talents that every show that I've created has pretty much been a hit for another studio. So if another studio comes up to me and is like, "Oh, well, we know your contract's gonna be up in 4 years, and they're gonna give me a bigger contract with much more money attached to develop whatever shows that I want to develop, and I got free reign," you don't think I'm gonna take that deal? And they're gonna leave me alone? And is those shows that I'm creating, is that gonna be specifically for Peacock? Or am I gonna be doing Peacock as well as it's gonna be on like the NBC Universal conglomerates? Like, am I gonna be creating a serialized type show like a Law and Order or a Chicago PD? Like, am I gonna be kind of like the Dick Wolf of and Dick Wolf has his myriad of spinoffs. That's why I'm using him as an example. So am I gonna be creating some like a procedural type thing? But I don't know if Taylor Sheridan will want to kind of go and do that whole situation because you gotta toe the line when you're doing something for NBC. You can't really go there with some of the subject matter that if I got free reign to put it off on Peacock to bring more interest into that channel. Because I do play I am a Peacock watcher. So I don't have like regular TV, cable, whatever. All I do is I have streaming services. Way too many, if you ask me, but I have FOMO. It is what it is. So that's why I'm like every streaming service that's pretty much legitimate streaming service, I'm pretty much paying for. So they said that, as is typical in these deals, Paramount owns Yellowstone and the other franchises he has created for that company. Still, his programming has become a dramatic backbone of the Paramount Plus streaming platform and will likely continue to be for years to come, even given how many active projects he has and a long time frame before he joins NBCU for TV projects. And here's what he said. He said, "I spent the first 37 years of my life compromising." This is what he told Hollywood Reporter in a 2023 profile. "When I quit acting, I decided that I'm going to tell my stories my way, period. And if you don't want me to tell them, fine. Give them back and I'll find someone who does. Or I won't, and then I'll read them in some fucking," or he said freaking, sorry, "dinner theater. But I won't compromise. There is no compromising." And you know what? We need more guys like him. He's like, you know what? I'm not compromising my Christianity for whatever it is, what kind of narrative you want me to put out over here. And I'm thinking that's probably why he's like, you know what? I don't like what's happening over here at Skydance. Before y'all came in, I was given free reign to tell whatever stories I wanted to tell and do what I wanted to do. And I didn't have to compromise my creativity so that way I have to follow behind whatever conservative rules. And I know there could be a stereotype. I don't know where he leans politically, but I know upon appearance, some people think because you wear a cowboy hat and you got these chiseled good looks that you kind of maybe you teeter a little bit on the side of Trump. Not everybody who dresses that way and looks that way or whatever is a Trump supporter. So I don't know where he lies politically. And I don't think he's ever pretty much come out and there's things about him. I don't know. I don't pay attention to Taylor Sheridan's personal life in that way, so I don't know where he leans politically, or if based over the subject matter when I watch his shows, if they have like a conservative lean to it. I don't kind of get that when I watch a lot of his shows. So um maybe that's why I think he's leaving, is because you know what? He doesn't want to play by the rules of this new regime. And he's like, you know what? They're offering more money over there at NBC Universal. I don't have to deal with a lot of the B. And you already know when it comes down to NBC, as we talked about earlier in the previous story regarding Skydance trying to buy up Warner Brothers Discovery, how they were saying that, yeah, a lot of stuff at NBC Universal, they have SNL, they have a lot of shows over there that pretty much have waste no time going in on Donald Trump. So Paramount, now under CEO Davey Ellison, has made appealing to top talent a priority, inking a long-term deal with South Park creators Trey Parker and Matt Stone, inking a new TV and film deal with the Duffer Brothers, and locking in key. And I think they got Duffer Brothers leaving Netflix to go over there, because maybe what it was that the Duffer Brothers wants to play in the wheelhouse of getting some of their stuff put on the big screen. And Netflix has been someone who's very much adamant in not releasing their stuff on the big screen. I'm sure it was a whole lot of, they had to do a whole lot of back and forth to even get the finale of Stranger Things to even play in theaters. But Chris Reynolds and them over there are not interested in trying to do theatrical releases, which I don't get, because I'm feeling like y'all just throwing away a whole lot of money. And yeah, definitely the Stranger Things fans will want to go to the movies and be in a room with a lot of those fans just so they could watch the finale together. Why not? Like, you need to do kind of event stuff. So I think that may have played also a part in the Duffer Brothers leaving, so that we can go to another studio and the studios will allow them to be creative in that way, where it's like we can get some of our stuff in the theaters and we can also do the streaming thing. And then Jon Stewart recently came out and said that he's talking to Paramount about extending his time in the host chair for the Comedy Central late night show. So it does seem like, South Park be going in on Donald Trump, and so does Jon Stewart. But I hope they're not going to fully cuck themselves to wanting to be, Donald Trump ass kissers. These, David Ellison, whatever. Because I'm like, first of all, South Park is a ratings powerhouse. It's killing it in the ratings whenever they release their episodes every other week. And then people love since Jon Stewart came back to the Daily Show, the numbers have been through the roof. So people want that. So to make everything just one sided is just not going to work in regards to money and ratings. But what is, you know, the marketing genius is Donald Trump? No. But anyway, so they said NBCU, whose entertainment efforts are led by Donna Langley, has also forged a reputation for being talent friendly, poaching talent like Christopher Nolan and Seth Rogen, and inking deals with multi hyphenates like Snoop Dogg. Sh- Excuse me. Now, Sheridan has one-on-one studios, famously shoots in Texas and Montana, and his company, in fact, partnered with Paramount to expand their footprint in Texas earlier this year in a bid to boost production in the state. So he's been out there in Texas doing his thing, making a lot of money for, things out there and helping the economy in that sort of way. And like I said before, I like a lot of his shows or whatever. I'm a big fan of Taylor Sheridan. I'm sure this is probably I'm not mad at this move or whatever. It's like, as long as we got a couple more years of the shows that he already has over there at Paramount CBS, and he still has the reign under his contract to do whatever he wants to tell, whatever type of story he wants to tell, let him do that. But he's like, yeah, I'm ready to move on to a different studio who's going to allow me to do different things my way. And so good luck to you, sir. I'm here for it. So I definitely want to hear from y'all. What do you guys think of this story? Why do you think do you think this is a good move that Taylor did in regards of leaving Paramount for NBC Universal? Do you think it may have been politically motivated and that sort of thing? That is like, yeah, I don't want to play in the same sandbox with Paramount anymore. I'm ready to move on and do some things with a different studio that's going to let me do what I need to do and do it my way. So let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. So I find it funny mainstream media allowed Trump to dominate the media after he left office. because all they looked at the end of the day was, oh, it's ratings, oh, ratings. This is money. That's all they care about. Like all these corporations, they care about money. They care about, and so they just thought, oh, it's funny, he's comical, and all this other stuff. And y'all did all of that, and now it's like, look where we are, because y'all get off on the whole circus of it all, where y'all every little thing this man did, you kept giving him screen time. I did see videos that still quarantine and pandemic themed movies are never a good idea. Well, yeah, because I know y'all want to reflect the times, but when we dealing with pandemic type stuff, I don't want to be living through it. That was never it until I paid premium. Okay, Mister, not Mister Left of Nashville. The pendulum switch will eventually go towards the left once again, and progressives will take over at some point before 2040. But the pendulum will once again switch to, well, that's what it's doing now. It all kind of does right now it does the whole, it's feeling a little right, and then people, wake up and they realize, oh, we fucked up, and now you got everybody out here fighting. Black people sitting at home minding their damn business while white folks and Spanish people, all of y'all are outside fighting with ICE and all this other mess. Black people said, we tried to warn y'all. We tired of coming out here cleaning up y'all mess. Now it's time for y'all to clean up y'all own mess. We just gonna sit back, mind our good old black business, and watch the show. Because we tried to tell y'all. Veronica Electronica has sold 60K worldwide. The biggest market was not the UK, but 12K sold in the US, making the US run of the one-time print CD. Vinyl sold out. UK came second with 10K. Well, that's good. Even though, I already had all them songs for Veronica Electronica. Now I'm just waiting for the other music remixes that's coming out. I just wish they would just put the Confessions on the Dance Floor as it was intended. Can y'all get that back on the streaming services? Because I hate like the weird transitions that y'all put on that version. That's why I love the CD thing, because it feels like it's like no skips. It feels like a DJ mix, and now you got a lot of people copying off of that stuff. Doctors are now questioning Trump's health, especially after he spilled of a secret MRI and egg brain scam, EEG brain scams. Doctors are saying it sounds like brain tumors or something. Well, we already know that. That I said, is it brain rot? We already know that there's some cognitive situation, and had the nerve, the unlitigated guard, to sit up here and under the same breath as this thing of you talking about he want AOC and Jasmine Crockett to take cognitive tests. Sir, we already know they're gonna ace it. You're the one that need to be worrying about your brain spilling out your ears in real time. Like, we the one that know that you suffering brain rot. But you always want to deflect. And we could definitely tell that you're not all the way there. Is it bad? That's probably why Barron feel comfortable enough to be out here allegedly running around with a Argentinian boyfriend. Is it bad to say I don't mind entering my 20s during authoritarian rule? Conservatism is the proper approach to anarchism, growing up rebellious in your teens. I'll never be conservative. I'm ready to go full anarchy. Thank God I don't live in the South where this is. And you want to know something? I was just seeing something of I think it was a video on YouTube or whatever, where they was talking about that a lot of you people in the red states, which we already told you that was coming, a lot of y'all are suffering under this current administration. But y'all voted for him. I ain't saying all, but y'all voted for him. David Harbour has been benched by Netflix on the press tour and premiere events. Is coming from a Netflix insider that Lily Allen and the discourse for. Well, that's probably because he got to get sidelined, because with that new Lily Allen album, they don't want people coming out asking him about the allegations of what she's spewing on her music. This is why I keep telling y'all need to, good luck, Travis Kelsey marrying Taylor Swift, because you actually marry a singer songwriter and you piss him off. Did Lily Allen's last record, she wrote about what, she married more than once? I don't think David Harbour's her first and only husband. Her previous relationship, she wrote a whole album about it. Like, did he think he was exempt? So I don't get it. But it makes sense. If we don't start seeing him on this press tour, it's like, well, we already know what happened. You out here being messy because you can't keep your dick in your pants. Quiet as it's kept. I remember David Harbour back when he did an episode of Law and Order SVU. Wayward Pines. Haven't seen that show in a million years. Was Famke Janssen on that, or am I bugging? Or is that a different show? I didn't feel this conservative and religious when Bush was president. No. Well, I wasn't really paying attention to politics back then. I mean, yeah, we knew about the Iraq. I mean, look, it was the Iraq War, it was 9/11. We was thinking about all of that. I was still engulfed in 9/11 because I was in New York at the time when that happened and dealing with that whole situation during that era. And the fact that my little cousin went to school in that area and everybody was freaking out because they was worried about like it was where was he and all this other stuff. So it was a lot in that time. So yeah, I wasn't really thinking about politics back then. First of all, I was way too young. I wasn't really thinking, and then social media wasn't what it was. So they could kind of lie to us and tell us a whole bunch of stuff. You can't get away with nothing now. Social media puts it's so matter of fact and so immediate that and that's why I feel like that these centrist Democrats still aren't getting it. Like this wave and this surge of like Zoran and how popular he was. Like I think he did what was it the Forest Hills theater he was at. First of all, I'd never been there. I didn't even know the shit was outside. There was a lot of people there. It sold out. One of my friends said he was supposed to go, but he couldn't go because I think he had to work, so he had to sell his ticket. But I saw the pictures and stuff online and the speech he gave. Zorn is the moment. He is the move. He is the diva. He is the moment. What's that line that Wendy Williams said? Yeah, he is the moment. People are living for him and all this other stuff. So, um, yeah, he's definitely out here doing his thing. He will be the mayor, and that's why I had to laugh when they were talking about, Eric Adams gave his endorsement. I'm like, who cares about Eric Adams endorsement, a corrupt politician endorsing another corrupt politician? Isn't that the pot calling the kettle beige? And I'm sitting there like, okay, and I mean, that ain't worth the price of tea in China, especially because you came in last place. Like, if Curtis Sliwa, who never has a chance, and he's run every damn time we've had a mayoral campaign, if he hasn't had a chance and become a mayor and he's surpassed you in the polls, your endorsement is going to do what? It's like, how is that going to help you win the mayoralship? And have the nerve to say that mayors don't have that much power, whatever the case is. So, I mean, to Zoran, I'm sitting there like, so if mayors don't have power in New York, why are you running? Tell you, this man is not that bright, and word on the street is he's not even that liked. People just tolerated him as the governor, but he was not liked. And tried, under certain situations, want to blame Kathy Hochul for how they. No, sir, it was you too. We're not gonna sit and just blame her. It said the Bush era did give us the recession pop boom. Well, we do have a lot of good music comes out of the recession. I heard Slater's new single. I'm like, okay, girl, you had me going through it with that new song. He said so yeah, Matt Dillon. Oh, he was on that show, Wayward Pines. I love Matt Dillon. I was just watching him yesterday because I was wait. No, I was watching his brother, Kevin Dillon. I was just having a moment. 'Cause remember, Kevin Dillon was on Entourage. I was watching The Blob, the remake with him and Shawnee Smith. I was like, oh yeah, Kevin Dillon was in that show. Oh, I didn't even know that the Duffer Brothers did Wayward Pines. Maybe because I wasn't paying attention to Duffer Brothers because of Stranger Things. I thought I was like the only thing they did. But I didn't know that they did that show. River Pines was a good show. Wasn't it on Fox? Or am I bugging? It was on one of them. Look, there's been so many damn shows. Sidebar. Speaking of shows on Fox, did y'all know they rebooting Prison Break? I don't think the original cast is coming back. First of all, Dominic Purcell, he already won. He married Miley Cyrus' mother, so he don't need to work. Wentworth Miller's all being a homosexual somewhere, and they can reboot the franchise. I just hope it don't suck. Because here's the thing: I liked the first season of Prison Break. After that, it got stupid. So hopefully they can find a way to make it work. And Lucas Gage, our favorite homosexual, I say that with sarcasm, is going to be on that show. So let's get back into the show. Now, speaking of homosexuals, let's talk about Ryan Murphy. So, Oz Perkins we have talked about this on the show in regards of uh the Ed Gein situation. They decided to focus haphazardly on a multitude of topics, which I was confused in regards of why we bringing all these different things in there. And I get it because you had Anthony Perkins did Psycho, and we know that Psycho was an inspiration behind, Ed Gein was used as inspiration for Psycho as well as other films such as Texas Chainsaw Massacre and Silence of the Lambs and so many other things. Speaking of which, I did hear some people say that there's a really good show regarding John Wayne Gacy that I believe is it John Wayne Gacy? I think it is. That's on Peacock. They say it's not still told in like the sensationalist type of tone as Monster is, because we already know as a gay man, oh sorry, as a homosexual, Ryan Murphy likes to sensationalize things. So they say like, yeah, it's not as sensationalized, but it is a good show. So I definitely need to check that out over there. I did put that in the queue. The timer for me to want to watch or whatever or like just to remember to watch it. So if anybody has seen it or interested in seeing it or whatever, if you haven't seen it, let me know if it's good or not. I haven't gotten around to it yet because there's so many other things I'm trying to occupy and catch up on. But nevertheless, so we were talking about this other stuff, and for a while I was like, okay, it's only a matter of time before Osgood Perkins comes out and talks about, gives his overall thoughts on how his father was portrayed in this show. And finally, he has spoken out. So let's get into it. So in news that should surprise absolutely no one, Ryan Murphy is being called out again over the latest installment on his Monster series, which focuses on Ed Gein. This time, the criticism is coming from Oz Perkins, the son of Psycho star Anthony Perkins. Now, Monster the Ed Gein story was released on Netflix at the beginning of October and sees queer as folks Charlie Hunnam portray the real life serial killer and body snatcher who served as an inspiration for the Texas Chainsaw Massacre and the Silence of the Lambs. Oh, and speaking of which, sidebar, they talked about the whole, the Jew handle thing and one another where they would use the skin of people and make lampshades and things. I see also they use that in the sequence for Welcome to Derry. Yeah, they use that. I'm like, okay, this whole storyline's getting around with they using Jewish people's skin as for lampshades and things. But anyway, so they said as well as exploring Gein's story, Monster also explores the influence Gein's crimes had, including on Alfred Hitchcock's movie Psycho. So now the depiction of Anthony Perkins, played by Joey Polari, has already been criticized as tasteless due to the disturbing link between Gein and Perkins. In one scene, Hitchcock, played by Tom Hollander, explains to Perkins why he cast him as Norman Bates due to his closeted sexuality, saying Gein had a secret. Hitchcock explains a sexual function he could not express, and his inability to express his version of the sexual act turned inward and transformed into sickness. Are you down with the sickness? Oh, shout out to I wouldn't say shout out to Deserve. I don't particularly care for the lead singer. He's a Zionist, but I'll just use it as a reference. So he said, I chose you because you alone understand this sickness. You have a secret, Mr. Perkins, don't you? Hitchcock adds, and this secret is making you sick. I had to cast you, Anthony. You're like him. So to me, when you playing into that, what it's saying is that you think that being homosexual is a sickness, which it was considered a sickness and a disease and a mental disorder at that time until that was debunked, I believe, and if I'm not mistaken, in the 1970s is when they came out and said homosexuality is not a mental disorder and that's all this other stuff. But at that time, that is kind of like what was implied that yeah, being gay, or as we like to say in the show, being a homosexual is seen as a mental disorder. So they're trying to say that this was the conversation that was had around that time. And of course, Anthony Perkins is no longer with us. He's no longer part of the union. So he can't even say whether or not this is what may have transpired between him and Alfred Hitchcock. So this is stuff that apparently is being implied from the writer of the show or writers of the show, depending on if they had a writer's room. I don't know. Because sometimes they'll have like one person will say written by this one, but there's a whole writer's room of people. So Now, Perkins faced speculation about his sexuality for much of his career. The actor who was closeted his whole life was at one point in a relationship with Tab Hunter, which we actually see play out in their first scene when we see Anthony's first scene in the movie, and I mean in the show. And I'm sitting there, I'm like, and they did a good job on the casting because I'm like, is that Tab Hunter? Because he definitely resembled him. And, when I've seen the celluloid closet and I've seen Tab Hunter Confidential, so I know exactly, the tea behind all of that. So now in his 2005 memoir, he discussed the pair's relationship. Perkins also underwent conversion therapy because of his sexuality, all of which is also played out in Monster. Now, Oz Perkins, the son of the Psycho star, has shared his take on the depiction of his father. He said, he spoke to TMZ. The younger Perkins, because he had multiple children, Perkins said he hadn't seen the show and wouldn't watch it with a 10-foot pole. He also criticized streamers for profiting off true crime stories in the name of glamorous and meaningful content. The Longlegs director added that culture is increasingly devoid of context and that the Netflix-ization of, say that 10 times fast, of real pain, i.e., the authentic human experience wrought by actual events, is playing for the wrong team. And then went on to say, now, I was trying to understand what that means because he said the authentic human experiences brought by actual events. Is he trying to imply that? Well, I guess what he's trying to say is that you're sitting there exploiting a lot of these people who were murdered for your own financial gain. That was the same complaint that people had towards Jeffrey Dahmer. That the first season with that show, that people didn't like that. It's like, oh, now you come up here and you're, these gay men that were murdered by this nutbag, and there's people out here who believe, oh, well, they tried to say that Jeffrey Dahmer was racist because he was in a low income neighborhood targeting men of color. Because it was like, oh, he thought black men were beautiful, this, that, and the other. I'm like, two things can be true at the same time. You could be sexually attracted to men or maybe fetishizing them, but also your ability to be a white male living in this neighborhood, the way that the judicial system, as well as the police department, when you're dealing with or I should say law enforcement, the way that they treat white people is way different than the way they treat people of color. So it's like, to a lot of people in these type of situations, black lives don't matter. So he knew, oh, if I cut up these people and I sit up there and I'm boiling them and using their skin or doing whatever the hell I'm doing, and I'm up in here making filet mignon after some black man's ass cheek, that these judicial people or law enforcement ain't gonna think twice about what I'm doing, even when I got all kinds of funky smells coming out from the apartment. So in so many ways, he did benefit from being a white male living in this low income neighborhood around black people and specifically targeting queer men of color in that context. So that's what irritates me sometimes when white people try to speak on situations that they have racial blind spots on. If you are not a queer person of color, you don't understand the nuances of what it's like when a white male is targeting people of color and using that as a way to, or maybe subconsciously or consciously, I don't know. I'm not inside Jeffrey Dahmer's brain. But based on the outside of looking in and paying attention to all of this stuff, it just felt to me that it was like, yeah, though maybe he did think black men were beautiful. Maybe he wasn't racist. I don't know. But the way that he was treated in these situations go to some that it goes a lot deeper. And it could be, when we look at law enforcement, we look at the judicial system, the way that they go at it with, we look the other way when people have been shouting for the rooftops that something sinister and something weird is going on with this man, and because you've seen this privileged looking white male, oh, you didn't think twice that he could be out here actually doing serial killer things and got away with it for a long time. Now, Murphy's latest season of Monster is not the first to draw backlash from viewers, as I previously talked about Jeffrey Dahmer, and now they said the Lyle and Eric Menendez stories, of course, where he tried to basically, even if there were situations that Lyle and Eric Melendez, there was some molestation going on, which I believe there was because one of the sons was abused. So he passed it down and did it to the brother by the father. The father was molesting one of the sons, and then he went and did it to, who was the one I think it was it Eric that was abused, and then he went and passed it down to La. I can't remember. But anyway, and then they started doing it to each other. But then what I did not like about it was that Ryan Murphy was giving like softcore Skinamax corn tease, the way that he was sexualizing the brother. It just felt a little icky to me. Like, even if there was this stuff going on, the way that man lingers with the camera, and we get it. Cooper Koch is cute. I've seen him in person. He was at the Lady Gaga concert a couple of months ago at the Garden. So, yes, he is good looking in person. However, he was there with his man. He didn't think I noticed him, but yeah, he was going into one of the suites and on whatever. Let me just move on. So, the just the way that he was moving about with the camera, and I was like, I wasn't liking it at all. So, I do agree. I don't like the sensationalism of the situation. And I'm glad that Oz spoke out. And it's like, you don't know anything about my father. Y'all just sitting up here taking situations and you trying to run with it, and now you're equating. And I guess maybe you're equating being a gay as a sickness on top of what Ed Gein and stuff was doing in that whole context. I guess maybe what he was trying to say was, yeah, it's all seen as a form of sickness at this time or whatever the case is. I don't know. I just don't think that you did a good enough job making sense of it all in regards of what you were trying to say visually in the show. So yeah, as they were saying, the latter was criticized for glorifying true crime as well as sexualizing the brothers' relationship, which is literally what I said before I even read the article. Eric even called out Murphy, complaining about how he was depicted. Murphy responded saying the Menendez brothers should be thanking him for the interest in their case that he generated. Could you have a big enough ego where he's like, "Oh no, y'all should be, instead of you getting mad at me, you need to be thanking me for actually bringing attention to your case." And I guess maybe the reason why that there was attention brought to the case, because unlike Jeffrey Dahmer, unlike Ed Gein, the Menendez brothers are still alive. So it did definitely garner interest in their case. It's just that um the others are dead, and the other two, they were despicable human beings anyway. And then it is a sense of like, yeah, we could look at, I don't know, their case was kind of different. But for Ryan Murphy to get arrogant enough to just be like, oh yeah, y'all need to thank me, I was like, child, don't play with me. Like, if I was out of the prison, I probably would have slapped the shit out of him for saying that. So I say all this to say, what do you guys think of this story? The arrogance on that man, by the way. So yeah, what do you guys think of this story regarding Osgood coming out and slamming his father? I mean, slamming his father, slamming Ryan Murphy for the shade that he said about his father, or the way he depicted his father. He said he didn't see the show, but I guess based off of what people have told him, and maybe he was reading articles on it, whatever the case is, he has a right to speak out, because it's like, at the end of the day, you don't know my father. Like, I know my dad because that's who my father, I know all the ins and outs. Maybe they've had conversations and whatever the case is. But for you to sit up here and depict a certain aspect of what you think may have transpired with him, who are you to even try to come out and say this and also profit off of this? I don't know if there could be legalities brought into this, but I guess in this situation, turnabout's a fair game. Like, you can't sue anybody for. I don't know if there's any law as far as like, oh, if you say something about me that I can't put something. Look, send out a cease and desist. That's what they did to Tamar. So let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. That part is cute. Look, first of all, two things he kept from us. One, he was half black, and then another one was he was a homosexual. Now you mad because they didn't cast you. And you want to know something? No shade. I like that Oz is out here doing what he want to do, but his movies are not that good. Um, oh my God, what was the name of that movie that he did with Michael Monroe? I thought that movie was terrible. I don't know why I can't remember the name of it. Now, I need to look it up. He was born 1974. Long Legs. Hated that damn movie. The Monkey, I didn't think, I thought it was all right. The kills that actually were quite interesting, but I didn't particularly care for the Monkey either. And I didn't care for Long Legs. People out here talking about, oh, that was such a good movie. I'm like, well, clearly something wrong with your eyeballs, because that literally was like I just felt it was giving Silence of the Lamb rip-off tease. I didn't think the movie was that great. Um, didn't Nicolas Cage and whatever the hell he was trying to portray, I was like, no, no, ma'am. That movie was a chop. I just didn't even like his character. It just wasn't good. But anyway, let's get back into the show. And let's talk about Stephen A. Smith's flip flopping ass. So, after Stephen A. Smith decided to go in and let have not once, but more than once, I think it was probably like twice he did, after he was going in on Jasmine Crockett and tap dancing for Donald Trump, and also didn't have no and was not whenever, but when he got confronted by Serena Williams' husband recently, said, I thought I heard you had some advice to give me about my marriage. And it's like, yes, sir, for somebody who ain't never been married and got alleged homosexual rumors floating on around him because you a man in your 50s and we ain't seen no pussy even coming in your direction. Now you want to sit up here and talk about marriage and stuff. It's like this man has a habit of always giving commentary on things he is not well versed in. This man has never played a sport, but got a whole lot to say about the sports industry and giving advice on sports when you ain't never ran across a track. I've never heard you play baseball. I've never heard you be a cornerback, a quarterback, or whatever in between. I've never heard you play basketball. I've never heard you play any sports, but yet instead he's a sports commentator. And now he act like he knows things about politics, which you blow yourself up every single time when you're talking about politics. I'm like, this man doesn't know anything of what he's talking about, but he giving people advice on who needs to run where, what seat that Jasmine Crockett need to run for. Don't know what the hell you talking about. But I get it because sports has a short shelf life in regards of you doing what you need to do. And I understand you going where the money resides. You want to make yourself you want to keep yourself relevant in some sort of way. So you think like because politics is the big thing that everybody's jumping in on now, that this is what I need to jump on. But if you're gonna jump into a wheelhouse and try to grift, because that's what you are a grifter. And I find it hilarious that so many people out here, y'all are really making it obvious. Y'all make y'all grifting so damn obvious. And I've been noticing that a lot lately. Like when people that you really believe in that, oh, they might have some common knowledge, they may know some things. At the end of the day, you really see the grift. And it's like y'all not even trying to hide it no more. And he's one of the main ones. And you need to focus on getting some surgery to get your hairline up here instead of, where mine's is. I ain't doing my hair today, but your hairline is literally where my what am my headphones? Like your hairline is back here. When your hairline is that far back, you should be giving no advice on anything except, taking a visit to Rogaine. So anyway, so now after he got dragged by all the black pundits, from Roland Martin on down, now he want to backpedal and apologize. So, shout out to Bowler Alert for this tea. So, Stephen A. Smith stepped away from sports this week to clear the air on something that has been following him for weeks. On Wednesday, the ESPN host shared a video on Twitter titled An Apology to Jasmine Crockett, the clip which he called a special edition of the Straight Shooter. Child, you ain't Wendy Williams. It's some damn Straight Shooter. Straight Shooter podcast featuring Smith taking responsibility for how his earlier comments were received and explaining what really happened. He began by apologizing for not addressing the controversy sooner, saying he had been recovering from emergency double root canal surgery. That ain't never stopped you from running your damn mouth before. Just loud and wrong. So he said up there saying that, no, that ain't what it was. You was just like, you let it simmer. You thought it was going to blow all over. But when everybody was going in and dragging your coon behind faster than you could say Van Jones, now all of a sudden you want to come out and backpedal and say you sorry. Take that sorry and wipe your ass with it. Because I'm not buying nothing from you. I don't trust you. As far as I can throw you a snake. You're an opportunist. You don't really stand for nothing. You go where the wind blows. And I can't stand people like that. I can't stand a fair weather person. I wouldn't even say a fair weather friend because I wouldn't want to be friends with you. But you are a fair weather person. Like you don't really stand for something. You go where the money resides. And if you're going to go where the money resides, where the money resides, you need to just be open with that. and just be upfront and be like, you know what? I'm in it for the money. I'm in it just do what I need to do. I want to get mine, cash in, and when the shit hit the fan, I'ma just cash it on my chips and luxuriate in my, wherever I'ma luxuriate it on my millions of dollars. But here's the thing. When the day comes when you close your eyes, you can't be buried with all that money. The thing that you also need to realize when it comes to when you try to cuck yourself to them white people and trying to run over there and you getting mad at Jasmine for questioning the Trump administration, but you want to sit up here and tap dance for them because you know a lot of those people that are in the whole sports situation pretty much support him in a lot of ways, which I don't understand because Trump ain't never done any kind of physical activity a day in his life. You see that waistline? That man ain't seen his dick since Melania gave birth to Barron. So, y'all running around here and you running behind this whole situation and trying to keep all that going when white people at the end of the day, these people you trying to run behind, when the white people done with you, like they're gonna be done with Kundis Owens and all them other coons that be running around here tap dancing for that white approval. When they done with you, sir, don't come running back to the community expecting the black folks to just take you in with open arms. Y'all gotta stop also inviting every goddamn body under the sun to the cookout. Because once your invitation has been revoked, well, at least when it comes to me in the cookhouse, once the invitation has been revoked, that's it. I'm not being like, oh, come on, baby, come on back to the cookout. Like we know you sorry. Nope. Leave his little Samuel L. Jackson with Django Unchained ass right over there pandering the massa and doing what he need to do, because that's what Stephen A. Smith gives. Let him continue to do what he doing with them people over there, because that's what y'all don't think about. Y'all don't never think about the long game. Y'all stay in the moment. Y'all go off vibes. You want to be caught up in what in the now and not thinking about, oh, well, all of this right now that you jumping on is temporary. All of it is temporary. That's the way I look at life. Life is temporary. Relationships is temporary. Everything that you do in life is it doesn't have a long lasting shelf life. And you have to think about down the road. So when you continue throwing your own people under the bus, so you can get that approval of the white folks over there that wouldn't spit on your ass if you was on fire, don't come running back over here to the community because they turn them people, they don't turn their back on me. Well, we turned our back on your ass too, because you ain't never showed that you was here for us. All you cared about is getting your grift on. Get your grift on. Get your grift on. Get your grift on. That's the Missy Elliott remix. So for the whole now speaking of now, he said the root canal, but Chad, you get on my root canal nerve. Now let's get back into the thing, because it's like y'all already look. I guess you could tell based off me going on my little tangents how I feel about Steve A. Smith. Never liked him, never trusted him. I've always thought he was a freaking fraud. Don't put nothing past him, and I don't trust him as far as I can throw him. And as Maya Angelou said, when people show you who they are, believe them the first time. And I truly stand by that. So he said, this has nothing to do with sports. You're damn right it don't. It has to do with politics, which I keep saying you don't know a jack goddamn thing about. This has to do with a whole brouhaha that's been going on with me over the last few weeks. I wanted to take this opportunity to address it because I saw something disturbing about how Trump came at Representative Jasmine Crockett. So he just all of a sudden noticed now how Donald Trump goes in on Jasmine Crockett. He's been going on in on her long before you said what you said. Like, you don't pay attention to what's going on in media. You are in media, sir. So how are you not aware of some of the stuff he's been saying about her? Especially when recently, after we just had this conversation before we got to this topic, and when I read all the comments and stuff, how he literally just said after he's talking about he did a cognitive test, which we already know he failed because the man's brain is deteriorating in real time. Um, he literally said that he wants AOC and Jasmine Crockett to take a cognitive test, which we already know they'll ace because we know this man can't stand being around people far more intelligent than him. So he said he admitted he now understands why some people thought he should have been more protective of Crockett when the topic first came up. If you came to me and said it came across dismissive, that I should have been more protective of her, I understand that, and for that I apologize to my sister. Oh, Nash, your sister. Mm-mm. You don't get no points for this because I don't understand. I don't know how old is Stephen A. Smith. Stephen A. Smith got to be pushing 60, if not in his 60s. Are you not aware? Like, to me, he just gives like I said, the whole go where the wind blows, but you also give me that you lack social awareness. You will lack awareness of your surroundings. So how are you not aware of how Trump has been notoriously racist for majority of how of long as we've known him? Like me growing up in New York, I've heard stories about Donald Trump and how he has treated black people, especially when they wanted to rent in his buildings, and how racist his father was. So his treatment of black people is nothing new. And then they keep talking about, well, why other black I can't speak for them. Why other black people have been kikiing and hanging out with him and rubbing elbows with him at parties that he was always trying to push himself into being a part of the New York elite. I can't speak for them. Maybe it was, oh, they just, oh, he just the life of the party. We just tolerate him because he in the room. But if we really want to go and hang out with him, we don't really do that. Except there ain't no excuse for some of y'all that actually went to his weddings and things back in the day. But I guess it's different when it was, hobnobbing with the elite at that time. And I think what it was, oh, he's just some mogul in New York, a businessman, whatever. Wasn't good at any of it, but the perception of it all was he was what he was. And then, the Celebrity Apprentice, the Apprentice was made him famous, and the rest is history. But I think at the time, the reason why people looked at it differently is because Donald Trump wasn't running for political office. He was just some dude that was trying to fit in with the elite and Hollywood and stuff, but he was the mogul that was in, you know, real estate, even though he was shitty at the job, but nevertheless, the perception of it all was different than the reality. So I think that's why I was different on that part. So I'm not buying what this man is selling with all of this. So they said throughout the video, Smith made it clear that he never intended to disrespect Crockett or any other black woman. I mean, you've said things about Michelle Obama and some of the other black women, so I'm not buying this either. He said his questions about her approach in Congress were meant to spark conversation, not criticism. Well, conversations, people who actually speak in a voice that is not yelling. There's only one tone when it comes to Stephen A. Smith. He always yelling at the screen. I'm like, why are you always yelling? You don't know how to bring your tone down to different levels. But I guess he feels like if I get up there and I start speaking in this tone, then y'all gonna listen to me. Like that's what he gives with that. Like it's very step and fetch it. It's very it gives very much, like I said. I tell you, if Harriet Tubman was taking a lot of y'all to that Underground Railroad to escape the slaves, he'd be the one to go snitch. I definitely feel like that's what he would like. He gives me that very much like, please let me be in. If I snitch, could I go be in the house instead of the field? Like he gives that. So now they said when Trump came at her like that, I was pissed off. No, you weren't. And that's what people meant when they said when you question her, it invites that. I understand that now. He also addressed accusations that his tone towards Crockett was misogynistic, which is why I said he only knows one tone, screaming, calling those claims false. He said, if she tries to take that and accuse me of being misogynistic, I'm going to push back because that's emphatically false. There's no truth to that whatsoever, and I'm not accepting that. Well, you don't need to. Just like we're not accepting your sorry ass apology. Now, still, Smith took accountability for how his words were interpreted and emphasized that he's always open to self reflection. Saying, I could look Jasmine Crockett in the face and say, I'm sorry for any kind of noise I caused in your direction. Now, in the video, Smith went on to praise Crockett's intelligence, leadership, and political future, calling her one of the most impressive figures in Washington, saying, I think Jasmine Crockett should be competing for the Senate seat in Texas or the Attorney General spot because she's qualified, she's accomplished, she's smart, and she has an incredible challenge working in this political climate. Well, I'm glad she got your permission. Smith explained that his intent was never to tear Crockett down, but to push strategy in Congress within the Democratic Party. We need resistance to what we see going on in the streets of America. I asked the question because I want her to keep growing and leading. He also made it clear that his motivation comes from a place of love and care for the Black community, not criticism. Saying most of the trouble I get in is because because he cares about the community. I'm done. I can't. I cannot sit up in here and continue to just go down this rabbit hole of bullshit that he's spewing. But I just have to say, at the end of the day, nevertheless, sir, stop trying to. Can we please stick to the rivers and the lakes that we're used to? I mean, I guess that would be sports, but you barely good at speaking about that too. But I guess because Stephen A. Smith is loud, very controversial in a lot of stuff he says, it sparks, it gives him attention and all this other stuff. But now he's trying to jump into politics because this is the new thing that everybody wants to jump into. But at least if you're going to jump into different wheelhouses, take the time to do the research and understand what it is you're talking about. Even me, like I got into more or less understanding and learning more about politics, and I lean very progressive in my ideology. I didn't start getting more into it until around, like I said, the pandemic and things, because I had a lot of time to sit and reflect and really stand still and realize that what the world truly is like being unplugged from the matrix. And for the most part, and seeing those things, but I just don't trust this man as far as I can throw him. I'm not buying this apology, and I just feel like at the end of the day, Jasmine, you continue to do what you're doing and don't listen and kill the noise, because by next week Stephen A. Smith is gonna backpedal and say something else and then talk about, oh, I'm sorry. Because the only time he'll come out and say controversial things, and then when people drag him, then he wants to apologize, and then he'll go back to being messy again the following week. So, like I said earlier, when people show you who they are, believe them the first time. And we've seen this song, we have heard this song played many a times when it comes to Stephen A. Smith, who is, at the end of the day, a financial grifter. He goes where the wind blows. He doesn't really stand for anything. He just says whatever. And I think, he's one of those typical, let's throw something at the wall and see if it sticks. If it sticks, then we continue to go along with it. And if there's backlash, then I come out a couple of days later and say there's some type of excuse, and then I apologize. Kind of like Brandy out here lying and saying, oh, I was feeling dehydrated. I was going to pass out. That's why, girl, we seen you run to the soundboard backstage, because, people got cameras everywhere. We seen you run to the soundboard and you was mad over the fact that they kept messing up your audio and you decided to run off on stage and didn't want to perform. And now you came out with some whole new excuse. Same thing with Stephen A. Smith coming out with an excuse and expecting us to buy this foolishness. So y'all can believe what y'all want, but I'm calling cap on this damn excuse that he had to say regarding the whole Jasmine Crockett thing. So I say all this to say, what do you guys think of this story? In the words of Cher, do you believe this excuse that Stephen, or this apology, this half-ass apology that Stephen A. Smith said in regards to Jasmine Crockett? So whatever your thoughts are, let me know in the comments down below. Oh, he dropped out of high school. Shout out to him. I like Jeremy Allen White. There was a rumor that was going around that he might be in talks to play Wolverine. I was like, I wasn't really looking at it that way, but I could definitely see them putting him in as Wolverine. Why not? We need a change. And I like Jeremy Allen White. I've liked him ever since Shameless. And I like the fact that out of all the people from that franchise, he actually was the one, surprisingly, that, made it. We haven't really heard from all the other ones. I mean, we know Shanola, the black girl. She went and had that show on NBC, but then they canceled it. So she got to get a new gig. But, yeah. So shout out to him. And, he got kids. So he got to show that he could be an example. It's like, at least I got to have something. I need people to realize MTG and all these Republicans going anti-Trump is just grifting. Absolutely, she a grifter too, Miss Gerrymanderer. She a grifter. All of them are. So I'm not buying this thing from her. I'm not buying this thing from Tucker Carlson. I'm not buying it from Kundis. I'm not buying it from Stephen A. Smith. You're all a bunch of goddamn grifters because they know where the money is. And there's more money in conservatism than there is in doing other things. Conservative politics. He got one more daughter. He's got one more daughter than me, so I guess that makes him. Oh yeah, that was another thing too. Shout out to Funky Even he did bring up that, what, his daughter's out here doing kind of the same thing. And he was like, well, yeah, what if somebody came at his daughter the way that he came at the Jasmine Crockett? So that may have had something to do with it. One of Steven's two daughters says that his TV persona is, of course it is. I refuse to disturb my peace over somebody alter ego. Alter ego. Shout out to Doshi, which I wish I would have worked that concert because I heard that I saw the video online. I was like, wait, is that the theater in Madison Square Garden where that happened? Because they were showing like she was trying to slide down a slide that they built on the stage. And because of what she was wearing, her butt was skeeting, like screeching against it. And I was like, maybe you need to, if you're going to have a slide, you need to wear a whole different outfit to slide down that thing. Because if your skin start rubbing up against that, that's worse than like when you outside and you on that metal slide and it's hot and that sun be hitting that. I used to refuse. I remember one time I did, of course, when everybody's a kid, they do that foolishness. And then it's like, nope. When you learn your lesson the first time, no, I ain't getting on that as hot as it is. I'm gonna let a couple of y'all kind of warm, I mean, like cool it off a bit. Because if y'all go on there during the summertime, by the time all them bodies get up on it, ain't gonna be as hot when I get Stephen A. Smith never played a sport. I did not know that. Then who did he? That's what I said because I was like, what made you qualified to actually talk sports? But I guess being a comment when you can't do teach is, I guess that's that old term. Cash Patel is learning how race. I don't know where the hell that dingbat been. Yeah, because they were celebrating Diwali, which President Trump, the president, was doing, and then people was spewing all kinds of racist rhetoric online. I seen them. I seen the post. Cash Patel is learning how racist MAGA is. His fellow Indian conservative Vivek had no heart to tell him the truth. Well, Vivek is another grifter, big head ass, and a fraud. Stephen A. Smith has, child, why you look better than him? It said it would not surprise me if the powers that be at ESPN, Disney, etc., probably had a little talk with him. Probably because remember he the same one that threw what's that other fool name? The one that had the show with and then got ostracized because he had a little inappropriate situation with that young white girl. Why am I forgetting his name? That was in a foot. Yeah, he threw him under the bus, threatening him with the yeah, probably. Who do you like more? Can I take option E? Neither. I don't like Stephen A. Smith. I can't stand Cory Booker because Cory Booker is as fake as they come. It's another one that's performative, and that's why I love the fact that he went on the I Had It podcast where Pumps and Jennifer Welch basically ate him up. And I was cackling because I was like, oh, he thought he was going to go on here because these are these white women from Oklahoma that he thinks, oh, they're like centrist. They're not going to call me out on my shit. Oh, he got a rude awakening because Jennifer did not let her foot up off. Well, it might be poor choice of word. She ain't let her foot up off his neck in regards to that whole thing because you know how it is with white people kneeling on black folks. So yeah, she ain't let up off his behind and did. That's why I'm like, not her in the studio with Linda Perry. Who should? Yeah, Shannon Sharp. Thank you. But yeah, I seen her in the studio with Linda Perry. I'm like, what in God's name is going on? And what she I said you a couple of decades too late jumping on the Linda Perry bandwagon because Linda Perry, I mean, she might still have a couple of bops left in her, but Linda Perry was popping back when Pink did Misunderstood. When was that? Like 2001? And then working with Christina Aguilera on the Stripped album. Oh Lord, you know what? Shout out to you, Hannaful. That you still trying it with the music, but you kind of like Demi Lovato in the way of like you just be jumping on trends. By the time your album come out, the trend is pretty much done. Like you jumping on the whole. It's like when the with the rock era with Holy Fuck, you jumped on the bandwagon. Like we were ready to move on from the whole Olivia Rodrigo type of vibe of pop rock music. And then now the whole Charlie XCX Brat era is pretty much behind us. Now you come out with the new album, which I will say the songs is good on that new album, but nobody really cares. It's no shade. I'm just saying. Shannon Sharp, Shay Shay, Uncle Shay Shay, as we like to call him. Anyway, so but I do wonder what's going on with that. Funny enough, I'm saying, but I'm talking about Jennifer and Linda Perry. What's going on with that? I did not mean to go and use that as a phrase. It just happened. If you know, you know. What's going on? And I said, I do like that song though. Her one hit, but she was able to parlay something out of it. So shout out to her. Anyway, let's move on. Oh, you think Linda? Let me not go there. I was like, you think Linda Perry ate the box? You think that it would ever get to the point that Jennifer would ever go lesbian? Y'all ever think that she would ever turn over to the look? She got a non-binary child and got a couple of homosexuals in the family. I mean, and her best friend a homosexual, the one that be teaching her how to sing. So maybe was like, you know what? Maybe I need to open my legs to some lady lumps and see how that all works out. It'd be funny because I'd be like, you know what? You've been trying it with the men and you can't seem to make it work. But if you get with a woman, maybe your relationship could last longer than Niecy Nash. Because Niecy Nash still with her woman. It ain't about whether or not, these women could turn a woman gay or whatever. Okay, it's no shame. And I am a man, but a lot of you men ain't shit. But anyway, let's move on and let's get into some OnlyFans tea. So clearly I'm in the wrong goddamn business because the OnlyFans girlies and, male and female, I'm calling when I say girlies, I mean all the genders. It seemed like to me that the OnlyFans people, y'all making a good mint over there at that website because the OnlyFans CEO, which we have here on the left, is talking about how much money they've been paying the creators since 2016. So now during a talk at Bloomberg Tech in London on October 21st, OnlyFans CEO Kylie Blair, or is it Keely? Because it's K-I-L-Y. It might be Keely. Keely Blair shared some metrics on the platform and said that it has paid out $25 billion to creators since its founding in 2016. As reported by Bloomberg, Blair sat down for a chat that shared that the company has paid billions of dollars to creators on the platform, sex work or otherwise, and that everybody else and that is true. Now, not everybody is doing sex work over there on OnlyFans. There are people who got cooking shows and all kinds of other stuff. So there should be a variety of different things that people are doing. If you got a hobby, if you got a talent, besides what's between me down there, then use OF to make that happen. So she said, quote, there's not very many tech companies that can talk about creating wealth for others than just profiteering, essentially. For us as a company, that makes us very proud. We talk to our content creators and we understand the difference that it's made to their lives, the way that they can continue to challenge themselves or build the fan base or try something new, be a bit disruptive. Blair also addressed the misconception that OF is an American company, even though it's actually based in and was founded in the UK. Well, I didn't know that either. So you learn something new every day. She said, I always joke we're a British company with a very American personality. And so everyone kind of assumes that we're American, she said, which prompted a question from interviewer Carolyn Hyde on whether most of their business comes from America. She said the majority of our revenue comes from America, but that's our single biggest user base. But there's a healthy number of British people. And I'm not surprised by that because with the way our economy is and the fact that people ain't really making a living doing regular jobs, we hear so many stories about how so many people have started OF channels or OF pages and have had bigger success selling content, whatever it may be. But mostly, let's stick to the corn because that's where it seemed like a lot of people associate OF with. More people make money prostituting because if you thinking you're not a prostitute, by basically because you are selling yourself on anything you selling yourself for, you are a prostitute in some sort of way. Prostitution should not have a negative connotation because anytime, like even me selling myself on YouTube, in a way, I am a form of a prostitute. I just got my clothes on. So, and I do make money from the ads and all the stuff on YouTube when I do my videos. So, um, yeah, it shouldn't be a negative situation, and we got to stop looking at sex work as a bad thing too, because it is the world's oldest profession, quiet as it's kept. So, she also stressed that while much of the content on the platform is pornographic, It's not the only content that creators are using the platform for. She was joined on stage by cricket player Tymal Mills, who recently partnered with the platform. He remarked that many athletes are looking for other ways to make money, which echoes what a WNBA player Cambridge said when she was recently asked if she made more money from on OF than she did playing basketball. Well, female basketball players don't really make a lot of money in the NBA, in the WNBA anyway. Not the type of money that LeBron James or Jalen Brunson or somebody will be making. They don't even do even some of the girls like Caitlin Clark and them, I'm sure that they're not even making a whole lot of money doing from the WNBA. She said, the WNBA salary, it's not that hard to make more money doing anything. She said when asked by TMZ Paparazzi if it's true she made more from OF than she did during her entire WNBA career. She said, I feel like women gotta make more money playing the sport they love. And yeah, that we can sit up here and talk about the pay disparities between women and women athletes versus men athletes. Men always make more money. I feel like when it comes to females and entertainment, it seems like there's two professions that I can think of off the top of my head where women make more money than the men. Heterosexual pornography. Women are always the bigger stars and always made more money than the men, hence why men go over to the gay stuff. Or back when studios were popping. Now it's like OF and JFF. Nobody uses Orson Welles thing anymore because he's busy in jail trying to fight to stay alive. So, and all the other conglomerates, you know, the men always make more money in that situation. But corn is when we make more money. That's the straight stuff and modeling. So, and I'm talking about modeling as in like elite models, or you working doing stuff for Givenchy or the fashion houses and stuff. Women models have always made more money. So those are the two businesses or industries that women make more money than men. But for the most part, I do agree that even in sports, women should make an equal amount, of money than men do. But they've always seen sports as like a male dominated thing. There's still gender discrepancies with that. But I do agree. It's like we have associated OF with just being adult cinematography. But it is good as like, yeah, I think we need to use OF for other things as well. Like I would like the idea of like artists going like, you know what, if I go and make like if you have a specific fan base, and I know like a lot of artists use TikTok or whatever the case is to push their music or whatever the case is, why can't artists be like, you know what, I have an OnlyFans on an OF channel. I was like, you got to be careful with that because algorithms and things. I believe that saying the whole name out loud, and I probably said it a couple of times already. So hopefully I can monetize this video. But OF, I feel like why not be like, if you're I don't want to use a big mainstream artist because Beyonce, Taylor Swift, and them, they'll always have a fan base that'll buy whatever they put out for the most part. But if you have like a lower tier or like a Kesha a, a or a Demi Lovato or whoever, it's like, you know what, I have a OF channel and I'll have my exclusive music. If you want to see my music videos, whatever the case is, behind the scenes, whatever the case is, you can go and subscribe to my OF channel. And then yeah, you pay like $5.99 a month. And if you have thousands of fans, hundreds of thousands of fans, and they pay like a $5 fee every month. All that adds up, and that's like good revenue for you. Now, I don't know the amount of percentage that OF takes from how much you make. I can't remember that. I mean, I can't remember off the top of my head, but I'm sure there's like a big percentage or whatever. And I've heard that was a complaint that some content creators have, the amount of percentage that OF takes from how whatever the revenue is that you make from that whole thing. So it's like, yeah, everybody is getting this whole stage of entrepreneurs, being entrepreneurs and having their own situation and creating. And I know some people even have moved from OF and there's like, you know what, let me just create my own website and put my content there and make money that way. So that way, and I have stuff coming out in that whole situation. So I don't have to, there is no middleman. It's like everything comes to me, which is like you see more independent artists doing that. Where it's like I get 100% of the proceeds in that whole situation. Was Iggy Azalea at one point doing OF? Well, I think what she was doing with her music, but I think that would be a good idea. Like if you're a sexual artist, like a Brooke Candy, I think Brooke Candy actually has an OF. And they could put like more if you are someone who is very sexual, if you do like, if I'm the electronic music EDM version of Lil Kim, and I'm doing like hyper pop and all that stuff, but my lyrics are a little more explicit, and I want to show videos of like naked people up in there, naked dancers. We doing sexually suggestive stuff in the videos to kind of play up that whole vibe of my persona. Then it's like, yeah, I would use OF for that because you get to see the more explicit videos over there that I can't put on YouTube. So I gotta agree with that. And I'm like, chill, $25 billion. Like I said, I'm in the wrong damn business. The amount of money I could be making over there being a hoe. But anyway, so I say all this to say, what do you guys think of this story in regards of the OF CEO saying how much money they've been shelling out to creators since 2016? And that they coming up on the 10-year mark next year of how much money they've been paying. So wait, I didn't even realize it. I'm like, so OF's been out since 2016. I didn't even realize that. Because, sometimes, there'd be companies that be around and they'd be like, wait, these companies been around for a long time. And you don't realize it because that it's like once the company becomes popular, you start to pay attention to it. So I thought like OF came out like maybe a couple of years ago. I didn't even think like 2016 was when it was launched. So yeah, let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. You said some of that money is for. Well, it seems like a lot of people out here doing fraud with these companies, right? What these companies are doing fraud. Well, not to aid the okay. Not Footworkers Unite. Yeah, because what's their who was it? Was it Evelyn Lozada that was selling feet videos or whatever the case was? What many don't talk about the hidden crypto angle of these ooh, OF for clean content. That's like getting a legit massage. Okay, because who gets a legit massage without a happy ending? I wonder how much of a decrease may have been going in the adult entertainment end because of people's change in priorities. Do this, you know what? And I was wondering about that too, because you say it may have been going on, but I'm wondering under this current administration how it's going to affect people because yeah, with people tightening their purses a bit, how are people going to be out here continuing to support those content creators? Because another thing I've been noticing, a lot of you content creators are greedy as hell. That y'all be charging people a fee to subscribe to your channel, and then you want to do in the messages, you go in your messenger or the people messages on OF, and y'all be like, "Oh, if you want to see this video, you got to pay $20. If you want to see this video, you got to pay 50. Why am I paying a regular monthly fee on top of I got to pay another fee to see certain like what?" And then you wonder why y'all losing fans because y'all literally trying to rip your fans off. I feel like if you really put quality into your content, it should just be you should be charging people a flat fee for whatever type of content you want to give them. You shouldn't be ripping and then got nerve, some of you, with y'all videos, the video that they be paying $20, $25 or sometimes $50 for, be like 2 minute videos that you could just stick up on Twitter and call it a day. Okay, so there, I knew I wasn't bugging. So Iggy Iggs did have an OF account. I know a few homosexual artists that went off to sell the explicit music videos where YouTube won't censor, like not facials, and a few sex scenes that YouTube won't allow. Wait, who did that? Oh wait, Oh yeah, I did hear him. I think he was doing. He got a big one too. And they said he was there was he was doing content and stuff and putting on OF. Almost forgot what we was talking about. Blink 182. Nah, for that video where they was butt naked. I applied for college this past weekend in hopes to major in English. From the looks of it, I might be sitting in a college lecture. Well, that's good. I'm glad you get your education. I like when people out here want to reinvent themselves in ways. I'm like, yeah, I want to go and be an English major, and so congratulations to you. They said, Bad Baby, Iggy, Tyga. And Bad Baby made millions of dollars doing OF, but y'all some perverts because y'all went and the minute that girl turned 18, she jumped on that. There was another artist. There was who was that? That Tay girl, that dumb bitch. She jumped on there and was doing OF too. Lil Tay. That girl's slow. It's like Iggy, Tyga, Cardi B, Lily Allen, Safari, Sway. Somebody was recently. I saw a post. Somebody was talking about that. Safari did a workout video, and they were talking about his meat looked a little swollen, like he need to go to the doctor. It's what's going on down there. I don't know. Sway Lee did one. Sway Lee is cute, but I saw that there was this YouTube show that I watch where damn, I forgot the name of the ladies, but um hold on, let me see. Because I forgot that I know I had them in my history situation. But anyway, there's these two ladies that what the hell is the name? They do videos, reaction videos to Madonna. And they recently, I think, did a review on a reaction video, our anxious reactions. Always forget their name, but these two ladies, I don't know if they roommates, they lovers, whatever. I know also the Madonna Louise Veronica Ciccone podcast did an interview with them. I need to watch that so that way I can learn a little more about them. But these two ladies, they said they just they review Madonna albums and all her other past work. And yeah, they speaking of Sway Lee, they reacted to her Crave video. That came out, I think, earlier today. So I gotta sit and watch that. That's what made me think about that. Consider how many OF pages I see in X Twitter bios. I don't think it's profitable for many adult performers. Probably not. I also saw that. Oh yeah. Well, I'm not surprised Erica Mena would be doing a video. Well, how else she making money over there at the Zeus Network? Let me paying them girls like that. Um, But how many yeah. It might not be, but I wonder, speaking of which, I wonder how Porfy out here making his coin. Cause he told about that he had to take a break from stuff for mental health, and he was dating that other porn star that he was talking about he was being physically and mentally abused by, the muscle queen. What's her name? Um what's it, Muscle Poppy, whatever. Chad, I be forgetting these people's names as fast as I talk about them. Um Fitness Poppy, that's what his name was. So yeah, he was somebody he had to take a break, and also he had to get surgery on his back door. He had already went through, and then because the military, he was in the military. I don't know if y'all knew that because he talks about it. He was in the military, and then he got to go and get there's issues with the insurance because of the current administration and a bunch of other stuff going on. And he said because he started to develop, I guess because of all the friction from a lot of you cute bottoms with y'all butts, and y'all don't be thinking about it. A lot of y'all get pounded back there. A lot of that friction when you taking a lot of them ginormous penises, the effects of what it does to your back end. People don't be thinking about like, yeah, it looks cute and everything when we watching it. But the amount of damage a lot of these ginormous penises that look good on camera, the effects the damage it does to your back end. So it was like he had to get surgery back then, and he got to do one more procedure. I think it's a cosmetic procedure because he wants it to look, and then he might get back to doing the adult cinematography. I'm like, girl, you better take it easy. But anyway, let's move on. Get out of the adult cinematography talk. And that's getting us Spears mess. So apparently, Jamie Lynn Spears, who I think is about as slow as they come, all of a sudden decided to have herself an epiphany. And it's like, you know what? I'm actually unfollowing Kevin Federline after she taught so much ish about her damn sister and was shocked when his book came out that he included some of her personal text messages in the book because he did what he had to. He threw everybody under the bus and selling books. The book went triple plastic. It didn't even make the New York Times bestseller list because nobody cared. and people saw through his grift that he ain't nothing but a damn. Today's episode is brought to you by grifters because we've been talking about grifters throughout this whole damn show. So, um, Spears, who's 34, also stopped following Kevin Federline's wife, Victoria Prince, on the social media platform, that'd be Instagram. And this is according to Us Weekly. So now, in his book, which hit stores on Tuesday, October 21st, Federline, who's 47, shared two lengthy texts that he claimed Jamie Lynn had sent Prince, 42, that'd be the wife, about his two sons with ex-wife Britney Spears. Now, in response to Britney, 43, publicly lashing out at her kids, Sean Preston, now 20, and Jaden James, now 19, when they were still estranged, Jamie Lynn purportedly wrote, "Honestly, this makes me want to cry because I feel for those boys so much. I'm her little sister by 10 years, and I can't imagine what her actual children must feel like at times, but I am familiar with the feeling of being a dingy or being is it dingy or dingy? Being a dingy, I think she meant dingy, trying to survive in a wave caused by another's ship, feeling like you have to rescue yourself. I always wanted her to get better, especially for the boys." So I guess you're trying to say she a victim of circumstance because Britney was the bigger celebrity than she was, and you was basically trying to ride her coattails. Yeah, you got lucky with Zoe one on one, but quiet as it's kept. We didn't give a damn about you. I didn't care about her growing up. And we already heard the stories, according to Britney and her memoir, calling you a raging bitch, and all the things you allegedly was doing to her behind the scenes, and how you was a nightmare to not only her but the parents. Because you definitely give me Rhoda tease from the bad seed. You definitely give me like you was a bad seed behind the scenes. So I never particularly cared for Jamie Lynn. Jamie Lynn is like she reminds me so much. Now I could definitely see why me and Brittany got stuff in common. We both don't like our younger siblings for reasons. What was the line that Joan Crawford gave to the children when she decided to cut them out of the will for reasons known to them? That's literally how I feel about this situation, and when dealing with people that's just like, mm-mm. Like, yeah, there's a reason why we don't like your ass. But now Jamie Lynn allegedly went on to admit that she had started to resent Britney for how she treated Preston and Jaden. I think you resented her also because she had the bigger career than you and she had more talent than you did. So you're not gonna sit up here and try to use her kids as a smokescreen for your own insecurities. Saying I'm still trying to come to terms with how she could be so unaware of anything outside of herself. Now, Federline claimed Jamie Lynn later sent Prince a second message that read in part, "I don't think there's enough money or material things in the world that would be enough to repay y'all." Federline and Prince for doing what Brittany, couldn't be bothered to do as a parent. And I'm sure my sister has never thanked y'all for raising her children. Well, my thing also is, how are you speaking on things you may not even be privy to? Like, are you even aware of what she may have gone through under that conservatorship and how much access she had to her children and whatever mental health situations that she had to undergo at the time when she was in the conservatorship, and possibly the what's the other word, the postpartum depression that she was dealing with, plus the stress of how the paparazzi was coming after her when she had just had the kids, and this was all at the height of her, excuse me, the height of her fame when she married him, and how Kevin Federline came across as nothing more than a goddamn opportunist. So there was a lot of factors that played into that. And maybe you were given different stories based off of what Kevin told you and what Kevin was telling the wife. And I'm sure that Kevin, even though we weren't thinking about it then because it wasn't coming out in the press, but now I think with this book and some of the other things, I'm thinking Kevin Federline was probably mentally abusing these children and turning them against their mother with some of the things that was being said or he was telling them at the time. But nobody truly knows what was going on between her and them kids except what the boys was saying. So it's their word against their mothers and their mother's word against the boys, whatever the case is. And people are not going to believe Kevin because Kevin's always come across as an opportunist. And so it's hard to know who to believe in throughout all of this. I don't know who to believe at this point. And Brittany, you ain't doing us no favors with all the crazy antics you doing, because we're about to get into that foolishness in a second when I'm done with this story about how you out here driving your car and driving like a nut and the excuse you gave for it. So y'all already know they said Britney and Jamie's relationship has been rocky since at least 2019. Now, the sisters first had a falling out over Britney's controversial 13-year-old conservatorship, which worsened when Jamie Lynn released a memoir, Things I Should Have Said, in 2022, just 2 months after a judge terminated the legal arrangement, saying, as I was fighting the conservatorship and receiving a lot of press attention, she was writing a book capitalizing on it. Britney fumed in her own 2023 tell-all, The Woman in Me. She rushed out salacious stories about me, many of them hurtful and outrageous. And to me, if you're going to sit up here and try to pay profit off of my pain, ain't no coming back from that. Like, I don't want nothing to do with you. I don't want to reconcile with you. I don't want to be friends with you. Like, you are dead to me. Dead to me, dead to me. Like, you are literally, I'm done. Like, I can't be bothered with anybody that's gonna destroy, like, you risking my trust for what? Profit? It's like you did it, didn't work, just made things worse. Kevin Federline did it, didn't work, made things worse. Nobody bought the book. I don't even think Jamie Lynn's book did well. I need to find out what them numbers are for that. If y'all in the comments want to sit and do that research for me, because I'm busy doing a show, let me know in the comments. But a source exclusively told Us Weekly in September that Britney and Jamie Lynn were doing a lot better and even plan on getting together soon. Well, child, after this mess, I think they're gonna be back to the way things were before. I think Britney gonna be like, well, fuck that bitch. I don't want to be bothered with her. The girls decided to keep their problems out of the public eye, the source explained, with a second insider adding, they really love one another, but they can be hard-headed siblings. As for Britney's parents, the first source shared that there is no chance of a reconciliation between the pop star and her father, Jamie Spears, who served as her conservator from 2008 to 2021, and Britney's relationship with her mother, Lynn Spears, remained fragile. Federline accused Britney of mistreating their sons on multiple occasions in his memoir, including allegedly that she once punched Preston in the face and told him that she wished him and Jaden were unalive. That ain't the word she used. She used the D word, according to him. Now, Brittany has blasted her ex husband for making profit off her pain, similar to her sister, with her spokesperson also previously told Page Six. He and others are profiting off her, the spokesperson told that us regarding Federline's book. Sadly, it comes after the child support has ended with Kevin. All she cares about are her kids and their well-being during this sensationalism. Federline also told Extra that Preston and Jaden supported him writing the bombshell memoir, ripping the iconic pop star, saying, my kids are old enough to understand and improve what I'm doing. Did you even ask them permission? So, what he's saying that they supported him. And I don't know any kid that would be like, oh, yeah, I want you to talk shit about my mother in a book. Like, unless your children are slow, like they daddy, I don't know anybody that'd be like, okay, I want my father, okay, I want you to literally say salacious things about my mother. Unless your mother is Joan Crawford. Then I can totally understand that. Say, I don't want my kids living their lives and having to explain who I am. I say that in the book. I don't want them talking about things that they didn't live through or can't remember. But you're willing to write it in a book so that way they can read it. Things that they didn't live through or don't remember. So you're going to remind them by writing it in the book that you could profit off of because the child support payments have ended. Make that make sense. So Kevin just ain't bright. And I guess that's all I'm gonna say on that for now. But you don't get no brownie points either, Jamie Lynn, because um I definitely feel like you aren't that innocent in this whole situation regarding your sister. And you said, I'm sure probably worse things, but those were probably like and the PG thing. And I think what it was that she sent the sister-in-law the text, and Kevin went and took the text and posted it in the book from his wife. And what else she gonna say? Because she been living the life of luxury off of Britney money too. You ain't no different than Kevin, the other Kevin Hunter, living off of Wendy Williams money. It's funny how, like, what, Wendy and Britney got a lot more in common than we realize. No good ass ex-husbands, and them trying to profit off the women that gave them some clout and fame. But anyway, let's move on to the next Britney story in this whole situation. And let's talk about this weird situation that's going on with her where she was actually, they said she was driving her car erratically after she had left some restaurant called Red O in Thousand Oaks, California. And this was from last Thursday. So people was out here saying Britney was behind the wheel. She was driving erratically. She was, whatever. And Britney excused, I'm like, girl, really? We need to file this under the file. Don't piss on my leg and tell me it's raining. Because her excuse was she said it wasn't her. It was a lookalike. I would have taken it I would have rather you had said it was AI, because that's the excuse everybody uses now. Like if you would have been like, oh, it was AI, then I'd have been like, okay, I'm with you on that. Even though I'm sorry on you, and like, okay, girl, like we ain't buying what you selling. But if you at least went with AI, then I would have went along with it. But Lady Cray Cray had the nerve to say it wasn't her, it was a lookalike. And this is what she wrote on her Instagram and made sure to disable the comments so y'all won't be like, okay, really? Girl, it was you. So the Grammy winner drifted into a bike lane, crossed the road center divider, and made a tire screeching U-turn in the video. And this was the video obtained by Page Six. Spears did not specifically reference the video on her social media upload, which features a graphic of Minnie Mouse and Daisy Duck hugging. She will always post some stuff that don't make no kind of damn sense. Now, in a subsequent post, the pop star wrote that she doesn't feel respected at all by the most unbelievably horrible things being said about her. Spears explained that she didn't feel inspired or motivated at all to show new art, but did share a throwback video of herself painting. The Crossroads star, who has comments turned off, as I stated, in her Instagram account, also modeled a pink bathing suit in an additional post. Excuse me. Now, the Daily Mail reports that the songwriter's family members fear she is losing control as her ex-husband, Federline, promotes his bombshell memoir, You Thought You Knew, about their time together. Saying, quote, there's a lot of concern. It's terrifying, a source told the outlet. There's a lot of talk about what to do, if anything. How can we protect her from herself? The insider claimed that Spears' loved ones are in crisis talks. Now, Spears has hit back at Federline's allegations, which range from cheating on him to doing booger sugar while breastfeeding their sons via Twitter. The constant gaslighting from my ex-husband, as y'all know, she said was extremely hurtful and exhausting, blah, 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 so on and so forth. And then a spokesperson, said that the former backup dancer's book is a means of profiting off his ex-wife's story. Well, duh, because who is out here really paying attention to Kevin Federline outside of him being in a relationship with Britney? Like, we don't know nothing about him. Nobody cares about Kevin Federline. His claim to fame was you were banging and then married one of the biggest pop stars at the time. That's your claim to fame. Like, I would understand if you would have probably been smarter like Sam Asghari and use your clout to go on a reality show like The Traitors or something. But no, I'd rather just go to the extreme and do a do a memoir. Which I heard word on the street is this man is $100 million in debt. And they gave him an advance. Hope it was worth it. They got to be a way for the book company to recoup that. They don't look like they are. So, Brittany, you know, the conservative. I've said this. I feel like I'm beating a dead horse at this point. Um, I'm glad that she's not in that horrible conservatorship based off the things that she went through and what we know, because she said that it was way worse than what we're aware of. But there should have been some guardrails or something put in place where she's protected from herself. Like, we've never seen her get to the point of like, okay, now she's behind the wheel of a vehicle. And ma'am, if you and driving crazy, because you could have put yourself or other people in harm's way, God forbid. And thank God nothing like that happened. But also, if you run around here recently in a recent post saying you got brain damage because of what you did or what you went through as part of the guardianship, is there laws against that? Like, if you've been diagnosed, I don't know if this is a diagnosis or just something she posted on social media, but if you have issues with your brain and whatever, if you got cognitive issues, you should not be behind a wheel of a car. You got enough money, you need to hire you a driver or whoever you got on your payroll drive you from point A to point B. You should not be getting behind the wheel because we've seen how you drive. I mean, and ma'am. You should have never been given a license, quiet as it's kept. So, especially remember back in the day when she had one of the babies on her lap. And I get it, it's a southern thing. There's a lot of y'all that do that. But sis, when and the people in the South who drive with babies on their lap, they're not being followed and chased by paparazzi. So you on a whole different playing field. You're not in Louisiana. Like you're one of the biggest pop stars on the planet. So you should be using your money to have people drive you around because you're not in the headspace of doing that. Because I know people when you have seizures and things of that nature, you can't get behind a wheel and drive. So I don't believe that there was that was a lookalike. That was you. It was literally the car that left the place that you was at when you went to go eat, and then you left. So who when they said you ordered alcohol too, so you probably had alcohol in your system while you was behind the wheel. That's drinking and driving. So Brittany, you got to be smart in what you're doing. So but this is not going to be, this is not one of those shows that we just look the other way because of who people are. Like when people, like I said, with the whole Kevin Federline thing, yeah, I'm a windmill on his ass too because of what he's doing. Is exploiting his ex for profit. But when you out here doing dumb stuff too, you're gonna be called out. And nobody is safe on this show. There's no plot armor when it comes to these celebrities. As y'all know, even my faves and the people that I like still get, y'all get a lashing too. So, Brittany, let's be smart in what we doing. Because if something bad happens, then what? You're going to be in the same boat as Brandy and Caitlyn Jenner. If you know, you know. So, I say all this to say, what do you guys think of this story? Both stories in regards to the whole Jamie Lynn thing and Kevin Federline and her unfollowing him. I'm like, she's slow too, because I'm like, I don't know why you surprised that Kevin Federline would pull the stunts that he do. He would throw anybody under the bus for his own personal gain. He's done it many a time. And I already said that we got to keep reiterating with this Maya Angelou quote. When people show you who they are, believe them the first time. So this gonna be an ongoing gag that we're gonna be using with the situation. So Kevin has showed who he is. So I don't know why that dingbat is surprised that he would throw her under the bus too, just so he can continue to add a little extra sensationalism to that tight ass book that none of y'all cared enough to buy. And that's why I shout out to all the bloggers in what was it, the Washington Post, whoever it was. I think it was the New York Times, actually. Washington Post, y'all can rot in hell. The New York Times was the one that came out and did that whole expert spilling all the tea from the book. They basically saved us a coin from having to go over there and paying for it. And then the latest with Britney talking about it wasn't her behind the wheel. It wasn't me. It went down in the garden. It wasn't me. I wasn't driving the Erratic. It wasn't me. So now let me know what y'all think of this story in the comments down below. You child, the ghetto. Okay. So now you said you said LMA. Okay. Grifters, definitely. All of them. When a chop hoe gets chopped, you become Jamie Lynn. Okay. Specific sales aren't publicly available. Oh, okay. Oh, on Jamie Lynn, it flopped. The memoir did sell for 1.25 at the $1.25 at dollar stores. The restaurant has come to her defense and said it wasn't Britney driving drunk, but child, I'm not buying it. I couldn't find numbers on how well Jamie Lynn's 2022 book did. However, I did find a Daily Mail article from 2023 saying it was being so. Damn, so we got two people in the comments that already said Dollar General was selling it for $1.25. And I'm sure if you went to a Goodwill near you, it's probably for less. I sent some breaking news. The government isn't going. Of course not. So, 5 Democrats won special elections to fill the House of Reps and get the files released. That's the T, and that's what. Yeah, we know that. Especially with I forget the girl's name, and then what's his name? Um, the queen with the glasses, Moses Mike, run up here talking about, oh, she could still do her job. I'm like, without being sworn in? Like, this is all because y'all don't want those Epstein files released. What they're doing is a damn crime. And how are federal workers, like FDA agents, how are they getting paid? Like this government shutdown, this is a joke. the files to get out. It's not right or left. It's basically they don't want the MAGA chief image ruined to the point it wakes them up. Oh, please. They'll still find a goddamn excuse. Jamie Lynn's net worth is $6 million versus Brit, of course, because nobody, that girl ain't never had a career except Zoe 101. Remember they tried to revive it? None of y'all cared. Prayers for Britney. Hmm. That's it. And he's worth 1.5 million, but he's in the red. Cause they're saying he owes, he's $100 million in debt. Anyway, child, let's get to this mess. Let's talk about the Braxtons. Cause the Braxtons was out here being messy. I don't know if y'all watched the last 3 episodes, but child, I gotta be all ratchet with it because I gotta play the audio on the phone. Cause I don't know, we can get a copyright lash. They can't say nothing if I play the audio, but I gotta find it. Hold on. So yeah, so the Braxtons came up. They've been teasing. We didn't get the whole thing yet. Maybe we'll get it next week. But they've really been teasing this whole blow up between the Braxton sisters. Tamar accusing them of sending out a cease and desist. That's what she said. So using her term, they sent her because she had her niece Ashley on her podcast to talk about the inappropriate text she received from, they didn't say it, but now it came around to actually admitting, even though we all knew, because we all knew the big pervert in the family was Gabe. That was Trina's ex-husband, because of some of the stuff that they said in them storylines when they had him on the show. Why can't I find my history or, the videos that I was watching? It's like because I'm trying to concentrate and I can't concentrate. Okay, I got it. So um, yeah, there was a whole situation that went down with that, and so apparently they got a cease and desist. Now, what they saying was the cease and desist actually came from. It might have came from Ashley Father Michael, who's not on the show, because they talking about they don't know what Tamar talking about. There was a whole situation of like the family attorney hit them up. Toni said that I ain't used that man in a month of Sundays. Tawanda said she don't use him. Then all these other allegations came out about Tawanda allegedly um stealing money, using Tamar credit cards. There was even a story that came out that allegedly Tawanda was out here using Evelyn Braxton stole her social security card. I'm like, what the? I'm like, Social Security, child. I'm like, wait, now you sitting there talking about that she using the Social Security card. Now I'm sitting there like, okay, now is this some? I mean, not Social Security card, like taking her SSI check or whatever. Okay, that's what it was. And so now I'm sitting there like, wait, so now you Latasha Scott allegedly, like y'all out here stealing people money from your siblings and passing it off as your own. So yeah, that was the tea regarding that. I was trying to see if I could find did I have the story? I could have sworn I did. Oh wait, I do. And do. So yeah, we're gonna use this thing from the Braxtons. So let me pull it up, courtesy of the neighborhood talk. And then we're gonna play this audio for y'all to hear. And then we will come back and talk. Please hold. Hold on, let me pull this down. But it's a whole production. Saloon after I got me a ticket. Who told you that? They didn't want me to come. Who said that? Who said we didn't want? Let me rewind it back. I just invited to Saloon after I got me a ticket. Who told you that? I didn't want me to come. Who said that? Who said we didn't want you to come? I'll wait. Because what we were told is that you didn't want to film with us. Well, you already know why I want to film with y'all, because y'all sent me a cease and desist and try to destroy my business. Who's That's y'all? Not true. Wait a minute. Hold on. Who's y'all? Wait a minute. Wait. Come on. Let's go. I want to go there, y'all. Yes, we do. Yes, I do. Who's y'all? Who's y'all? Cease and desist. The what? What is that? About that? Oh, you mean a cease and desist? Am I the only one that thinks a cease and desist is a big deal? That is the catalyst of why me and my sisters have not been able to get along. For my sisters to not respond to me about a cease and desist that came from you all to shut me down is horrible. So y'all don't even want to talk about it? That's all I want to discuss. So all this other, I feel is not and void.
But who's y'all? Who's y'all? Y'all family attorney sent me. No, hold on. I hadn't had him as my attorney for years. Oh, so you didn't know about it? So I didn't know about it. So thank you. Thank you. I knew nothing about it. Tony, that's your best friend. Wait a minute. Hold the heck up. Wait a minute. No. We're not going to try to convict Tony for a crime she didn't commit. I knew nothing. Nothing. Because somebody gave him my address, which is a complete breach. Y'all gave this my address. Y'all tried to shut down my entire business. Don't say y'all. That's not fair to say y'all. I am also a singer. But that's not fair to say y'all. Cease and desist is shutting down my business. But what I'm saying, the problem is nobody wanted to come to my defense. So you're gonna sit there and say Toni Braxton? Toni Braxton. I got Toni Braxton. No, Toni Braxton ain't never had your back. I got Toni Braxton. I want it on record. I want it on national television. You want to say I don't have your back? You did it. Hell, Lord Jesus, give me the strength. Give me the strength, Lord Jesus. Get the strength. Get you some. With heavyweight, don't put me, Tamar. Don't put Toni Braxton.
Child, let me find out. She said, "Get you some muscles." You know what, Tamar, you messy, but it was funny as hell. But you know what? It's just sad that it's gotten to this point that you know. And then Tamar did bring up the fact that they are the currently reigning only black family that's on TV, and that's great and all. She said in a century, but child, it's a decade. We wouldn't even be here if you were on for a century. Y'all be old as hell and you'd be dead. So, yeah. So, congratulations that you are one of the biggest. You're the only black family reality competition show in a decade that's on TV. But at what cost? Because y'all up in here arguing and fighting with each other. There's all these allegations and stuff coming out. You and Tawanda is not, as you know, you're not close. You would think that because Tracy passed away, like I was hoping like these sisters would kind of find a way to get together in this whole situation. But it's like, no, now it feels like that y'all are you're further apart than you are together. And I get it. You know what? The one thing I do like about this show is that it does show that regardless of where you are in the tax bracket or how wealthy you are, whatever, or the perception, because the only ones that I feel like probably have the real coins coming in would be Toni and Tamar, because Toni is out here doing her thing with her music still, although she had to turn up for the show because I guess she's been a little too laid back and not wanting to interact too much with the drama. But they like, okay, sis, you got to step your woozy up in some sort of ways to make the show interesting. Because outside the drama, I don't think people care that much. And shout out to Toni because Toni's about to go on tour with New Edition and Boys to Men. So that's about to make her some good coin. But I just do worry about her health because, you know, she got the heart issues and she has the lupus. Or yes, lupus, right? So I always get lupus and Lyme disease because it's like too many stories we hear about artists with lupus or Lyme disease or both. So it's hard to keep track of who got what. But hopefully she's able to do the tour because you know a lot of time how strenuous tours can be and traveling and stuff, it does take its toll on your physical, especially when you got a lot of ailments and stuff. So hopefully she's able to do it. But and Tamar's doing what she do on the Chitlin circuit. But and Tawanda, she's trying to do things. Her whole storyline this season, she's getting engaged, and congratulations. I know she's married already, but it definitely gives like, okay, you acting a little too bougie, you acting a little too stink with the whole marriage situation. Yeah, congratulations, you're getting married. I'm giving you the Nancy Pelosi applause. It's like whoop de freaking do. But also, we all started to see your nasty side, and you did literally say that you didn't want Tamar there. So stop trying to play things up with the camera. And I understand Tamar comes from a place of hurt. She could be a little extra with a lot of her stuff, but her feelings are valid. And I do feel like Toni, you was being a little extra for no damn reason because Tamar did not necessarily say that you never had her back in any situation. She's saying with this particular situation, you didn't have my back. You wasn't listening and you was ready to pop off. And then when Tawanda basically said, "Did I have the clip? Oh yeah, I do. I don't know if it played the whole. Hold on, let me see if it plays the whole because I don't think she said in that. Did she say in the situation? Because we heard the cease and desist situation, but we didn't hear if she said that. Basically, Tawanda said that Tamar had sexual relations with one of Tony exes. So yeah, she and Tamar denied the allegation, but it doesn't look good because also I didn't even know they had a versus this weekend. So Cash Money, and then was up there because Birdman is married to Toni. I don't know how he bagged her, but okay. If you like it, I love it. But yeah. So Birdman ended up, he was there, whatever. Tamar was there dropping every other N-word, trying to be a hood chick. I'm like, sis, you are a PK, trying to act like you from the hood. Like, stop it. And she's running up in there, like every other word, the N word coming out her damn mouth. And I'm looking at her like, girl, you are not about that life. Why are you trying to play up this shit for social media or whatever the case is? So she went and said, so people was getting mad at her because they were like, why are you wiping the sweat off of that man? And that is not even your man. And you talking about you've been celibate for as long as you've been. And of course, with all the allegations going around that you done hunched Tony X, which some people believe, because I was like, who could it be? Some people think it was Bryant Reed, who I believe did go out with Toni at one point back in the day. He is award-winning 20-plus year American entertainment industry executive, and he signed quite a few celebrities, including Tamar and the Braxtons to Atlantic Records in the 90s, and scored a #1 hit single on the Billboard Hot Dance Club Parade chart called The Boss, a song originally performed by Diana Ross. So, yeah, so there was that happened back in the day. And look, Tamar has been through it when it comes to a lot of the men that she's been in a relationship with. Like, she was married to Darrell Allamby, who she was married to from 2001 to 2003. Then she married Vincent Herbert, where she was married to him from 2008 to 2019. They have a son. Then she was with David Adefeso, the African, and they was having they mess. And then Jeremy J.R. Robinson, who was eating Tony. I mean, not Tony. Was it Tony? Not Tony Braxton, the other Tony. No, it was Tommy. Remember from Love and Hip Hop, eating her butt in a hotel room. That was the tea that came out with that. And so Tamar has not always had the best track record when it's come to the men she's laid it low and spread it wide for. But um well, all this said, this is unfortunate that these girls are a mess. And you know what this reminded me of? Because when I was watching this, I'm like, y'all literally are the black version of the Kardashians. We know the Kardashians like to attach themselves to black men for that, that clout or whatever the case is. And we know they got they got mixed babies and all that other stuff. And we know how opportunistic the Kardashians could be. But they are literally the Kardashians with a talent. Because I don't know what the other girls do. Yeah, y'all are good at using y'all vaginas and stuff to create entrepreneurial situations. But with the Braxtons, they actually have a legitimate talent. They all can sing. The whole family can sing. So when y'all get together and y'all rely on your actual talents, that's always a good thing. And it's like, yeah, the Kardashian, and I use the comparison because wasn't there stories going around that Kim and Chloe and all of them, but they was all sleeping with they was all recycling men. And so they've all kind of just hunched each other's exes or whatever the case is, allegedly. Because wasn't there a story that came out that Kim allegedly got with Travis, not Scott, Barker. That's what I'm talking about, which she's kind of denied. But we know Travis Barker had a thing for Kim at one point. Then when it got with the least popular, the least interesting Kardashian, Courtney, and they supposed to be happy or whatever. But yeah, now they said friends close to the family told AP that the allegation first surfaced after a private conflict over finances, which then escalated when the show's producers reportedly asked the sisters about relationship troubles. One source says the network beat the man's name, but they feared because they feared legal risk, which of course people jumped on the comments and was trying to say, was it Birdman? Was it this one? Was it that one? I already told you it was. They thought it was the other. What is he related to L.A. Reid? So they said industry insiders say the episode will likely be featured in the next installment of the family's reality series, where the sisters handle relationship fallout and eternal strife. While no lawsuit or legal claim has been filed, the public nature of denial indicates Tamar is taking the matter seriously. Tamar also emphasized her commitment to transparency and healing, saying, I'm in a place in my life where I want peace with my family and with myself. I refuse to accept lies as truth. The sisters have been in the public eye for decades, and the latest storm raises questions about how much private life will continue to play out in public. And my thing is this, isn't it even worth it to continue to do this if it's going to put a strain in your relationship? Shout out to Funky Donnie because he recently had Spinderella on his show. which was a good interview. And I remember that he asked her, would she ever do reality TV? And she was like, nope, never again. Because they Salt and Pepper and them, they did a reality show. And she said that's why we were in the place that we were in. Because being on a reality show, it strained their relationship. And she said recently, of course, because they have the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame and everything coming up, she said that her and Saul are in a good place right now. And it was a lot of anxiety between, with her when she had to come to meet up with her at that point. And now they're in a good place. So if it comes down to it where these ladies could end up going on a tour together, because we're in a nostalgia era where we want to see a lot of the girls, the icons that we grew up with getting out there and performing, like MC Light and Moni Love, Queen Latifah. Most recently, we see LL Cool J getting back out there and performing and creating a whole show where he gets a lot of the iconic rappers to come on tour with him and stuff. Like, this is what we want. We want that sense of nostalgia. And people like Latifah and them, they still got it. They can still get up there and perform their hits. We're living for it. So I would love to see that whole situation go. And look, like I said before, we got Toni about to go on tour with New Edition and Boys to Men. It'll be interesting to see how that works out. But they're about to all go out on tour together. So we in that whole nostalgia era. So I'm here for it, but it's sad that this is where they are. I mean, maybe they've been able to work it out until the cameras roll, but I just don't think it's worth it. I mean, yeah, it's great to see like a black family on TV, but y'all don't know Cosby's in regards of like the positive representation. It's just y'all popping off a mess. Y'all popping off a drama. And um it's good to see, like, yeah, we have family dynamics and there's families who aren't perfect and don't get along or whatever the case is. But we need more from we need to ask for more from our talents and our artists. But anyway, I say all this to say, what do you guys think of this story? Did y'all see the recent episode of the Braxtons? I actually caught up on the whole first three episodes yesterday, I think. I caught up on them. I had to rewatch the second episode because I fell asleep on it. So it was like, yeah, I watched the second and the third episode back to back. So I'm all caught up, and I'm looking to see what's going to happen with this, how this whole season goes. They also even showed T.S. Madison interviewing Tamar on her Outlaws podcast, and they even showed a clip of her going in on the whole Craig Stewart fag talk situation, and they already talked about how a lot of people didn't understand, like, when they filmed the Braxtons earlier this year. The city winery fact talk thing where Tamar and him got into it and talking about you got your titties out. That was done months later. So people don't realize that how long it takes from when you film a show to when it actually airs. The same thing when we always talk about on the show, RuPaul's Drag Race, the upcoming season, which is going to air in January as it always does, was filmed over the summer. Same thing with All Stars. All Stars is always filmed right after, and then it's going to air next year. Same thing what I heard T about Dragula, which I just remembered the new episode is on tonight. With Dragula, they filmed Titans and they filmed the upcoming season back to back. And from the word on the street, and it's because I know somebody who's on the show, I ain't gonna tell you who told me, but they was talking about that the word on the street is the Boulets want to take off a year, so they want to film both back to back, so that way they can air that next season of Dragula next year. So when people think like y'all just filmed the whole season last week, no, it takes a while before a show actually ends up on a network. It's been shelved for a minute, so people I don't think really understand how like TV works. And when you know enough people that work that know how the sauce is made, they'll sit and tell you some things. And I've been on TV sets and stuff before, so I know how that stuff works. But anyway, so I would definitely want to hear from y'all regarding all this drama surrounding Tamar and them. So definitely let me know. Oh damn, I should have read some of the comments, but um, especially when she talked about how she paid the down payment on Tawanda house. She was like, yeah, and I gave you a down payment on your house that you couldn't afford to have. So yeah, if you ever go up on the neighborhood talk website, oh, they went in on, in the comments. So and speaking of which, let me know what you think of this story in the comments down below. Huh. I was like, yeah, that's how it was going on too long, so I didn't care. Child, hold on. Toni Braxton is going on to yeah. I posted that last week, and that's good that she is going on. I said, look, Toni, stay booked. Shout out to her. Now I'm on Wiggins did a diss track to Cardi B and got 0 streams. You want to know something? I didn't even know he did a diss track. I was like, girl, just save the commentary about Cardi B for your show. Now you out here trying to act like you JT or Bia or one of them girls. And it's like, look, I'm of two minds about this situation. One, I do feel like in some ways I'm not gonna be a flip flopper, but on the other hand, he was inside, he was in the compound with Cardi, so he could see how Cardi truly is. And one of the things I don't like about Cardi is Cardi act like she's exempt from criticism. It's like, girl, you're not beyond reproach. If you out here doing mess, if you out here doing things, you and I will openly admit, and y'all already know, like we could windmill on Nikki, but we gotta call a spade a spade. Cardi, you and your Barty gang was out here poking the bear before the album came out. So y'all was over there like trying to bait Nikki, and you already know Nikki is sensitive when it comes to certain situations, so she gonna come and say some shit. And now that she responded, then Cardi wants to go and get all, and then they going back and forth, and it was cute or whatever when they was going in and letting have. But if we got to call out both sides, and we're not gonna act like that Nikki just woke up one day and decided to throw the shade. Even though there's sometimes when she do that, and we have gotten on her about that too. But the Barty gang was starting in the most respectful way possible. Tamar is such an embarrassment to her family. She made good TV, and I feel like the reason why she does a lot is because she knows that she makes good TV, so she plays into that. But then when she went and said about Craig, oh, I don't think he likes us. And I'm like, us? He talking about you. He ain't had nothing negative to say about Toni. He didn't have nothing negative to say about Tawanda. He didn't have nothing to say negative about Trina. He's talking about you and your actions. And the fact of the matter is how you like to surround yourself with these homosexuals because you give drag queen with your personality and the outfits and all that other stuff. You give trans woman. And so you play into that. And with the dramatics, there you got fans surrounding you rather than actual workers. Like I gagged when it was like she had a scene in the episode and she was doing a promo for some dude named October, whatever. I'm like, okay, that could not be your name. But anyway, she was going on tour with some dude, some singer I ain't never heard of. And she talking about how she wasn't aware of something where they had to come up with ideas on drinks. She was like, I'm not drinking a martini. The Tay Marshalls is ratchet, which they kind of are. But I don't think for the most part that they are. I think there may be some of them, but I don't even think she know her own fan base because I do feel like her fans are sophisticated, but I guess she thought like, yeah, my fans are not like Toni Braxton fans, where they're a little more demure, they're a little more uppity black. Like they coming to a good R&B show, like they're not gonna be like twerking and shit. Like you're not gonna. That's not the Tamar. That's not the Tamartians. So she's like, I'm not the type that's gonna come up in there with no martini glass. Like I'm gonna do a beer, which is what she ended up doing. But her assistant didn't even let her know that there was a thing that they had to come up with where it was like there was an exchange of ideas for this photo shoot. Like, how you not asking? Like, you just show up at a photo shoot and you just want to think I'm gonna just take a couple of pictures and you're not gonna really be coming up with stuff. Like, if I have an assistant, you're supposed to let me know what the hell's going on at all times. And to about he dropped the no, it wasn't that you dropped, but we dropped. I'm like, okay, girl, you need to clean house and get some actual people that know what the hell they doing up in here and stop hiring fans to handle your business. Braxton Family Values is also almost tore that family up. I wonder if reality TV isn't good for family because it shows it could. I don't even feel like it's just family. I just think that you've seen groups too. Like it was, SWV and Escape when they had that show, what it was giving. Um, like we was talking about with what we saw with the making the band, that mess. So yeah, I just think it's reality TV in general, and I think it's because with reality TV, there's this expectation that you always have to bring mess. The only way people care to want to watch a show is gotta have drama. So we have to incorporate a lot of that stuff in the show because of the housewives and love and hip hop and all the other stuff. So we got to continue to feed that beast. And I think that's what it is. It's more about because we got to sensationalize. There have been many shows that tried to just do an authentic reality show type of situation. Excuse me. For example, R&B Divas. R&B Divas started out as a show where it was like a bunch of different R&B singers getting together, but they was feeling like, oh, it's getting boring. The numbers are not doing whatever. So we got to have the girls fighting with each other. We got to have Selena Johnson having a issue with Nikki Gilbert from Brownstone or whatever the case was. We have to have that conflict. So I think that's what plays a lot into these shows is they want the drama. They want this. And it's not necessarily the artists, it's the producers because they got mouths to feed. They want to be able to last numerous seasons. So they think we all got to follow the Real Housewives playbook. The rift will sometimes be permanent. Maybe it should have been a one-off to just celebrate Tracy. But yeah, they look. Whenever it comes down to that, they always say, oh, it's got to be a one-off. It's got to be a one-off. It should be limited series. You know how they always say limited series. Then all of a sudden a limited series turned into a regular series because they didn't think the limited series was going to do well. But if you only have an idea for one and done, move on and bring up something else. The Brits do it all the time. They'll do like maybe one season, possibly two. We'll stretch it to 3, and we move on. America, we want to have shows lasting 17, 18, 20 damn seasons. Like, we ain't Law and Order. That show will continue as long as they're making money off it. Absolutely. And that's all they think about. It's like, it's as long as the ratings is there and it makes money, we keep going until the wheels fall off. Thoughts on Janelle Monáe? I didn't even want to make that into a story because I'm like, okay, Janelle, what psychedelics was your ass taking? Somebody, you got visited from David Bowie. I was like, okay, girl. But she might be telling, I don't even know. I don't know why, but I'm thinking about not black gums and knock me. So I call black gums. What's I used to call that too? An artist. Well, maybe we need to call Kevin McCall black gums. So let's get into him. Because this fool fixed his mouth to sit up in here and say that Patti LaBelle, Keyshia Cole, Mary J. Blige, Keith Sweat, and Alicia Keys can't sing. When I heard that, I'm like, sir, you don't lost your ever loving mind. And I do have the clip. So we should probably play that. But first things first. So yeah, he went on this recent podcast and shout out to the Art of Dialogue for this clip. So yeah, he went on there and said, child, they can't sing. And I don't know how you said that with a straight face and lived to tell a tale. So let me pull up this clip. I don't know why all of a sudden I'm forgetting how to do my own damn show. And yeah, so we're going to come back and talk about this fool. Please hold. I was like, make sure the audio is good. Okay.
Everybody's voice is different.
Everybody can't be fucking Patti LaBelle coming through this motherfucker. Like,
Patti can't sing to me.
You feel like Patti LaBelle can't sing?
Oh, I done said some shit. Y'all want to know all the people can't sing?
Yeah.
But I'm a fan of them. Mary J. Blige can't sing. Keyshia Cole can't sing. Patti can't sing. Keith Sweat can't sing.
Keyshia Cole can't sing?
Keyshia Cole cannot sing. Alicia Keys cannot sing. Pitch, tone deaf. Most people don't sing. Y'all don't know these things. I used to argue with people. Now you want to know who can sing?
Yeah.
Yeah, this is going to kill
And I'm going to start with the person people think can't sing. T-Pain can sing without auto-tune. T-Pain can really sing. Brandy. Jasmine Sullivan.
No, let him name his. Don't help me.
No.
I want to hear his.
And then when you go Brandy and Monica, y'all ain't going to believe who I'm going to choose.
Brandy.
Yeah, I ain't
Because you already
Brandy.
said you got a baby Brandy.
A lot of people gonna choose Brandy though.
Right. But keep on. Who else? Who else can sing?
Can sing is like a motherfucker.
Mario can sing.
He corny and all that type of shit, but that ain't
Mario
what we
can
talking
sing.
about. He can sing like he sing better
Monica
than me.
can sing though. I love.
Okay. Well, Mario can sing. He's an asshole, but he can sing. Especially that recent video. I don't know if y'all saw of Mario where there was some guy that was on stage that, because a lot of time when you doing the live shows, they have a guy that's on stage that's filming, has a camera, all that stuff. He literally was cussing out the guy, telling him get the F off the stage. I was like, yeah, and you wonder why your career's in a damn toilet and you got to constantly open up for other artists because you're a dick. But I will give him that Jasmine, well, we know Jasmine Sullivan could sing down. Brandy definitely could sing. T-Pain, yes. T-Pain can sing. So that actually is a fact in regards of that situation because, and a lot of people didn't realize that the auto-tune was a gimmick. That was something that he basically used to gain attention or whatever. That was just a little gimmick, a tool or whatever that he used in regards to that situation. So yes, T-Pain could sing down. And we said he won the Masked Singer, which gagged everybody that it was like, yeah, he won the Masked Singer using his natural voice. So yes, T-Pain can sing. Alicia Keys, yeah, I've been saying for years how Miss Mama's always be trying to make her voice go where her mind, that voice is going where it need to go. But then when the voice try to get there, it's like, oh, no, pump your brakes now. It's like you trying to hit that glass ceiling. We can't even get halfway there. So yeah, and she's always written her songs in a register that her voice cannot actually reach. So yeah, I will give you that. Keyshia Cole does what she does. Mary J. Blige has been able to kind of do whatever she does with her voice. She do be having pitch issues at times. She is sharp in a lot of other areas. And but I think the reason why people love Mary J. Blige is because the thing that she makes work for her, and like even if you're not the best singer in the world, it's not always about you could do a yang 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 or whatever the case is. And I feel like a lot of times people always, and I always have this conversation that when we talk about music or people who are in the music industry, y'all try to always think that the pinnacle of singing is Aretha Franklin, Adele, Mariah Carey, Whitney Houston. Like that's the only type of singing that is required. And it's like Mary has been somebody who is this has been controversial to say because this has always been put out there. She is the Aretha Franklin of my generation. So it's like using her pain and all the other stuff to elevate the music that she does. Yes, she ain't the most spectacular singer in the world, but when Mary show up, she shows up and shows out. And yes, she does have her moments where it's like, okay, it's a little pitchy, it's a little sharp. Ooh, you could have worked a little more on that. But for the most part, we know what we get when we get with Mary. Now, for you to go and say what you said about Patti, oh, that's straight up blasphemous. And sir, how you up in here? Here's one thing that I did notice that these ladies have that they ain't got to worry about that you do. They they ain't on SNAP benefits and they ain't got to worry about it getting cut off by Friday. Because Friday is the 31st. November 1st, a lot of people's SNAP benefits about to get cut off. And remember, you just went on a whole tangent on a podcast, drool coming out your mouth, snot coming out your nose, and you was up in there talking about how Chris Brown owe you money and how you can't even afford to take care of yourself, that now you on food stamps and you started going on having a whole Tyrese, what more do you want for me moment? Like you was having a whole script. Like I said, snot and drool coming out. I was like, oh child, I had to turn that off. Because I was like, that's I don't want to see you in that, it's cute that you being that vulnerable, but you was looking a mess. Now, he said that Chris Brown owed him $25,000. So now, speaking with TMZ, he claimed the amount stems from an unpaid debt after fulfilling a four-song label obligation, including their 2010 hit Deuces, saying, I sold my catalog when I was going to prison. I thought it would help me see my daughter. Which one? The one that you got with Eva Marcel that you ain't take care of? Or do you have another kid that I don't know? But I don't know. I don't pay attention to Kevin McCall like that. So if he got more than one child or whatever the case is, I don't know what kid he's talking about. Let me know in the comments. So he said, I thought it would help me see my daughter, but it still didn't work. I still did 3 years. It says I owed them 4 songs, even though I recouped off the first song, Deuces. I got all the songs done, and now they're saying Chris has to sign off. When asked if he'd accept hashtag Young Thug, accept Young Thug's offer to pay for CB, Kevin said, I really don't want no charity. I would have loved if he really wanted to reach out. He could have DM'd me, gave me his number, and did all the public stuff. Kevin added that he'd be open to working with but since he already earned that $25,000, Chris needs to run it. It's probably for the um I guess maybe it is good that he didn't take the money because the Atlanta rapper actually pulled a bat and Chris called Kevin a broke troll and posted it on social media. I think I even have that receipt. Hold on, because I stay coming with the receipts. Shout out to the neighborhood talk because they had that too. Let's pull that up. Is that it? Yeah, that's it. So yeah, he shared this video, and I think we do have.
I don't really want no charity. That was a great gesture.
Yeah.
I never met Thug, so I would have loved if he really wanted to reach out. He could have DM'd me and gave me his number, and I did all the public stuff. But I accept the gesture. But if you want to work, I'm cool with working. You know what I'm saying? I got some fire for you. We both Leos.
That would be
so you
cool.
already know that line is. You know what time it is. So I'm a Thugger fan, but yeah, I don't want nobody money. I already earned the 25K. So CB run that, or whoever you up under, had him run that. I don't really want no charity. That was a great gesture.
Yeah.
I never met Thug, so I would have loved if he really wanted to reach out. He could have.
Hit me on top of something. He wanna line on his motherfucking arm because he a Leo. Ow. Ow.
I don't really want no charity.
Hit me on top of something. He wanna line on his.
So yeah. Oh, then he also said the same people he's trolled online is also trolled in person. I was trying to look for the neighborhood. See, this is what I hate about the neighborhood tour. Y'all post so many goddamn videos in here that it'd be hard to try to find what you're saying. Because I hate it when you on your computer, you can't open the comments or whatever. Like it stops at a certain point. But then if I gotta go on my phone and pull up the comments of what people were saying in regards of the what do you call it, the Patti LaBelle situation, because I was like, what the people saying in the comments in regarding of that. But I do feel like at the end of the day, it is a bit blasphemous that you running over with your mouth, having to fix your mouth to say Patti LaBelle can't say. Now we could talk about all the other ones in regards of like, yeah, Keyshia Cole, you know, she was kind of seen as when she first came out, and I hate always when people do this, the next, but this is their words, not mine, the next Mary J. Blige. Even though Mary J. Blige is her own person doing her own thing, I don't know why we have to have the next this, that, and the other. People should be able to do whatever it is that they do. But I feel like I said all I need to say in regards to the people as I sit up in here still trying to scroll to find this goddamn video. But like I said, the neighborhoods are y'all get on my goddamn nerves where y'all sit up in here and y'all post 40,000 goddamn posts, and a lot of it is like, okay, y'all gotta held back on this. Okay, I found it. So one person said, and none of them have EBT cards or cried on podcasts. Another person said, okay, let me take this out and go back to this one. Because I was like, I'm over that whole video. We posted enough. And then another person says, Sam Patti LaBelle can't sing is a crime against humanity. At 81 years old, she's still singing down and touring. Another person, unpopular opinion, he's not lying about some of them. Well, yeah, I think we already broke down the ones who vocals is questionable versus the ones who actually can sing down the house down boots in the whatever the phrase is. Sing the house down boots. Another person said, how you hating from outside the club when you can't even get it? Okay, really with the Chris Brown phrase. Another person said, Ninja must be talking about Peppermint Patty because he's not LaBelle. Another person said, real singers know some of the people he named he ain't lying about. Another person said, everybody defending Patti, which means the other three are true. I mean, another person said, Patti could pay her bills with the voice though. Another person said, as I said before, EBT won't be distributed in November. He has bigger fish to fry. That part. Another person said he got to be talking about Patti mayonnaise. Can't be Patti LaBelle. Wait, is there Patti mayonnaise? Or you were just trying to be funny? Another person, I get what he's saying. They are not vocalists, but Patti, he's tripping. Another person said Monica is popular. Brandy always some better than her. Oh, Monica is popularity. Brandy always some better. Here's the thing. And this might be blasphemous to say, I don't give a good goddamn, but I always felt that Brandy was the better singer. And I think what it is, the difference between Brandy and Monica. And I've seen Monica perform live. I told you when I worked Nicki Minaj Pink Friday concert, and she was supposed to be the opening act, but she was placed away in the middle. It was just a whole weird situation with even having her on that tour. But Monica came out and performed. A lot of the Nicki fans went to go either get food, merch, or went to the bathroom, or drinks. And I even had one person say, "Let me know when she's off." So people not really out here feeling Monica like now. Monica and Brandy on the Boy Is Mine tour, that works way better. That's a much better fit for her than doing being an opening act or just an act, a live act on a Nicki Minaj tour. That whole dynamic didn't make sense to me. But okay, that's what you chose, and that's what the show was. So, yeah, I've never I never featured Monica like that, and I think probably because Brandy was the complete package. The way that they used Brandy was like Brandy was doing a lot of things. She had her own doll, she had her own sitcom, she had all these different opportunities and stuff that was going on. And yeah, her getting knocked up and lying about being married to the man that got her pregnant did mess up her career. Then we know the car situation went down or whatever, but well, derailed the career, I should say, a bit until she ended up getting it back to where it's at some sort of normalcy. But Brandy was that girl back in the day, and yeah, we wasn't really looking at Monica like that. I think maybe because Monica, in the eyes of maybe the mainstream media and a lot of people, Monica was a little too hood in the way she carried herself. She was a little, and you already know how the industry is when it comes to people who have that hoodish mentality. So that's what that was, and it is what it is. But yeah, I definitely would love to hear from y'all in regards to this. Do you agree with Kevin McCall and what he said about some of these singers? You lost your damn mind coming for Patti LaBelle. But like I said before, it's like, to me, I always feel like there are people who are they're good performers, they're good pop stars. But as far as like vocalists, I always say, like, what irritates me is that people always want to think that singing or being an artist is like the same situation where it's just like, oh, well, you ain't really a musician if you can't yang yang. There's a lot of people out here who can barely yang, let alone yang yang, but they have a career and they're able to do what they do. They use the unique vocal style that works for them, and they're a good personality, and they have all those things. So there's levels to this situation, but people always want to come out and act like that the only regard of what real musicianship or singing is like I said, if you got to sing like Whitney Houston or Adele or Celine or Jasmine Sullivan, that sort of thing. And we listen to somebody who don't have a music career talk about music. Kevin McCall. So let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. Okay, I'm back. I was like, what I do? I hit the wrong button. I was like, I was trying to close all these damn videos or these clips and stuff for Chris Brown or whatever and Kevin McCall, and I hit the wrong damn button. I done cut myself out the room. But we back. I'm glad I did it during the end of that conversation. But anyway, hold on. Kevin McCall is the same man crying on podcast last week about living on food stamps. Okay. I mean, he was 95% right. Well, yeah, but the last five, I guess, go to Patti. After the storm is better than any Brandy out. Oh, we're about to fight. He said, but that's also the only Monica album I like. And I like about 4 of Brandy albums. Kevin McCall's network. Us doing a whole show where we bring up everybody's net worth. Patti could sing, but she makes questionable choice. Yeah, well, that's not what he said, though. He didn't say about her making questionable choices about the song she's singing. He said she can't sing. Those are fighting words. That's like literally saying you actually open your mouth and noise come out. Like you ain't even hitting the right notes or whatever the other stuff. He said that shit to be controversial. Well, you said not from BET to EBT. Well, sometimes I do be calling the BET Awards the EBT Awards because that's what y'all be giving sometimes. And you said Patti LaBelle can't sing. He must be trolling. That's what I said. Patty Mayonnaise is a character from. Oh, you never watched Doug, so I didn't know that. And you said Brandy has more vocal ranges than Monica. No shade to Monica. Singing shouldn't be reduced to vocal range, but I'd rather hear Brandy sing before Monica. Better tone, better agility, better length. Absolutely. And Brandy, I ain't saying she invented vocal layering, but she definitely made it famous. She did popularize it. And now other girls do it. Where you see Billie Eilish vocal layers, Ariana Grande vocal layers. There's a lot of girls out here that do it. So but Brandy definitely popularized it. But I do agree with that. It's like, and that's what the point I was trying to get to is that yes, singing is not only do reduce the vocal range, and a lot of times people tend to do that. And it's like it's not all only about the range in which you have. It's also using what you have in the way that you use it, telling a story or whatever it is you want. There's people out here who are storytellers but don't have the greatest voice, but have been man. You know, when you take vocal lessons, when you learn the breath control and those other stuff, how you are able to make it work. So there's levels to it. I love that Brandy song where she shouts out Aaliyah. Oh, you're talking about from is that Sadiddy? I think it might be Sadiddy from from the what was the name of that album? Human? No, it's not Human. Human came after. Aphrodisiac. That was the album. I think it was Sadiddy, the name of the song. But yeah, that's when she worked with. That was when she was in her Timbaland era. No shade, but I felt like Brandy did better songs with Timbaland than Madonna did. Anyway, let's get back into the show, y'all. Oh wait, I still got this damn banner in here. I'm like, child, this show was a mess. See, this is why I hate the fact of when I go away for a while, I forget how to use the buttons on a damn show. I can't take too long off. But anyway, let's get back into some things. Let's talk about the diddler. So T has been revealed, which I guess at this point, Diddy, they giving your release date, which means you ain't getting no pardon, allegedly. Because remember, at one point, rumors started to swirl, courtesy of TMZ, that Diddy was about to be released from that Trump was considering a pardon. They said by I think Saturday. Well, Saturday came and went, and we still ain't hear about a damn pardon. But yeah. So now, and TMZ, the administration said that they never said no such thing. TMZ and them over there is standing by their story. I guess the Trump administration is calling their bluff because we have yet to hear about a pardon. But what we did hear about was a release date on when the diddler is getting out of prison in 2028. So, according to the Bureau of Prisons website, the disgraced mogul, who is currently incarcerated at the Metropolitan Detention Center in Brooklyn, New York, will be released on May 8th, 2028. So 5/8/28. It would have been cute if they would have did 8/8/28. You know how I am about even numbers. So now they said, however, he may be transferred to a different location at some point while serving his 50-month sentence. Now, earlier this month, Combs, who's 55, learned that he would be spending 4 years and 2 months behind bars. He was also ordered to pay a court fine of 50 grand, 50 grand, 500 grand, as well as participate in programs for his mental health and substance abuse issues. A Manhattan federal court judge told the music mogul moments before revealing his decision, saying, quote, I consider the fact that you are a self-made artist and businessman who inspired and lifted up communities. However, the judge also had to consider all of Combs's history, including his infamous freak-offs, saying you abused them physically, emotionally, and psychologically, the judge explained, referencing the victims. Why did it happen for so long? Because you had the power and the resources to keep it going. The judge concluded the court is not assured that if released, these crimes would be committed again, and noted the importance of sending a message to other abusers. Now, in July, Combs was found guilty, as y'all know, but we don't need to go through what he was guilty of. Y'all say this in every goddamn story that we talk about, so y'all already know the tea by now. Now, at the time, he was acquitted of the trafficking and racketeering charges, which could have resulted in a life in prison sentence. Now, because the father of sentence 7 has been locked up since September 2024, they said, that time will count against, completion of the sentence. So he just got to finish out the 4 years and the 2 months, which I feel like just do your time. He has been trying every stunt under the sun, and I still stand by, my initial feeling that he only remember the story that we just did where he allegedly was held at knife point in his cell. And I wasn't even thinking. I was like, and I'm glad that some people was in the comments, like we were having like that back and forth. But some people was like, well, yeah, and I totally forget that the COs, they do look the other way. There's a lot of stuff that goes behind the scenes where the COs don't be doing what they supposed to be doing. I always expect in my own naive way, when I go to work, I'm there to do a job that I'm paid to do. That I'm not gonna be up in here getting caught up in the politics and BSing and trying to be this one's kiki little friend. Like if we cool, whatever, we cool. But I'm not gonna sit and be like, oh, I gotta follow along with all this BS going behind the scenes. Like I'm not willing to play in those games. This is why a lot of times, like if I converse with people at my job, I converse with them. But for the most part, I say to myself, because I'm like, I'm here to do a job. I'm here to do what I do. And then when it's time for me to clock out, I clock out and go the hell home and leave that job. Where? Back there, in the words of Vivica Fox, when she was going in back in the day on 50, but he was talking shit about her. But for the most part, just do your time, because I never believed for 1 second. I felt like this was another stuff because it's been on regular. We've been seeing that he will every time we turn around. They've been trying to find so many stunts to pull to try to get his sentence reduced, to get him an early release, or to get a transfer. And it's like we keep hearing all these stories, but I'm like, wouldn't this be on record? Like, wouldn't they have to file an incident report if there was a situation that went down? Like, I don't know. I mean, shout out to all the COs. If y'all happen to, if that's how it works, let me know in the comments. But I would always think that, okay, with any type of job, if something goes down with an inmate, that you got to create an incident report on it so it would be on record. And we did I did bring up the last story, the record about how, he was getting good grades and stuff in jail in regards of like him being overall satisfactory, and he doesn't need like supervision or whatever the case is on, I guess, some of the jobs that he's been doing in jail. So he's trying to, I guess, stay in the good graces of the thing. I guess maybe he thinks he'll get out on good behavior. He might not even fulfill the whole 4 years and 2 months. So who knows? But I definitely do not believe the whole knife point situation. I mean, if it was true, my bad. But for the most part, I'm not buying it. Like I feel like that, like I said before, like you just pulling whatever stunt you can to get an early release. So that's the latest on this one. I feel like this is not something we need to spend a whole lot of time on, but yeah, it looks like he's going to be getting out of jail on May 8th of 2028. So, like I said, just keep your head down, do your time, try to stay alive these next 4 months, 4 years and 2 months, and just do what you need to do. So, and I guess work on showing people that you are a changed man and you're not that egomaniacal, manipulative, physical and mental abuser and sexual abuser, allegedly, that you've been notoriously known as with them, the freak offs and all the other mess. So yeah, I definitely want to hear from y'all in regards to the story. So whatever your thoughts are, let me know in the comments down below. I really hope Patty's feelings are child. She don't even know who the hell Kevin McCall is. I don't even think she cares. So Chad, you wouldn't change your name again? Y'all are cracking me up with this. Um, let's see how many more topics we got. All right, y'all. So it looks like, damn, this might be the first show we've done in a while since where it's over 4 hours. So, but y'all already know I'm gonna put the timestamps on other stuff in the show so people can just skip through all the stuff, the playback gang and all that other stuff. So yeah, before we get to those final four, because that's what we're about to enter. If you can please do me a solid, if you have not already, hit that like button, smash the notification bell. Also hit that subscribe if you are new to the channel. Definitely helps out with the algorithm, all that good stuff, so that we when we go live with the show. And yeah, thank you all for sticking it out with me for this long show, because it's been a minute. So I'm like, it's been 4 days since I've been on the air. So I might as well give you all a 4-hour plus show. So without further ado, let's get into some homosexual news. Let's talk about Boots. Now, there's one show. I've not seen this show yet, but I definitely need to check it out because there's a lot of shows that I'm trying to catch up on. But apparently, there was a whole big situation where this show, Boots, which is about some gay military dudes. Well, there's some gays in the military. A closeted gay teenager from Louisiana who enlists in the Marine Corps, and it's set in the 90s, around the time when I think Don't Ask, Don't Tell was pretty much prominent. Courtesy of Bill Clinton. Yeah, Democrats ain't no innocent in a lot of the stuff that happened to do with the gays. Yeah, I don't know if it's performative, but they've, come out on the end differently where it shows like you're supportive of the LGBTQ community. But for the most part, y'all don't get no brownie points from the way y'all treated the gays back in the day. They're saying they evolve, let's go along with it. So speaking about Boots, the series creator, Andy Parker, hold on, because now my damn Siri thought I was calling her. Let me turn that off. Andy Parker basically said that the Pentagon condemning the show for clout by saying it's woke garbage has only brought more eyes to the show. So Boot star Miles Heiser and Cameron Cope stars them and is inspired by real life experiences of former U.S. Marine Greg Cope White via his memoir, The Pink Marine. Now, after the show released this month, a U.S. media outlet contacted the Pentagon, which I don't even understand why they would do that, but they know the people who's running around in this whole situation, and they're looking for anybody to get any kind of, it's all clout. That's all they do with these things. Oh, let's get a comment from the Pentagon and see what they say. So yeah, they called it woke garbage and an ideological agenda, basically dismissing the fact that there are homosexuals, whether closeted or uncloseted, gays and trans people. We got to focus on the gays because that's what this is about. That were actively in the military at the time and are still in the military. So now, after the show released this month, a U.S. media outlet contacted the Pentagon for their thoughts. While Boots has been very well received, the Pentagon statement was not. Boots' audience on Netflix doubled in its second week of release per Vanity Fair, saying, quote, I guess we have to give some credit to the Pentagon there, don't we? At creator Andy Parker told the publication. I would be very surprised if the Pentagon actually watched the show. The premise itself instigates or incites some kind of reaction or assumptions. What I would invite people to do is to watch the show and see how they feel about the questions the show is trying to provoke. I certainly never set out to make anything that was propaganda, and I really reject the idea that it is. The fact that we seem to be situated between these two different sides is evidence of how the show wants to approach these really thorny, interesting questions. Boots is trying to navigate this in a nuanced way that isn't so overly strident in its attacks or in its politics. I think it's after something more subtle. There's politics involved in all of these questions. What's happening to trans people now and the policies that are being inflicted on trans service members now. What our show shines the light on is what is the cost of that? What is the cost to the people who are affected by these policies? What is the cost to the institution itself when you have to inflict that on service members who want to serve honorably and with dignity? And this is what people need to understand. And that's, I think, one of the things I love about a show like Boots. The fact that we need to show that there's more to being a gay in media than some femme queen that is being a stereotype, the sidekick to some straight person, or they do drag and all. And we love, I love my drag queens, but yeah, we definitely need more variety. And there are gay men who do what is considered masculine things, joining one of the most craziest or most strenuous of um military operations. That would be Marines. Now, join the Marine Corps, I know that's hardcore. Let me tell you something. I actually almost joined the Marines back when I was in college. We have some recruiters that wanted me to come in and join the military. I did go down there and do the math test. And then I started, you have to take like tests and other stuff. One of them is like a math test or whatever. And I remember like when I went in there, I didn't even tell my parents I went. I just went down there because I was like, you know what, maybe it would be a good idea to join the military because like you get paid for college, you get benefits, all that other stuff. So, but that's the thing that's how they try to get you, especially when you coming from what is considered poor areas or whatever the case is. Because at one point, I did go to community college before I wound up going to a private college. And so I went down there and took the test or whatever. And then I started kind of like having second thoughts. So I purposely tank the math test so that way I wouldn't make it. It was always a method to my madness when I do. So I was like, I ain't joining the military. I started thinking about, I might lose a limb. Like, I think I had just seen, I think it was like Saving Private Ryan was prominent around that time. I was like, or the military movies. I was like, no, I'm good. So yeah, I like that they want to shine a light on different things that have to protect with queer people and doing this sort of thing. And yes, gays do exist in the military. Trans people do exist in the military. I know they have, and I don't have it off the top of my head, but they are putting things in place where they're removing trans people from serving in the military and them having benefits. And they're trying to roll back a lot of the policies that the progressive policies where we're trying to show that people should be on equal footing. Now, are we going to sit up here and try to act like that there isn't any homosexuality that goes on in the military? There is, because I was watching, I forget, this YouTuber, I think it was Matt Cullen, did an interview with a guy who was a go-go dancer and also, at sometimes he would go-go dance, but he also was in the military. And because he's on the military, he doesn't have to pay. I think it was in Hawaii that he doesn't have to pay for staying on the base, whatever. But he was somebody, yeah, he go dancing. He gets down with some of the men that's in the military. So a lot of gay stuff goes on that y'all not even aware of. So yeah, while we have progressed more, and there's still like this, I think that they're trying to roll back a lot of the rights, especially in this current administration. Um, these are stories that I feel like that definitely needs to be told. So Andy Parker also told Vanity Fair, as a closeted homosexual high school kid, he was in a similar situation to Cameron, running away from himself and considering joining the military. That may have been one of the reasons why I thought about joining too. But then luckily I had come across a lot of gays in my life via one of my friends, Shamik, who introduced me to like his cousin who was a homosexual. And I started going over with him to his house, and I saw that he was a black man married to another black man who was a nurse, and then making friends with a lot of the older gays who took me under their wing and taught me the ways of what is like, they were the Jedi and I was the Padawan, and I was learning all the ways of how to protect myself in situations, what to look out for. So luckily I had a tribe of people that kind of put me on the right map instead of me having to join a facility, which is about brotherhood and that sort of thing. Maybe that is the core situation when it's military, is like you want to join for the brotherhood situation. But there's other people that, when we have a government that pretty much just choose military, veterans up and spits them out, and then they got mental health issues, they end up homeless, doing drugs. There's a lot, not all of them, but a lot of them do end up kind of broken based on things that they've seen and not getting um, the mental health help that they need. Where it's like, yeah, so he said, I was very actively seeking that. There was a personal connection to the idea of a gay kid running off to join the Marines and not really understanding what that was going to do for him or where that was going to ultimately lead him. It felt like this was a road not taken. This is a path I could have gone on. How would I have done? And so there is, as I should point out, there is no official word from Netflix on whether or not Boots will get a second season, but they said the cast is ready to return. And Miles Heiser basically told the Decider recently, I would literally do anything for a season two. And they said the show was left on a bit of a cliffhanger. Simultaneously, it's very powerful ending to see the beautiful camaraderie, and then this harsh reality of what they actually signed up for hits them. And I think that's what it was too. It's like, you want the like I said before, even though this is literally, me reacting as I'm reading the article, but that was kind of like the mindset that I was in when I was young and naive and wanted to join the military. Like you feel like you're lost, you're trying to find yourself, you're still discovering who you are as a homosexual man. So, um, you go into it because it's like, oh yeah, because the thing that they sell you on wanted to join the military, and then the harsh reality of once you sign up and you join the military, what's really, Miley was really good, like in that whole situation. And then that reality is like, oh fuck, what did I just sign myself up for? So he said that it would be very interesting to explore in season 2, especially for Cameron, who really was just running away from his family and wanted to be with his best friend, suddenly realizing this is a very serious decision. And it's like a lot of time, I think that's also why they go for younger people, because younger people, we tend to dive into things head first, and we don't really think about the consequences of why we jump into the things that we jump into. And then when you jumped into it, because yeah, our frontal lobes don't fully develop until we like 25. So yeah, we jump into things and then we like, oh shit, what did I just do? So I totally get it, and Boots is definitely something that I want to get a chance to watch. But because it's October, y'all know I love my horror movies. Even though all year round I make horror movie my situation, I really dive deep into the horror stuff during the month of October. So that's why I haven't really been catching up on new shows and stuff. And plus, I already told you I got caught up in a whole Maze Runner situation. So, let me know what you guys think of this story. Have you checked out Boots yet? What do you think of the show? I'm really hoping that this show gets a season 2, because we need more diverse queer stories being told, especially on Netflix. And sometimes I really don't fully invest in Netflix, because Netflix has a horrible track record of giving shows more than one season. I invest time into their shows and it's like, oh, it's been canceled after one season. I'm like, what? Like, why y'all keep playing with me? So I definitely want to hear from y'all in regards to, have you seen the show? What do you think of the show? All that good stuff. And if you can relate to what Boots is about. So let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. Black Love says it's based on a true story. It's funny how people can have criticism on someone's life story. And probably, you know what? I do agree with and I meant to bring that up in the story, but I definitely feel like that nobody at the Pentagon saw that show. I was like, maybe it hit a little too close to home for some of y'all, but also because a lot of these conservatives and how a lot of them, stay in the closet, got full on grinder accounts with no picture, and be up in here fully married with family members. But a lot of people try to, I'm sure none of them watched the show, but because I'm sure that whoever the media conglomerate was that hit up the Pentagon to get a statement because they wanted their moment, they told them everything of what the show was about, just so they can get a negative statement based off of who's running the current administration. So of course they're gonna come out and say that foolishness. It damn show is. CNN shifted of course they did, to pro-Trump, signaling that the sale might have happened after all for the TV stations, but keeping the movie studios, HBO, and the Discovery channels. So yeah, it's like they're well, I don't know what are the TV stations gonna do, because here's the thing. People aren't really watching corporate media TV anymore. Like the only people that's still holding on to that are boomers, old people. Like they're the only ones that's holding on to that whole situation. So I do feel like if you're only selling part of it, then sell part of it. If you want to sell the media, whatever, I don't care. I don't even watch CNN. So y'all can have that. But as long as y'all leave the movie studios alone, then okay. But CNN's kind of been leaning pro-Trump for a while. Like, especially when they have that moron and that smug prick, what's his name? Scott Jennings, when they have that idiot on there. He looks like a doofus when he's always up there. And then, of course, everybody stays reading him to his face because he doesn't know half the shit of what he's talking about. And then the people, when they try to have a mixture of, they'll have like the Van Lathans and all this stuff, and then they'll bring on a coon like Van Jones, or they bring, like I said, Scott Jennings, stay up on that lady panel show. And then, I've always felt like for a while, CNN has leaned pretty conservative in a lot of their stuff, which is why I don't really watch them. Love the story of the gay underdog proving to himself that he is worthy, but not gonna lie, the military, government, or whatever can shove it as far as volunteering my body for them. Not volunteering your body. I mean, technically, that is what it is. This reminds me of the story of two homosexual men, black, who met in the military serving Vietnam War. They wind up having children and are still together. I would love to see that story play out. I would say, could we get, but he might mess it up. I was gonna say, Should we get Tyler Perry to do it? Max Parker got gay face, clocked it as soon as she sashayed on the screen. But I'm sure a lot of them, a lot of these girls that end up doing these shows, like, you got the gift. You've been anointed. But now I love how the fact that we say that on the show, that he got gay face, love boots, but still not selling my body. Because they want everybody to binge watch, not realizing that people have other shows to watch. That's another thing too. I don't really binge watch. Like, it takes me a while to get through shows. Oh, you must have just came in late. Yes, I've seen the first episode. I mentioned that in the beginning of the show. My overall thoughts on Welcome to Derry. I didn't want to do no spoilers in case the people didn't see it. But I told you that the beginning and the end took me out. I said, nobody's safe on this show. That opening sequence, I was like, what the hell? And then the ending, I was like, okay. There's a certain show that can learn a thing or two about that plot armor. I said, well, Scream 5 and 6 with the plot armor, like you stabbing up and murdering people. I'm like, okay, but how you still alive? Well, in this show, I was like, okay, oh, we going there. Okay, well, nobody's safe. And I love it. How many children gonna end up unalive at the hands of Pennywise on this show? And I do like the idea that they're not really showing Bill Skarsgård as Pennywise, that they building up to that he takes on. And I love the fact they explore this in It Part 2, It Chapter 2, which everybody always says, even back in the old show, like the TV one with Tim Curry, when they get to be adults, that always kind of fall flat. And I guess maybe it's the material. I don't know if it's the book or it's just the way that the cinematic people handled that part of the book. But I felt like when they got older in the miniseries in the '90s, that was like the weak part. And then when they get older in chapter 2, it was the weak part. When seeing the dynamic with the kids has always been the highlight for me for it. So that's why I like the fact that the foundation of the show, for the most part, they're centering on kids, and they have these side stories with the military, the black guy in the military, and all that other stuff. So I like that idea, and the fact that we're seeing like this whole kid situation, and then that Pennywise takes different forms, because they implied that. Well, they're not implied. They show it in It Chapter 2. So I like that they're playing that up. Now I got you, moist. I'm gonna hit you. Because I'm like, I don't like the ending. I was mad about that. But yeah, and then I also mentioned the fact that, yeah, the weakest part, always the messiest part for me regarding uh the show. And well, Andy Muschietti, whenever he does movies, the weakest part for me has always been his special effects. I don't know who he goes to do the special effects, but the special effects was a mess. The special effects wasn't that great in parts of the It movies that he did. The special effects was a mess in the Flash film. I'm still irritated by some of the CGI in that. And then also with that little half one wing deformed baby, whatever the hell that was, the CGI looked bad on that. Who do you think will wind up buying Warner Brothers, Sundance, Paramount, or Comcast Universal? I don't think it's no. I don't think Netflix is going to do it either. Chris Sarandos, I think, may have toyed with the idea, but to me, I don't feel like they respect movies. Y'all don't even want to put them in theaters. I know they're trying to find a new way to get people to want to watch films. Like I told you, I want to see Frankenstein, but I can't find a theater near me that's showing it. So I gotta wait till next month when it ends up on Netflix to watch it like everybody else. Um, and I, for the most part, like Netflix, but I just feel like the way they just toss things on there, they don't promote none of their movies or shows or whatever. I don't want Skydance to buy, because we already did a whole segment on that in the beginning. Topic number 2. I did a whole breakdown of that. So I'm going to have to edit all of that and put all the things in, so that way if we haven't seen it, we can just wind back and hear my overall thoughts. But kind of like Apple TV. I would like Apple to do it, only because with Apple, it's kind of like the deal that they did with oh my god, what's the name of that movie? F1. where they kind of like, okay, we're gonna leave you all alone. We're not gonna do no cuts, whatever the case, like layoffs, whatever the case is. We'll throw you a little money, a little promotion, where we'll use all our Apple-based stuff to promote your movie, whatever it is that we combine with, kind of like they did with F1. Like they was really putting a lot of money. Apple put a lot of money behind F1. I heard the budget was $300 million, and like if they lose money on it, Apple don't care because Apple makes their money from from all their electronics and other things. So their phones, their tablets, iPad, whatever you want to call it. Like they make all their money from other things. They don't really rely on like studios, whatever. Oh, we're not going to lose money like a Warner Brothers because they don't have anything else to add to that. So yeah, I'll say anybody but Paramount. That's what I want. Side note: I cannot tell some of the white boys in boots. Is it because of the fact that in the military they make you shave your head? So is that because it's like when you start to have too many of the actors looking alike, it does make it hard. Because that happens to me too. I'm like, wait a minite. When I'm watching shows, I'm like, okay, why y'all be hiring people that all look alike? It's throwing me off. All right, y'all. So now let's get back into the rest of the show. And let's talk about Roisin Murphy, who pretty much just killed her own career by the very fan base that made her famous. So for her coming out here with this consistent transphobic rhetoric that she's been saying, she pretty much killed the only group of people that were loyal enough to still support her mid-ass career. Because here's the thing, Roisin makes some good music. I've been a fan of Roisin ever since she was a part of Moloko, and then she went over and did the solo stuff. And she's even said many a times that if it wasn't for the gay community, she wouldn't have the career that she has. So my thing is, why would you go in and culturally appropriate a community? Because everybody knows the queer community is the most loyal community that supports people who are all about not only dance music, but she wears like kooky outfits. They have accused Lady Gaga of stealing some of her style in a lot of ways. And she does do a lot of the weird stuff. I think she was even compared to like Marlene Dietrich, which is why I picked this picture. But for the most part, the Blessed Madonna, who is a big producer, she's a DJ, also produces music. She's worked with everybody from Kylie Minogue going down. And she went in, well, sorry, she goes by the Blessed Madonna goes by they, them pronouns. So they are non-binary. So I had to go change that. So she channeled her they channeled their inner Will Smith. I'm gonna have an issue, whatever is this whole thing. You got to sit and remember like the proper connotations to use. So yeah, so the Blessed Madonna went and apparently channeled their inner Will Smith on this situation. So posted on Twitter on Tuesday, disco singer and former local member Roisin Murphy shared a graph indicating that the number of 18 to 22-year-olds identifying as trans or non-binary dropped steeply between 2022 and 2024. So she went and posted this crazy graph. Maybe for effect. I'll actually post that thing so y'all can see it. Hold on. Because we like graphics on this show. So yeah, she posted this foolishness. And they went in and let have on her. So yet Jean Twenge, I think Twenge or Twenge, Twenge, a professor of psychology at San Diego State University who analyzed the data, appeared to play down the suggestion that the data indicates that trans folk are a trend in decline. One possibility is changes in acceptance. So you have to also realize that when people accept you as a part of a specific community, so if we're still talking specifically about trans people, if you're starting to see in media and certain things, which at one point it was, where we're starting to show trans acceptance, more people are going to come out and say that they are trans or identify as trans. Like we've had many polls that have come out that talk about the amount of Gen Zers who identify as a part of the LGBTQIA plus community. When you start to, now when it's the flip side, where you start to receive negative feedback from people and you're getting this rise in transphobia based over the current administration that we're in, and talking about we want to keep men out of sports and all this other stuff, according to what, and when we're talking about trans women, which is like a small percent of trans people who actually participate in sports and getting all the base riled up. then of course what happens is the overall poll, people are gonna lie and say for fear of their own safety, oh, we don't identify as trans. So Roisin thinks this is fact. So I don't know what happened to her brain, or maybe she always thought this way, which I think kind of comes to the whole situation of um a lot of times well, I'll say we in general, but when people put certain artists on a pedestal, we see it happen with when there have been people who've gone in on some of the stereotypical things that Tamar Braxton has said, most recently Tammy Roman, where people thought that she was an ally, and then all of a sudden it's like her daughter is identifies as bisexual, and she had a problem with accepting her female partner, whereas she treats her other daughter's significant other, who when she's dating a guy, differently than man. She's talking about her confirmation or her bias, whatever the hell that foolishness she said. It's like, well, it's gonna cause me to identify more with my other child because she dates men, and that's my thing. So we kind of understand that whole situation, but you're not willing to be open and honest and understanding about your queer child, which is why a lot of times queer people tend to disassociate from certain family members, and they run off into other places, which would be like other friends, or they build their own family members or communities because they can't talk to their biological family members about things that's going on in their life. So they run off to other people to get that kind of thing. Same thing like I was talking about with me in the previous story, which is like how I didn't feel that I could be comfortable enough to talk to my own parents about things that was going on with me in relationships or sexual situations, me growing up trying to figure out stuff. So I would go, and luckily I found my own tribe where I could have these conversations with older gays who sat down, and I could talk to them about these things that was going on with hookups, relationships, whatever the case is. And because they've been there, done that, wore the t-shirt and understand it, they were able to guide me in the right direction of what I need to do to avoid certain pitfalls. And sometimes I listened, sometimes I didn't. But sometimes, you live and you learn. So then she went on to say, when accepted, what is it? Okay, so now they said when acceptance decline, identifying as trans, or at least identifying as trans decline, which is what I said. Now, a social media user put the point to Roisin at writing, people are less likely to be openly trans at times when hate speech at trans people is encouraged by people in power. What is your effing point? In response, she wrote, I think you mean when dissenting voices are heard. So now, in a blistering video published on Instagram hours after Murphy's post, American musician The Blessed Madonna, whose real name is Maria Renee Stamper, blasted Murphy for lacking the educational skills to understand why fewer young people might be identifying as trans. She also tagged Murphy's official account in the post. And Murphy also had something to say about um the whole backlash that she received, especially at the hands of The Blessed Madonna. So we're going to get into that in a second, but I gotta lay all this out. Now, Stamper began her video by revealing that she had graciously written to Murphy and removed the fellow musician from her birthday event lineup after Murphy first criticized puberty blockers and referred to trans children as little mixed up kids in 2023. Murphy, who was previously widely celebrated as a queer icon, was condemned by the LGBTQ plus community for her remarks at the time. She has since doubled down on her stance on trans youth. Then she went and apologized, and then she went back and said the same damn thing. And funnily enough, I was not expecting, when I first did this story, for it to get as much commentary as it did. I was surprised. I was like, damn, I didn't realize that many people like on, sometimes when you like certain artists and they're a little underground, they're not like out there like a mainstream person, you don't realize like how many people are a fan of their stuff. And I remember when I posted this on my Facebook, I was not aware of how many people were fans of Roisin Murphy. I'm like, let me find out, my little secret is out. But anyway, so I do have her Instagram. I don't know. I didn't watch the video, so I don't even know how long this is. But if it comes to a certain point, we need to cut it. We need to cut it. Then we'll have to cut it, and then I'll just go on with the rest. But hold on, let's play what the Blessed Madonna had to say. We'll move on.
Hi, kids. Megan. Well, we've had the misfortune of another post from Roisin Murphy weighing in on actual transgender human beings. This is not the first time. It happened before, and I quietly and graciously wrote to her, removed her from my lineup, and hoped that she would take some time to learn and listen to the many kind people who reached out to her and love her and considered her a part of their community. Clearly that did not stick, and so I'm through making nice. And I wanted to say to you what I said to her. So this is what I said. I texted her. I said, Maria here, real quick before I take my Christmas pills and go to bed where I can forget that people as unread and basic as you actually exist. I have to say, as somebody who for decades idolized you creatively, loved you personally, felt joy and warmth and kindness and wit just by being around you and hugging you, and always admired you deeply and just simply as a human being. Baby, I saw that post today. And I just have to say, however long it takes, go fuck yourself, Roisin. You had me fooled once. You really did. And many people. But you were never a queer icon. You're another dusty turf that knows how to count queer money and serve a look. I extended kindness like many people did, discretion, professionalism. All of this when you talked out the side of your neck about transgender kids. It was dumb what you said. People learn, though. I have grace for it. I am so far from perfect that I cannot even see perfect. So I quietly and compassionately removed you from my birthday event and said nothing except for writing kindly to you directly. I said nothing publicly. And you did not even summon the grace to respond. Fine. This is not that day. It is a year later, and after seeing that insane transphobic nonsense, you had the indignity to put on Beyonce's internet in front of God and everybody. Gather yourself. Gather yourself all the way up. You thought you did your big thing, and honey, this is not it. I don't understand this trans panic thing that just takes over women over 50 who ought to just live their lives and let queer people and trans kids live their lives. But clearly, whatever this disease is, it has metastasized into stage 4 Joannitis. You lack not only the compassion and imagination to look at a graph like that and think, maybe this is why this is. You lack the basic educational skills to even read it. Why are more trans people coming out? Why do more exist? Why are more on record? Let me think. Well, let me help you out. My grandmother was a lesbian, and she was a lesbian from the day she was born to the day she was died. And she chose to live in the closet over the literal threat of a lobotomy, abuse, institutionalization, beatings, conversion therapy. What the fuck do you think trans people are choosing today? The people who come out are the bravest people on this planet, and this is as close to safe as they have ever felt. You are a tragedy. You could have been the mother that didn't abandon trans kids when their own biological mother did it, simply for admitting who they are. I do not have my own children, and it sucks.
Okay, so we're just gonna stop it there. If y'all want to see the rest, y'all can go over there. But y'all got the gist. And Miss Bless Madonna, she read her ass down to the floor. Now I'm like, damn, you read better than a homosexual man. I'm like, damn. I feel like she said all she needed to say is like, yeah, you a turf that basically just knows how to collect a gay check and serve a look. And that's basically what you have been whittled down to. Like, yeah, because your music was sort of like multi-layered. It definitely felt like there was some sophistication and some substance to the dance music you was putting out. And I love the experimentation, a lot of things that you was doing. Like, I love the music. I'm a fan of the music, but now it's hard to even get into you because now I know how you feel. Not, I mean, if you feel this way about the trans, I wonder how you feel about the rest of the people on the libidical spectrum. So, um, somebody who actually knew her personally is coming out saying this. I feel like that holds much weight. Now, um, let's get to what. Oh yeah, she also went on and said this before I forget. She said, "And if any of you sweet trans babies need a thing, I'm here. I don't need a graft to know you exist. I can't cook but I am a great at ordering in restaurants and putting extremely sophisticated footwear in your closet, not your gender. You will never want a roof over your head or a dog to pet as long as I'm on this earth and if my house turned into a slumber party to 72 trans people when then I won the life lottery and Celebrity Traders is on tomorrow. This must be another not somebody saying Roisin is an icon. Who are you? Fuck you, bitch. First of all, if you don't know who, and people are talking about Team Roisin, okay, of course the trolls is going to come in here and say what they say, but like, who are you? First of all, Google is your friend. It's also free, and I'm tired of having to tell you hoes that how you can use Google to your own advantage. That's why I just don't understand. Like, y'all just come in, ho. Like, you actually took the time to come on this lady page to say what need to be said, and you still mad. And that's the best y'all can come up with. It's about who. But not only was she removed from her party, because yes, the Blessed Madonna is well known, especially if you are in nightlife club circles. Because I told you I listened to their DJ mixes. I've listened to the artists that they produce. They produce for people like Kylie Minogue. And I shouldn't have to sit and tell you this. Google, like I said, Google is free and it's also, you know, at your disposal. But that ain't the only thing. So not only did she get removed from that, and I'm sure there'll be more to come, Istanbul's inaugural Back in Town festival also removed the 90s electronic musician from its lineup. And she was supposed to, I think, perform there yesterday. So she was replaced by someone else, a Turkish singer-songwriter by the name of Kalben. So yeah, and then they said, I think they gave a statement. Um, They said, "We are extremely excited about the Back in Town Festival," and it was in Turkish, so they translated in English, so which will be held for the first time this year. From the idea phase, we started with the dream of a true music festival centered in Istanbul, which we missed, including everyone in all its diversity, where everyone could feel safe and belong. Our entire language of communication, our selection of artists, and our partners have been shaped to strengthen this texture with all the opportunities available to us. With that same perspective, we added Roisin Murphy to our lineup as a headliner, believing that she represents the energy we missed and touched many of you in a sincere place. However, the statement she shared in recent days completely eliminated these feelings. Because we would never be comfortable including her in such a festival lineup, we would like to state that we cannot include her in our program, keeping the values we try to introduce to you above all things and knowing that this stance cannot have any financial equivalent. Back in Town Festival will take place as planned with the new headliner that we will announce soon. We thank you for being with us, and we expect an understanding from everyone whose hearts we have unintentionally broken. So yeah, and then here's what Roisin said in response to the whole situation, because we got to play, we got to show both sides. She said the mob is out in full force. The more I see of this cruel activism, and she put activism in quotes, the more convinced I am that I do not want them anywhere near me or my music. However, that may affect my career. I won't be held to ransom. No more blackmail. What I see more than anything is a spoiled and entitled childishness. I'm not interested in being their mother or queen. These babies need to grow up and allow artists like myself the dignity of opinion and the space choice and freedom to create, or let them have AI pop star avatars that never question them. Let the music industry do its worst. Let it continue to infantilize and exploit them. Let them have a hologram, perfectly designed for an insular echo chamber future. Perhaps I've lived long in through the last moments of the best period in popular music, and in fact, it's over, or at least it is in the beginning of at the beginning of the end. If that is so, I have nothing to lose. Just for the record, I have zero hate towards trans people. I do not deny anyone's existence. The post that has caused such frantic panic among the trans activist mob is a graph that shows a steep decline in trans and non-binary identity in young people over the last few years in the USA. My declaration, "it was never real," refers to the contagion that was undoubtedly aided by the submission of the media, captured medical institutions, and social media derangement. Recently, this woefully blind and irresponsible behavior has been curtailed to some degree as more and more people affected by it stand up and demand a long needed audit of trans ideology, which continues to stamp its boot across anyone who decries its negative consequences. Children, family, women, and gay people have all been adversely affected by the insane belief that one can change sex, the core hallucination of this destructive and insidious movement, while bad faith actors have lined their pockets. The arts as a whole are a shadow of their former free and inclusive selves. It is the most free and fun time possible making music, blah, blah, blah. So on. So, okay, I'm done reading her bullshit ass post. My thing is this. Why do you care so much about what people are doing with their own bodies? Worry about your own shit. Just like you be changing your little outfits and wearing all that shit on stage. If people want to change their body parts, that's on them. That's their body that they have to live with for the rest of their life. Why are you so concerned? And it was already explained in regards to the graph that because of the U.S. administration and how they've been treating trans people, yes, it's going to be on a steep decline because people aren't going to be open and honest about the fact of what they're dealing with and how they identify. And first of all, bitch, you don't even live here. So why are you even concerned about what American graphs are talking about? You Irish. Worry about what they doing over in Ireland. And the recent, what was it, prime minister that just won over there? Y'all got yourselves a new president. I mean, you need to worry about that going over there. And instead of worrying about what we got going on in America. I'm tired of people who don't live here speaking on our shit. I really am. Just like you got people out here getting all mad about Zoran and the whole thing with him, his New York campaign. First of all, worry about what y'all got going on in Seattle or wherever the hell else. This ain't what you got to worry about over here. Maybe what the reason why y'all mad is because when we move progressively in the New York City, we are going to be the blueprint of what other people need to be doing in their own states. And so concern yourself about what the polls are regarding how many trans people's coming out in Ireland. And we got it over here. We got our own shit that we worrying about and trying to prevent the United States from becoming a fascist government. We weren't about that. Worry about whatever silly ass hat you're gonna wear in your head. And you're right. You should be able to go off and do whatever it is that you're doing with your music, and you should be able to have your opinion. Have your opinion, but you have to also realize that when you say things that are discriminative, and yes, you talking about you don't want to be somebody's queen, and I do agree with that. Y'all need to stop giving these goddamn celebrities titles. Stop calling them a queen. Stop calling them this. Stop calling them that. They're artists who make music, and stop giving them these pedestals they didn't ask to be put on. And if that's not what you want to be put on, then don't put her on the shit. But also, if you don't agree with what she's saying, she has a right to say what she want to say, and we have a right to support or not support what you putting out. So if you gain a bunch of J.K. Rowlings, a bunch of damn TERFs who want to sit and support your tired ass music, then you go ahead and do that. But the rest of us over here, if you're going to say something discriminative against the very community that put your ass on the map and have actually given you gigs, then you don't need our coins. You don't need the LGBTQ community or the trans community or whatever to support you financially. You can go back to the straight people who don't really be in the clubs like the queers do and hope for them to be up in there supporting you at whatever festival you're going to perform at or whatever club you're going to perform at. But don't be out here having your manager trying to hit up the gay clubs, trying to get money out of us. And if the gay club is going to come out here and support or put you on their bill, we're going to be side-eyeing their ass too. So I say all this to say, what do you guys think of this story regarding what Roisin had to say in this whole mess? Whatever your thoughts are, do you agree? Do you not agree? Whatever it is, good, bad, and indifferent, and respectfully, leave it in the comments down below. My question is, how do some kids deal with parents that are anti-promiscuous or just want to have sex but not fall in love or want relationship? What the hell I got to I'm like, look, whatever makes your heart desire, I don't care. Not because of the estrogen, cause of estrogen in the water. I swear mama had a cocktail before that video. She probably did. She was speaking that slurred English. All right, y'all. So now let's move on to our second to last topic. And let's get into Canada's Drag Race. So on Friday, it was announced that we have a new set of Canadian queens. You already know that I can't really get into um I struggle sometimes to get into Canada's Drag Race because I just be feeling like the show just don't be giving me what I need in regards of like overall variety. I just be feeling like the show it just I don't know, it always falls short. Although was it last season? I felt like it was like their best season. So it kind of got me into it a little bit. But they're looking for the next drag superstar in Canada. And they always get 9 episodes, whereas we always see other episodes. I mean, other seasons gets longer episodes. Their show only does 9 episodes, but I do like the fact they keep it at 12. They don't really do like U.S. Drag Race, the flagship, where they got to do 14 or 16 or whatever the case is. Because sometimes I do be thinking like y'all be stretching out the regular season of Drag Race, and it kind of it feels a little meh in that situation. But at least y'all keep it short and sweet with this one. But they have a bunch of queens join the show: Dulce, Ebony LaBelle, Hazel, Cara Milk, Maya Fox, Paolo Perfeccion, PM, Saltina Shaker. I love that name. Very, very on brand with how I always picture with drag queens and puns. Then we have Sammy Landry, Star Doll, Van Goth, and Velma Jones. I do like Van Goth. And Velma Jones, that's giving me like Velma. I don't know why I'm thinking Velma from Scooby Doo. But yeah, so they said each week the queens will compete in a variety of gag-worthy challenges and wig-snatching runway categories in a fight to earn the title of Canada's next drag superstar. And season 6 of the show, looking forward, because I did think that season 5, it was definitely quite entertaining. But one of the queens that we got to get into is one by the name of Velma Jones. So Velma Jones, who is 39, apparently also, which I didn't know this, is it Velma Jones? Now I gotta sit and realize if I'm doing. Oh yeah, it was. I don't know why I'm bugging, but yeah. So they are the first AFAB queen, which is assigned female at birth, to star in the Canadian. Oh wait, So yeah, to star in the Canadian franchise. What was the other show that did AFAB queens? Was it UK? UK, hun. I think it was UK that did AFAB that did an AFAB queen. But they said that not only is this going to be the first person to actually do that, but they're also sometimes they also appear on stage in drag king mode as performer Johnny Jones. So sometimes they feel like Velma, sometimes they feel like Johnny. And then they said, "Are you ready to make history with me? Because I'm your first drag queen being a cis woman. And also, you're getting the special 2-for-1 because you got Velma, and sometimes here's Johnny. I can't wait to show you my drag king persona, Johnny. Also, I'm here to prove that I can do anything like the others." So I am wondering because as we do see that Velma does do drag. And funny enough, I didn't even realize that she was a cisgendered, an AFAB queen, because I thought it was literally a drag queen that was able to do both. But if you look on the left, you definitely give drag king tees. You could definitely see it in there. But for the most part, I was like, that'd be interesting. And will they actually incorporate some of the drag king stuff into the show? Because I was afraid of that. It was like, okay, technically you're an AFAB queen who does female drag, but you like Sigourney Beaver over on Dragula, but also you do you do boy drag. And would they even incorporate that into the show? Because for the longest, a lot of people have been saying that they want to see drag king type aesthetics on Drag Race, but it seemed like they're a little hesitant to do it because they want to stick with the format of men, like the Project Runway, like or America's Next Top Model, a mixture of both, which is like you see them in their regular look. And then for the challenge, they get all glammed up and they come out and do the whole runway in that situation. And for a long time, that was the format. But then, of course, everybody's like, drag is evolving. We need to have all different styles of drag represented. And I was like, is it really fair that we put that kind of pressure on one franchise that is showing only one representation of drag? Or should we have a multitude of shows that show drag where it's not just reliant on Drag Race? Because I definitely feel like we need more variety of drag expressed on TV. So we have RuPaul's Drag Race, and we have Dragaland. We also had that other show, King of Drag, which came on Reverie. I don't necessarily know how well that show did, but and if there was really that much talk about the show, then we have Can't Wanna Kiki, and there's so many other different drag shows that we get to see on other networks, but they don't get the same type of push that a RuPaul's Drag Race is. RuPaul's Drag Race is the blueprint because that was the very first show to come out of the gate to do the whole drag competition thing. And I would definitely love to see more representation. And I definitely feel like we need to see more of that and not necessarily just rely on this franchise to be the only wherewithal of representation. So they said Johnny Jones is the first drag king to be cast on the show globally since the reality show began 16 years ago. Former stars of the show include Bimini, Ginger Johnson, and Victoria Scone, who was the first ever cis woman. Okay, so they're talking about UK because I thought I wasn't bugging. That yeah, there was a an AFAB queen who competed on Drag Race, but it was the UK edition. And they said and so even those people have voiced their hope that Drag Race will start casting drag kings. That ain't the only ones. Also, we need to throw in details because how many times have we heard details talk about we need to get AFAB queens and so many other girls, or I'm just saying girl in general. That how many we need to show different aspects of drag on the show. So it seems like slowly but surely the franchise is doing that. It now all the other franchises is doing it. We have yet to see RuPaul's Drag Race kind of go into that lion's den. They've already done adding trans girls to the show after RuPaul said what he said in the Guardian interview about the trans people, and he got the backlash. So we've already had trans girls on. Even 2 trans girls won the show. Sasha Colby, who we're about to get into after this topic, and Sonique. So now it's time I say we open up the floodgates and allow different types of drag to be on the show. We got to keep the show exciting, especially if you want the show to continue to go on and on and on for as long as you want it to go on. So I definitely want to hear from y'all. What do you guys think of this story? Are you excited for the upcoming season of Canada's Drag Race? I think it comes out next month, right? So yeah, I mean, it's quite as October is almost over. Basically, we got like 4 more days. So October is behind us. But yeah, I definitely want to hear from y'all. What do you guys think of this story? You excited for the new season? Are you excited to see how an AFAB queen will do on Canada's Drag Race? And how much of their drag king persona, if not at all, will we see when the new season starts? So let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. On it says they always use the Canada and UK franchises for not the experiments, but that's clearly what it's coming across as, to test the waters. Of course, the fans are open and welcoming about it, but the producers are still clearly closed-minded. That's what it is. And it's probably because they don't have a lot of queer people that work on this show. Kind of like when I was hearing about Queens of the Dead. Tina Romero had not only a lot of queer people on camera, but they had queer people working behind the scenes on the movie, which I was hearing good things about. Shout out to Black Gay Comic Geek, who did a whole review on the movie and said that it was a good movie. So I guess what I'll do is I'll wait until it comes out on Shudder. I don't know. It'll probably be coming out on Shudder next month, but I'll definitely look forward to that. But I think when we have a lot of these shows, I know you want to have those people who have experience in working in reality TV, but I definitely, if I'm going to do a show that is celebrating queer people, you want to have a lot of your people working behind the scenes as well. So we definitely need a lot more queer producers that can push the fact that we need to see that diversity break in on the main flagship show instead of, like you said, using other franchises outside of the flagship show to as an experiment to see how that favors within the thing. I don't think that American fans will have an issue with a AFAB queen being on the show. Them having a drag king on the show, someone who just does male drag, or whatever, or could diversify it. Because that's Michelle going to say, "I like you to change your makeup. You keep giving the same makeup. I want you to change your look. You keep giving the same look." It's like, as drag queens, some people have their signatures. And you want people to have a signature, so that way when they walk in the room, that is aesthetically them. Why do I have to keep changing up stuff because you want diversity? That's why you got different queens on the show, because there's supposed to be a diverse group of girls performing and competing. I don't want the same everybody coming out looking like Trixie. Like, what are you talking about, Willis? There's more than 2 trans queens that won the American franchise, but they're the who was that? Oh, you talking about after the fact? I don't even remember, child. There's been so many damn seasons. I be forgetting whether or not these girls is coming or going. It was a new generation, meaning like they weren't trans when they won, but then they came out and it's like all of a sudden. Oh yeah, because Willow Pill was not trans on the show. You went in as, or at least we didn't know about it. You were somebody completely. Then you came out after the show and everything was done. There was a lot of people that came out like after the fact. Then there was some people that competed when they went on. Like Sasha Colby came in as a trans woman. Um, so neat. She did come out during her season, but she went on All Stars and came out. That's a new term. I mean, is that what they're calling it now? New gen, the new definition of trans. I did not know that was. Well, thank you for putting me on, because I can't keep up with all the different isms. I was like, I did not know that was a new term where they was coming out with the new generation of trans girls. Now, speaking of trans girls, let's get into our final topic. Let's talk about Sasha Colby, who literally was about to start off and do her tour and said that she has to take a break from performing because mama is exhausted. And no shade, but you know what? Your health is your wealth. And I'm glad that she's come out and is understanding, you know what? My body is my temple. This is what I make my money off of. And this is, in the words of Monica Beverly Hills, this is my money maker. So she has to take time for herself. And I applaud that, I know the fans about to be mad, but it's like you gotta prioritize your health, because the worst thing you want to do is be on stage and you mid performance and you pass out. There was some queen that recently came out that it was a horror that came out, and I think she was on Joseph Shepard's show and was talking about how, like, mentally she was spent. She didn't want to go out and perform, and then she had some people that worked at it. I forget what club it was. I think it was in the UK or whatever. And she was just like, and that's where a lot of the drag queens perform. And she was just like, they was threatening, we'll just go in and we'll tell people that, Hora don't want to come out and perform and make her look like the bad guy, when it's like, mentally, physically, I'm like spent. I'm done. I'm not really present. There's a lot of stuff going on in my personal life, and it's just like I can't do it. But because of the threats that the promoters went and put in, she was like, I gotta go in and I gotta comply. Now I have to face the music and I gotta go in and perform, because now you're gonna make me look bad in front of all these people. So the season 15 winner of RuPaul's Drag Race announced on Sunday that she made the incredibly difficult decision to postpone the remaining 9 shows of her Strip 2 tour of North America, saying, quote, "This has been one of the hardest decisions I've ever had to make. Since winning Drag Race, I've been touring. I've been going nonstop, gig after gig, city after city, saying yes and trying to make the most of every opportunity that's come my way. As a trans woman of color in this industry, I push myself relentlessly, often feeling like I need to prove that I belong here." Hold on, because I actually have the post. Let me pull that up for a second. But Sasha Colby, that's a gorgeous woman. So I just was looking at that picture a little too long. But anyway, hold on. Let me pull up this the tweet. Well, not the tweet, it's the IG post. So yeah, she said, the Strip 2 tour was a dream come true. It was a labor of love, something I poured every ounce of myself into. Every song, every number, every moment of this show meant something deeply personal to me. My team has been incredible, and performing this show for all of you has truly been one of the greatest joys of my life. But the truth is that I'm exhausted. 21 shows in 5 weeks took a much bigger toll on me than I expected, both physically and emotionally. My mind and heart are tired in ways that I can't ignore anymore. I've always tried to push through, but this time I need to listen to my body and spirit. With that, I made the incredibly difficult decision to postpone the remaining 9 shows of the tour. To everyone who bought a ticket, showed up, and supported me, please know how deeply sorry I am. This decision comes from a place of necessity, not desire. I never want to let anyone down. And people have to realize also, I'm glad that, yeah, she's taking her mental and physical health into account because, yeah, as a trans woman of color, there's not many opportunities out here for trans women of color to even have opportunities of constantly performing and things. And plus, you always hear the stories regarding Drag Race where, oh, if you don't if you turn down gigs, whatever the case is, you have a short window to actually continue to milk that cow until they move on to the next group of queens. And then you're forgotten about, and then you lose gigs, and then the well dries up. But the fact of the matter is, Sasha Colby was that girl before she went on Drag Race. So whether or not she if she doesn't fall in that category of like some of these other girls, I want to put no names out there because I want to single girls out, the ones that really weren't the standouts of her season, that were out here complaining that they couldn't get a lot of gigs or whatever the case was. So um, and then she went on to say, because I didn't know there was another part, she said, to the 9 cities I'm missing out on, refunds are being worked out, and I promise I'll be back to make it up to you. But I need to take the time to rest, to recover, and to take care of my mental health. My chosen family keeps reminding me that this isn't about giving up. It's about choosing myself for once. It's hard to fully believe that right now, but deep down, I know they're right. I want to come back stronger, more grounded, and ready to give you the best version of me. Thank you for your endless love, your compassion, and for holding space to be human. I'll see you soon with all my love, Sasha. And I totally get it because, like I said before, when I took them 4 days off last week, and I was like, oh my God, I need to kind of I got to do a show because, algorithm and all this other stuff, all these other things you worry about, monetization, all these other things. Because you got to eat, you got to take care of yourself. It's like you don't want to let people down. You don't want to let the people that support and love what you do down, but you also don't want to let yourself down because it's like you love doing what you do, and she loves what she does, and like I love doing what I do. And you don't want to let down the people and all that other stuff. So you continue to push and push and push and push and push, and then you end up physically, emotionally exhausted, and then you can't give people 100% of yourself. And it's like, yeah, she's talking about she's been going since her season. That was season 15. Now we're about to go into season 18 in the beginning of no 2026. And when you've been constantly going and you have a team of people that rely on you, so you got your team, you got to pay them. I mean, she's been out there performing. She's got, she probably has backup dancers and all this other stuff. So it's a full production that goes on with that. But as a performer, you got to take time to pace yourself. I say take a month, maybe 2 off, and get back at it at the beginning of 2020. Like take the rest of the year off. Really take time to prioritize. I'm hoping you got a lot of coins saved up. Take that time and think about bringing back this show in the beginning of 2026 and start over from that. I mean, I don't know how long you need, but for me personally, I would take off the rest of the year. Or like me, I'll be like, okay, I just need like a month and I'm good, and then let's get back into rehearsals, do whatever, and then we get back to doing the show. And plus, Sasha is also, I don't know if we should bring ages, but she's a woman of a certain age. You can't be out here like, we can't keep going like we 22. But then again, you get some of these 22-year-olds that be whining after a week or two, they exhausted. So I don't even think maybe age is not even a factor of this. But at the end of the day, I'm glad that you're listening to yourself. Her Strip 2 tour kicked off on September 26th at Seattle's Moore Theater, making her the first drag artist to headline a Live Nation tour. So, like when it comes to Live Nation is pretty big. And those are the promoters and stuff that's behind the whole situation. Like I had somebody trying to tell me, like questioning the ability that I work in live entertainment, which y'all know I do. And somebody was like, well, like with the whole thing with Brandy, when she came up with that excuse, whatever. Well, the promoters would have, like, when they stopped the show, the promoters would have come. I said, first of all, this ain't no club. They come into guest services and that other stuff when they have issues, because that's who is dealing with the event at that night. Live Nation are the people that's behind, whatever it is that it is. And if y'all want refunds, you got to go through Ticketmaster and all that other stuff, or SeatGeek, whatever you using. Ain't got nothing to do with us. We're not fortunate enough to be dealing with all that stuff. You got to go deal with it through the people who you got your ticket from. We're just the venue that we provide these performers to perform in. So when people try to act like they know your job better than you, I have the cackle. So I say all this to say, what do you guys think of this story? I'm just glad that Sasha is going out and trying to get herself together and listening to her body and knowing that, you know what, take all the time you need. There was a couple of celebrities that jumped into the conversation. Shout out to Shea Coulee, who got her own issues that she's dealing with her drag children. And she recently also did an episode of Monet Exchange Show. I gotta watch that one. But she said, you have been overly generous with your gifts. You are a cherished and precious jewel in the community, and we love you for all you have given us. I understand how hard it is to maintain such a demanding work schedule. We love you, Diva. Plasma jumped in the conversation saying, Mother knows best and rest is best. Love you. Satan, Raja basically said, sent out 4 red heart emojis. Rose sent out 3 red heart emojis. Trinity the Tuck jumped in with some heart emojis. Then there was some people that Madeline Hatter said, and that's on self-care. A couple of people, one person said, love and support always. We aren't machines. We need rest. Absolutely. Aurora Sexton said, Kate, take care of you always. Kerry Colby, her daughter, said, always prioritize your healing and your soul. I love you, mama. And Angeria came in and said, my niece, I love you and good for you. It's so important that we give ourselves a break. You work very hard and you deserve to rest and enjoy your time to yourself. Take care of Sasha first always so we can have you around forever. And I do agree with this. Kimmy Couture jumped in and we'll do morphine and then we're done. Oh, sorry, because Laganja jumped in the conversation. So I gotta read those. So Kimmy Couture said, I did this last year, 2024. It was the best decision I ever made. Rest mother, the fans, the clubs, the shows is always there, but our body is a complete different story. Take care of yourself. Morphine says, we love you, mother. You absolutely deserve it. Laganja Estranja said, I'm so glad you're sharing this. I love you more than you know. You inspire me. Christopher Says said, I love you. No, that's not how you say her last name. Y'all get the joke. Said, I love you. I'm happy to hear you knew when to stop. And Phoenix said, hey, I'm missing you in Atlanta, but take care of yourself. Get some rest, sis. And Queen Kong, we'll stop at her, said, rest up, mama, love you down. So this, it's gonna keep going and going and going and going. Definitely check out her Instagram if you want to hear all of the people sending their well wishes and all that other stuff. So yeah, I want to hear from y'all. What do you guys think of this story? I mean, like I said, rest is best. So do that, and then 2026 start out, in the words of Britney Spears, stronger than yesterday. So let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. Goldie turned down working with Madonna on her album American Life, and it saved his life. He was heavily in his drug addiction, saying it wasn't ill Madonna, but flying to LA. Yeah. And child, look, that was the best thing he did, because we don't need another Avicii type situation, which happened years later when she did MDNA. So, and I love Goldie. Goldie, I think she was probably in that era of wanting to do a lot of drum and bass and incorporating that into her music. So, it's probably a good thing that he was like, nah, I can't do it because I got to work on my sobriety. And thank goodness he did that. I was watching her Hey Queen episode earlier today and her winning Miss Continental performance. Too bad I'm not excited for this upcoming season. I've heard of Anya or Ginger since. That is true. I mean, we only things we've talked about, but yeah, I haven't heard anything about Anya Nerves. So I don't know what's going on with her. I did, however, watch the tribute to pageant queens that the show did for Queer History Month. That was lovely, and also had a bunch of All Stars. Love it. Where was I? I didn't even get to see that one. Did you listen to the new Megan Thee Stallion song? I love Megan, never stop loving her, even after Megan's Law. But child, that song was trash. I was like, I listened to a little bit of it. I was like, I'm good. But that's kind of been my MO with her lately. Like, I just feel like Megan's not inspired. Like, I really want her to kind of be that girl that crosses over into the mainstream that has those type of vibes. Like, I feel like she needs Doja Cat's catalog. But the problem with Doja Cat is Doja Cat can't figure out who the hell she want to be from the day, tomorrow, and the next day. So she's all over the place with her aesthetic. But you're trying to do that whole pop girl thing. But Megan Thee Stallion's music is a little too samey. I didn't particularly care for the song. It's like, yeah, the body is right and tight, and you offering sex, but the songs are just not working. I didn't care for her last album, and I didn't care for this new single. So I'm gonna be having high hopes with her in so many ways. But anyway, child, I talked for 5 hours. Was not expecting that to happen. So I say all this to say we at the end of the show. I want to thank you all for tuning in to the latest episode of Chris Avalon Unfiltered. Um, it's like all the female rappers want to leave rap music because Nicki Minaj scared them. Well, first of all, Nicki Minaj is somebody who is, I think we like Nicki, well, old Nicki, because she's animated. Like she does a lot of, like she went to LaGuardia School of Performing Arts. She's a theater kid, so she brings a lot of those theatrics, which is what we liked about her doing the different characters, you know, Roman and some of the others. But I want kind of that diversity to come from Megan. She's not giving it. I feel like the one who's closest to giving me like what I need in regards of like performance and diversity in regards of her stage presence, the music is Doechii. So that's what I'm really feeling right now. Megan has made so many Doja Cat copycat songs and they're all awkward. Megan doesn't do good as a pop beat or on a pop beat. Act 3 of her Megan album is looking like a child. Well, maybe what needs that maybe she needs to stick to. Maybe she kind of needs to go back to, you know what? Maybe she's more Little Kim than Nicki Minaj, which is Little Kim, and even though she had her pop moments, Little Kim is a hood bitch. Little Kim is from Brooklyn. She is, you know, a street girl through and through. So maybe she kind of needs to just stick to that. Because her going into the pop thing, it's just not working with with her lyrical style, and maybe it's the production choices. I don't know. I think she did Gwen Stefani sample Justice, Doechii, and Doja. Okay, I would like to see a joint tour with them. Doechii is everything, but she is unpopular. Like, what the hell happened? I thought she was popular because she definitely sold out her she did the theater in Madison Square Garden. That was it was a hit because I remember as I was leaving, as I was leaving the working at Rangers game, I did hear the music coming through the walls. So Megan peaked at 2019 with Fever. She also has some good songs on the debut album. Oh, okay. So I guess she is. I'm like, I don't know. I'll be following Doechii's popularity like that. I just be liking the songs. She got popular after the album dropped. That was what was she gonna do? Yeah, that's what I want to know. What made her unlikable? Inquiring minds want to know. Because I ain't hear no tea regarding whether or not she was likable or not. Wait, where the hell was I? What happened? Oh. How she was chastising her team and she was coming across. Oh yeah, I remember that. I thought people moved on from that though. I thought it was something worse. Because I was like, yeah, I forgot about that incident. You know, I report so much tea on this show, I can't remember everything. I think Megan should have never left the label. I think going to Ring. Well, look, Rock Nation is hurting her like it hurt Kylie Minogue during her Kiss Me Once era. You know, only person he cared about supporting is the one he married to. Also, the anxiety song made people want to cut their ears off. I don't even remember that song. That's how memorable it was. And I didn't particularly care for the video either. She was yelling, but that was one little incident. Mm. Yeah, but I didn't think it was anything major to get her canceled. I'm like, what celebrity doesn't yell at their team? They all seem to do it. Is it right? No, but they all do it. Quiet as it's kept. Anyway, as I was saying before, We're done. We're at the end of the show. I'll be back on tomorrow with a brand new episode. I know I'll be telling y'all I'll be on, and sometimes I don't be coming on. But I already told y'all the reason why I didn't come on what was it, Thursday? I was supposed to do a show. I need to get myself together. Now that we here, now that we good, I can get back to giving y'all what y'all want to get, which is more mess. So I'll be back on tomorrow with a brand new episode of Chris Avalon Unfiltered. Love you all for watching. Thank you for continuing supporting the show. Hit that like button, subscribe, and all that good stuff if you haven't already. And yes, until next time, ciao, darlings.